trying to prove yourself on the big platform.
Cleans him up. Top of off. That's the line. 3 down the leg side. Looks like he couldn't get it. And I think the youngster's overcome with a bit of emotion to go with it. Didier Bargava strikes back. That's just what Singapore needed. Lacra surprised by the line because everything had been down the leg side. He's lost his off stump.
Strikes. Bhargava just adjusting his line and length, and he has no clue, slight movement, beating the blade and hitting the off stump. And look at that, Datta, the captain in the first slip, getting excited. Bhargava getting his first wicket. Is 22 for the loss of 1. Aryan walks back after making 12.
Rudy Aravind to the crease. That's his List A career. 45 matches, over 1,500 runs, and he really is a talent. Great to see so much young talent come through, and something, Mudassir, it's great to have you with us for the UAE games. You've got all that knowledge of the development structures and the systems that are in place across. I know the 3 real hubs are Sharjah, Dubai and Abu Dhabi, but really across all 7 of the Emirates. As Bhargava just loses his run up and rightly pulls out. They've got the mix right now, don't they? They've got 5 or 6 very talented youngsters and more to come going through that 19 system. Probably 2 or 3 unlucky not to be here. And then combine that with the experience of Rohan Mustafa, of Mohammad Wazeem. I know Ahmed Raz has recently retired, but he's the assistant coach, Junaid Sadiq, Zahor Khan. That is an enchanting mix.
Now he's looking much better. It will give him a lot of confidence, that wicket of Aryan Lakra. And coming back to these youngsters in this lineup of UAE, we talk about Aryan Lakra, Karthik Mayappan. They are the product of Dubai Cricket Academy. They have worked really hard on this lad, especially on the Vidya Arvind, who was being taken care by the Academy of Dubai. They polished him, and when he was out of that 19 years age group, they got him an A division team in Sharjah, and we can see the results.
You've just seen Bhargava there. He's really trying to steam in. He's trying to bowl as quick as he can, and you would never try to stop a youngster doing that. But just as a consequence, he actually completely lost his run up that delivery. He ran in and out, and almost all about, and then at the last second, darted it miles outside the off stump. Just needs to get a bit of a more consistent approach to the crease. See if he can straighten things up for this delivery. Much better approach and beautifully driven. That is a stunning shot. What a way to get off the mark. It's a square drive, just leant upon by Varitya Aravind. I know his parents are here, and they will have loved every second of that.
4 runs, 3 overs gone, 27 for the loss of 1.
Well, I'm not sure if we can see that shot again. That square drive. I'm, I get told I get too excited sometimes in the commentary box. That for me is as good a shot as you will ever see at any level. Perfect technically, yes, there was width on offer, yes, it was there to hit. But the shape that he got into, look at this.
In control, reaching the ball and full face of the blade from Ritya Arvind. This time Mohammad Wasim comes down the track. First maximum from the blade of big lad captain Mohammad Wasim taking on Tilipan.
And I will tell you for a fact that is off the toe of the bat. That is nowhere near the middle, and he has still cleared the ropes by about 10 yards. That's the power Mohammad Wasim possesses. The noise was a very toey one. Mid-on is right on the edge, so there is risk involved. The edge of the 30-yard circle, but the power of Wasim gets it up, and the ball does travel here. He's had enough of Tilipan already. Tries to repeat the dose. Length a little shorter. This is what Wasim does in the 50-over game. He offers chances in this first 10.
A very good comeback by Tilipan, just adjusting his line, and look at that swing he generated on the previous delivery. Wasim loves to go towards the mid-wicket and long on, and that movement might trouble Mohammad Wasim.
Leading edge, and Wasim has just got himself in a tangle. He's a guy you know very well from the UAE. You've played cricket with him, you've been associated with him for a long time. Why is it, and I'm not criticising his 50 overs ODI record, but there's a big difference. In T20 cricket he's a gun, he gets runs almost every game, he strikes at 150, 160. The 50 over game, it looks like he's still learning it.
In the 50 over game, I think you need to be very calm and composed. You need to spend the time out there in the middle. And the big difference is the foot movement. In T20, you just go after the bowler, but in 50 overs, you need to be very patient, and especially he loves to stand and hit those shots. That is the reason he gets in trouble. And I have a discussion with him, Andrew. I told him, if you are struggling top of the order, why not come in the middle or come down at 3 or 4, play the spinners, go after them. But he says, no, I'm happy with the place where I'm playing the top order.
Yeah, he loves it up top, doesn't he? He really does. Big again. 6 more. It's not a T20 we're playing, but Wasim is showing that T20 power. Smashed, obliterated. It's 39 for 1 with 4 bowled. Well, a flying start from the UAE despite losing Aryan Lakra, who has cleaned up. Square drive again, and the same result again. Going to be 4 more. This time it was a low full toss and races away. The outfield is lightning fast. And UAE, who posted 370 against Kuwait, they're making an early statement. They're going to try and go past that today.
Looks like they want to post beyond the 300, and who knows, if these two stays till 25th or 30th over, they might go past the 371 which was posted against Kuwait. Aditya Bhargav. Width offered, easy pickings. Very strong through the offside ball, racing towards the fence. Back-to-back boundaries for Vritti Arvind.
Well, he's faced 4 balls, he's on 12. Vritti Aravind is off to a flyer, and why wouldn't he be? His last innings at this ground, he made 179, I think, wasn't it? He was just 20 short of a first ever double century. He'd never made 150 at any level, he told me. Doesn't he enjoy batting here? And he's got the most remarkable record when his parents come to watch him live. All 3, might be 4 now, of his international centuries, his mum and dad have seen live. They're here again today. They were here a couple of days ago. Umpire gives a little bit of benefit of doubt to Bhargava. I think they're up there in the VIP section. The lucky charms for Varitia, mum and dad.
A bit surprised at the same time how Andrew is involved in this associate cricket. He knows each and every player closely, and he knows about their family. And today morning I came to know Vritia parents are here in Nepal.
He actually joined them for dinner a couple of nights ago. They are, if you wonder why Vritia Aravind is such a nice kid, just meet his mum and dad. They are such a nice family, and they think the world of their youngster, and rightly so. He's very special. Akshay Puri, the other teenager in this Singapore side, just going over to Bhargava, trying to encourage him. And I have to say, without getting into the details of who was there before, even the parents, they know how happy the UAE camp is now. And it's lovely to see, it really is. Because there's so many good things happening in Emirati cricket. There's so many good things happening that the Emirates Cricket Board are doing. Bringing in that ILT20 for the first time. There's obviously a huge amount of international cricket played there anyway. Afghanistan and Pakistan have played a lot of cricket there. The T10 League is continuing to go from strength to strength. But the number of academies, and you'll know the numbers better than I will, there's academies all over the country. And it's not a sleeping giant anymore. It's a real cricketing nation.
Yes, these products, especially the youngsters coming from the academy. And in the meanwhile, Vritia continues to find the gap. And with that boundary, 50 comes up for UAE. In no time, 4.4 overs. Vritia moves to 16, dealing in boundaries.
And going back to that academy point, someone like Varitia, he's hit probably more balls than any other kid or a contemporary of his age in India or Australia or Pakistan or South Africa.
Andrew, the reason I believe for the past 2-3 years we are having this live cricket in domestic circuit, and we do have a couple of academies enrolling in those tournaments and giving these youngsters a platform to showcase their talent. And because of those televised matches, for the selectors it's easy to pick these youngsters and draft them in the national side. One of them is Vritia Arvind.
We all know about the ICC Academy. That's the most famous one, but there's dozens and dozens of these kind of facilities in the UAE across all 7 of the Emirates, and I've seen them. The kids come in as young as 5-6 years of age.
In Ajman we have 10 grounds with floodlights. In Sharjah we have 4. In Dubai we have 6. If you talk about the structure of the cricket in the domestic circuit, it's absolutely good. If it's and 53 for 1 is Vritia. Once again plays through the offside, and with that single, 5 gone. 54 for 1.
flying start, soaring up fittingly into the skies in the land of the gods here in the Himalayas. And it's going to be an immediate change of bowling. I don't think this is a bad one either. Vinod Bhaskaran is by far the most accurate, the most consistent Singaporean bowler. And they have to turn to him early because of that lack of pace for Thilapan Omar Durai. They have to turn to spin. Now, this is the second use of this wicket. Look at that career economy rate. Excellent, 3.6. Yesterday's wicket for the really entertaining game between Saudi and Qatar, we saw quite a lot of turn early in both innings. But that was the third use of that wicket in the competition. This is only the second use, and it's had a good rest. This was the same wicket from game day 1 where Malaysia were beaten by Nepal. So I'm not expecting as much turn. And even though there's a bit there, it's not sharp turn. I think it's a batter's paradise. I think we've got a very short boundary on one side, which, as you look from that drone shot, is there to the left. I think the official measurement today is 62 metres square there. And it's 72 out to what is now the offside, the bigger side of the ground. So if you're batting and you're trying to pull together a big total, I don't think UAE are thinking of 300 here. You're going to laugh at me. I think they're thinking of 400. That's what they want. It's a big call early. That's how good this batting surface is.
And mark his words. The last time when I was in the com box with Andrew, he said this lad will go past 150. And he went on to make 185. And Andrew was the one from the ball when he was saying that they'll go past 350. They posted 371. So you never know. 400 on cards.
Well, right now they're going at nearly 10 and over. They need 8 and over to get to 400. Great to have this man with us here. Mudassir Ali, Andrew Leonard. Will have Sharad Vasakar with us in a moment. And thanks for all the messages as well. We've been getting hundreds and hundreds of them about the coverage, bringing you these pictures around the world. I won't lie, we're a little bit tired, but we're loving every second. 6 have been bowled, a good start from Bhaskaran, only 1 from that over. It's 55 for 1. Another change in bowling. The youngster is going to be taken out of the attack. I don't think, again, that's a bad move. Let's see more of him later when he can have some protection on the rope, as Ramesh Kalamuthu is going to come in from the pavilion end of the ground. The issue for Singapore, outside of the youngster, there is no pace in this team because of the absence of Janak Prakash and Arya Manuchil. It's the same here for Ramesh. Probably only 115, 120. Loses a lot of that pace as he jumps away from the crease. We were comparing his action the other day to the great Devon Malcolm, the English quick bowler. He's nowhere near Devon Malcolm's pace, but it's a similar release. After he bounds, he loses all his momentum. So watch him here as he comes into his gather. He jumps away there. So very like Devon Malcolm. He is pretty consistent though, despite that slightly unorthodox action. But he doesn't have the pace, and Wasim will feast on that. But right now, he can't get the strike.
Youngsters who are listening to us, Andrew's talking about the great Devon Malcolm. He's taking us back in the early 90s. Go and Google it, Devon Malcolm, England fast bowler. Kalimutu into his first over.
Oh, and that slightly unorthodox action, which Verdi Aravan might not have seen much of, just surprised the youngster. I don't think it rushed him for pace. I just think it was the angle that did him as much as anything. I'm just pulling it up on my screen here. A bit of Devin Malcolm in the background. There definitely shades of him. He was brilliant, wasn't he? Famous line ahead of that 9-wicket haul against South Africa. I think what they did was they bounced him when he was batting 11. It was at the Oval. And he said to the South African team, "You guys are history." And wasn't he right? 9 for 57.
It was the great Devin Malcolm and Ramesh Kalimuthu putting Vrithi Arvind on the back foot. Experience coming into play of Kalimuthu.
Fanny de Villiers, I think it was, I might be wrong on that, who hit him in the helmet. Devon's batting was not good. It really wasn't. Guided away will be a single. In fact, it was iconically bad. Him and Chris Martin, the New Zealand bunny, probably maybe the two worst of all time. He didn't pretend to be a good batter. So why Fanny de Villiers felt the need to bounce him, I don't know. But South Africa learnt a harsh lesson that day as he took a career best 9 for 57, leading England to victory. Test cricket back then, it was special, wasn't it? It really was. The great West Indies team of the 1980s, 1990s, that's what got me into the game. Good over, really good start from Ramesh. We'll have a commentary change after that. You'll hear from Shard Versakar in a moment. 7 have been bowled. It's 56 for 1.
So 7 overs, 56 for 1, and Vinod Bhaskaran continues, but we have a change in the voice in the comm box. Joining me for the first time in the day is Sharad Vesavkar, the current national player of Nepal. Welcome to the comm box, Sharad.
Hello, good morning to all and good morning to you as well, Mudassar. Uh, Glad to be back here this morning to watch these two teams barrel out, especially UAE batting first. Would love to see Wasim go at his best today.
He's the key, Vinod Bhaskaran for Singapore. Very experienced. Loves to bowl those quicker deliveries, keeping Vritya on his toes. Vinod Bhaskaran. Very good start given by Wasim and Vritya.
Yeah, certainly they look very good. Have built up a small partnership. Vritya coming off that 180 plus runs in the last game. What a batsman he is. I would like to compare him with the Indian Sanju Samson, who's the wicket-keeper batsman. He's so stylish. He's a very good timer of a ball, I believe, Vritya Armid.
A very talented kid. And he has that ample of time whenever he plays those shots towards the covers through the offside. Always looks elegant to Vritya Arvind, especially against the fast bowlers. And there you go, there was a chance put on by the fielder. The ball will race to the fence. Yet another boundary. Lucky escape for Vritya Arvind.
Yeah, seems a good chance there. Fielders, it was Rohan in the cover fielders. Oh, looks, he had a mistimed jump there. Went through the hands, raced away for another 4.
But at this level, you need to take those catches. It was as simple as you get. Survives the last previous encounter against Kuwait. He was dropped on 13 and he went on to make 185. He was dropped on 17. In fact, 19 Vritya. Unlucky, but good over by Vinod Bhaskaran comes to an end. 8 gone, 60 for the loss of 1. Kalimutu will continue. And it's Mohammad Wasim on strike. Width offered on the back foot. And it's a maximum over the point fielder. Excellent shot by Mohammad Wasim.
What a square cut that was. Played over point. Yeah, short and wide. And made full use of it. That's traveled a lot. A long way, in fact.
Oh, there was a fielder with ease. He cleared that fence, Mohammad Wasim. Very watchful. Coming behind the ball, Mohammad Wasim. Now the foot are moving for Mohammad Wasim out there in the middle, going after the bowlers. Initially, he struggled against the swing, especially against the fast bowlers. But now he's adjusting here. Mohammad Wasim taking his time. Kalimutu, the big gap. A slide coming from third man. Just a single. An excellent effort by the fielder. But runs continues to flow for Wasim and UAE.
Yeah, runs are flowing thick and fast. Both of these two looking so good at the crease. I reckon they go to play on more number of overs, UAE will definitely post a big total.
Brilliant effort by the youngster. It was the Puri at extra cover, definitely saving a boundary for his team. There's a prediction, early prediction by Andrew, that they can go past, they will in fact go past 400. The last time he predicted 370, and they posted 371, and he said that Vritya will go past 150. He posted 185.
Yes, with this good batting wicket and in form Vritya Armin and the other batsmen to follow. And it's quite a short boundary in the offside. Things look quite possible for a big one here.
And with that single 9 gone, 68 for the loss of 1. Nine overs, 68 for 1, and Vinod Bhaskaran continues 2 overs, 5 very economical. Unlucky Vritya has been put on in his previous over by Rohan. A slip in place. Once again, that ball keeping low. It's a two-pace surface. It looks like against, especially for the spinners.
Yeah, That one kept a bit low, yeah. Got the outside edge, but thought into the pads of the wicket keeper. Half chance, you can say. Bhaskaran bowling really well on his third over. Very watchful, Arvind.
Yes, there was a chance, but it's not an easy chance. Sharad cannot blame the wicket keeper because the ball kept so low. There was no time and for the wicket keeper to go down, but he's troubling Ritya Arvind here. Vinod Bhaskaran.
Bowling well here with the new ball. Bhaskaran, we had seen in the last game also, he picked up first 2 wickets with the new ball. Starting very well in this innings as well.
Smart piece of bowling continues by Vinod Bhaskaran, not giving any width. A low full toss, a single, and it's Mohammad Wasim on strike against Vinod Bhaskaran. Loves to go after the spinners. Mohammad Wasim, he'll fancy his chances against Vinod Bhaskaran, but Vinod is a very clever bowler. Got the start. He needs to convert this start into big score. Mohammad Wasim, the captain of UAE. Very watchful, showing some respect to Vinod Bhaskaran. It's a long on and mid wicket. 2 fielders right on the boundary region. Easy picking this time for Mohammad Wasim on the back foot with that single. It's 10 gone 70 for the loss of 1.
So after the end of first power play, UAE move on to 70 for just 1 wicket, and isn't Wasim looking good too in this innings? If he gets going, it will be a cracker, isn't it? He will definitely entertain the people watching live.
First power play has been done, and the introduction of a young Puri, the off-break bowler. Akshay Puri. Slip in place, it's a Mohammad Wasim on strike. So 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. Look at that effort by the youngster of his own bowling. Spinners are doing a good job. A chance was created by Vinod Bhaskaran. But still they're keeping things very tight here. Not giving any width to the batters. Never say that when Mohammad Wasim is on strike. Dancing down the track. Goes big over the pavilion for a humongous 6.
Early pressure there for Puri. Could expect that from Wasim. Dancing down, and that's a big one. You could hear the call of catch it from the keeper, but people will catch it only outside the ground probably.
4 maximum and a boundary for Mohammad Wasim so far in the innings of 31. Very aggressive batter, whether it's T10, T20 or 50 overs format. He loves to play his shots. shuffling and playing towards a short mid wicket. Very watchful. He needs to build this innings into a big one, Mohammad Wasim, not to get carried away. Once again, whenever I say this, and Wasim has something up his sleeves, goes straight over the bowler. Fifth maximum of this innings for Mohammad Wasim.
What a hit that is. It's gone a long, long way. Look at those. Look at the swing of the bat. Where's the ball? And it's gone out of the ground actually. Seems. It's 5 sixes already for Wasim.
And quickly, Wasim moves to 37 of 27 deliveries. Under pressure, the bowler, Puri. But as a bowler, you feel you have always a chance when the batter is going after you. You can create that chance. This is six number 3, goes down on one knee. Mohammad Wasim, monstrous hitting continues in this over. Yet another 6 from the blade of Mohammad Wasim, the captain of UAE.
Using his muscles in good use, Mohammad Wasim. Slog sweep over mid-wicket. No fielders there, a very safe shot. It have to be safe. He's clearing the ropes easily. And that's almost struck the wall there. Must be a 90-meter 6, that one, Mudassar.
Definitely, this is a 65-meter boundary, and with ease he's clearing those boundaries. A big man, Mohammad Wasim. Last couple of months have been excellent if you talk about his batting. There was the initial struggle if you talk about Mohammad Wasim in this format. But coming back into his groove, trying out too many things. A quick delivery, wanted to go big, misses the line completely. A good comeback by the youngster Puri. 11 gone, 88 for the loss of 1.
Come on, boys!
11 overs, 88 for the loss of 1. Vinod Bhaskaran continues. Sharad, it's always good to see some new talent, especially coming into this associate cricket. If we talk about Vrityar, Arvind, Mohammad Wasim, the way Kushal Malla played. And yesterday in Malpani, I have seen Yasin Patel, the left arm orthodox from Kuwait. The ball one, he was getting that turn with the new ball. Welcomes Vinod Bhaskaran with a boundary on the back foot, finds the gap. Was it control? Vrityar Arvind. His good form continues here.
Joining the party, isn't it, Arvind? Got that late, got that width outside the off stump. Made full use of it. Well struck 4 runs from Vrityar Arvind. Carrying his good form. Moves on to 29 with that shot. We move to 90 already.
I was talking about these youngsters coming up and showcasing the talent. And it's always good when you have these televised matches. So full marks should be given to the Asian Cricket Council. Brilliant picking shot. Goes down on one knee and with ease clears the fine leg fielder. Yet again finds the rope. Vrityar Arvind.
Played with the angle of the ball coming in the leg stump, and doesn't Arvind play that shot very well, that pickup shot off his legs. That's a bread and butter shot for him. He has made a lot of runs from that shot, be it the spinners or the pace bowlers. That's his go-to area for sure.
Very strong if you talk about his batting, square, both the square of the wickets. Vritti Arvind, a good cricket, sensible piece of batting. You have got, you have got those runs against Bhaskaran. And it's time to take a single and rotate the strike. It's 97 for 1. What a start. UAE has got Captain Mohammad Wasim winning the toss and opting to bat first. They've lost Aryan Lakra early, but what a wonderful partnership between Wasim and Vritya. Bowling in the block hole, keeping it simple. Vinod Bhaskaran looking for his first wicket and breakthrough here.
Yeah, a good effort by the bowler, but couldn't reach to the ball to stop that. It's 12th gone. UAE are 98 for 1.
Twelve overs and 98 for 1. Search of wicket. The captain Datta gets Surendra into the attack. Surendra Chandra Mohan, number 7 jersey. Very hard hitting batter in this lineup. The captain wants something special with the ball from Chandra Mohan. And Wasim on 44, closing on his 50. And UAE need couple of runs for 100.
Yeah, Chandra Mohan, more known as a batter in the team. That was a wide one and put away. That was a very loose ball to start with. Just guided it in the point region. Picks up another 4. That was a very loose one.
Chasing the delivery, and with that 400 comes up for UAE in no time in 12.1 overs. Mohammad Wasim on 48. Good comeback, a bit fuller this time. A very watchful Mohammad Wasim. Still 298 runs behind for that 400 mark. UAE goes big towards the comb box. Excellent shot to go past the 50. Mohammad Wasim, the first 50 in this edition of ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 Nepal. On song, Captain Mohammad Wasim.
Yeah, that's his 750 in ODI cricket in 36 innings. And what a way to bring it. That's gone a long way as well. Beg your pardon, it's List A cricket. He's looking good. That went behind our commentary box. He's looking good, Mohammad Wasim.
He's going after Chandra Mohan. Not in control, taking the thick outside edge races over the third man region. What matters is the 4 runs for Mohammad Wasim and more runs for UAE. Quickly moves to 58. Mohammad Wasim.
Got a short and wide one. Slashed it hard, Mohammad Wasim. Got the outside edge and ran away for a boundary again.
So for 14 runs in 4 delivery, Chandra Mohan. Better delivery on the back foot. He has got those runs in this over. He needs to be sensible out there, Mohammad Wasim. Width offered and easy picking. Goes over the extra cover. One bounce. The boundary. Wasim moves to 62. 13 gone. 116 for one.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Let's hear you. Let's hear you. Shabash.
So after 13th gone, UAE have already moved to 116, going at a run rate of 8.9. Wasim looking dangerous. As Vidya comes in to strike, and Bhaskar for his 5th over.
Good, Vino.
The captain himself, Datta, can bowl.
Vino.
They have used 4 bowlers here. It's the Bhargav, the youngster, who got the only wicket so far in this innings. Yes and no. But at last, managing to put that in the gap. No protection in the deep for Vritya. Timing and placement perfectly matched here by Vritya Arvind. Yet another boundary for this young lad.
Nicely punched that by Arvind again. He's looking in good form. Playing with the field here, Arvind with 3 fielders down in the leg side. The bowler has got very little margin to play with. Slight width given there and made full use of it, Arvind.
Good, 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 Vino. Back me up.
This is where Vritya has been at his best. Got that boundary, and on the very next delivery, a single and rotating the strike.
Shaba Vino. Shaba Vino. Let's get him. Let's get him. Shabash.
121. The loss of one, Mohammad Wasim. Still out there in the middle, scoring those runs very quickly for his team. Vinod Bhaskar and the experience of Vinod. Can he get better off Mohammad Wasim? Keeping it simple,
Good, Vino. Good, Vino. I like this ball.
not inviting the batter to go big. The dimensions of this ground is, if you compare to the other grounds in Mulpani, 60-65 meters boundary here. This big man Mohammad Wasim taking full advantage of this, and he has got 7 maximum so far and 4 boundaries to his name. This is a knock of 62.
It's almost more than 90% of his runs coming in boundaries. It's the 5 singles that's the only one that he has ran,
What a fighter, Vino. Shabash.
and it's 14 done. UAE are 121 for 1.
Shaba, Shaba, boys. Let's go, boys.
So UAE moving up nicely, and slight shuffle in the commentary box again. We have Andrew back here again. A very good morning, Andrew.
Morning, mate. Lovely to be with you. And we are in for a roller coaster ride of entertainment to the highest quality here. Mohammed Wasim very much looks like he is on one for today. You just sometimes get a sense with a batter that they've got that little bit of a laser focus. He loves playing here. He's learning the 50 over game. He's getting better and better at it. For his first 15 or 20 one-day internationals, he only averaged 17 with just 150. But after a really good tournament down in Namibia, where he led his country through as one of the two qualifiers alongside the United States of America to get to that ICC Men's Cricket World Cup qualifier that'll take place in June. He scored good weight of runs, and I think he'll have been disappointed to miss out in the first couple of games in this competition now at the ACC Men's Premier Cup. But on a good wicket against what could arguably be the weakest bowling attack, shorn of their two quickest bowlers, Singapore, remember, both with university commitments. 100 partnerships come off 74 deliveries. And he looks like a guy, I said before we bowled a ball, if he's here at the 20 over mark, UAE are on for a mammoth total. I think they're genuinely hunting down 400 plus.
Absolutely. And there's a change in bowling. Manpreet comes from the pavilion end with some off breaks. Wasim would definitely enjoy this.
He sort of darts them in. Very front on action. Don't think he's the kind who'll get a lot of turn, but he's pretty accurate, and he'll be very flat in trajectory to Wasim in particular. There is no chance he's going to toss it up into his hitting arc. And all the while at the other end, even though he's gone through a few difficult periods, Virya Aravind has cruised to 40 of 41 deliveries, looking like he's in fine touch. Yeah, for Singapore, could be a very, very long morning.
Yeah, seems like it. Love the way Britya is giving his contribution in this partnership. He understands the game well, giving good partnership to his partner Wasim. Just missed a single there, Wasim. Probably 15 gone. It's UAE 123 for 1.
Yeah, it's a deep batting lineup. That is just a suggested order, by no means a rigid one for UAE. They're very flexible with it depending upon the match situation. And to be honest, if these two bat for a little while longer, let's say up to the 25th over or something, I suspect we'll see Asif Khan. I don't think they'll send in Ramesh Shahzad or Rohan Mustafa. They'll just keep going. Wasim looks like a man on a mission to make a very quick 100 and lead his side to a big total. They won't have been pleased to have lost to Hong Kong. It means that it's quite likely, not definite, that they're really playing for the second semi-final slot. We'll see if we can bring you the points tables at some point just to give you a sense as to where this competition is at. Very teasing through the air. Almost like a spin bowler, isn't he, Philippan, at that pace? But because of that defeat to Hong Kong, their destiny in terms of winning the group is not in their own hands. So they're probably playing for second, which if Nepal keep winning, they could set up a semi-final on Saturday. What a super Saturday that would be. Gorgeous drive to the protection. just be a single. And I think UAE would have business and scores to settle if it was UAE versus Nepal in the semi-final. They think that they were robbed in that dramatic game with the DLS about a month ago.
Yeah, that would be an interesting semi-final for sure. In a Super Saturday. Yeah, the crowd will be filling in numbers if that will be what it is. But still a few games to go. You never know. There could be upset with Kuwait beating Hong Kong or even Bahrain coming at top. So yeah, just halfway through the tournament almost. Still, so the table getting much interesting, and that's a very wide one.
Oh dear, 5 freebies. Just as Singapore had a good 10 or 12 deliveries, the teapot is out from the keeper because that was a really poor delivery. Aryan Modi it is with the gloves on. Poor delivery, but also really poor glove work. Just disappointing cricket all around. Look at this. That's a long way down the leg side. It's kept a bit low on him. Keeper can't get anything on it. And it's 5 free runs to the total. Already 13 extras. And even if they have a good 3 or 4 over period, if they don't take wickets, Singapore here, they are staring down the barrel of a massive total.
Most definitely. Yeah, saving his head there, Thilapan. What I have liked about Wasim since he has been the captain, Andrew, it's not just about going bang bang from him. He's having some good selection of shots as well. Yeah, it's 16 overs done. UAE are 133 for 1.
We are going to have a drinks break here, so we'll take a break in the commentary box. Back with you with all the action in about 5 minutes' time. Thank you for watching so far the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023.
16 overs, you have moved on to 133 in quick time, and that's the batting card. Still Ramiz, Asif and Mustafa to come. Will be interesting to see how Asif goes too. Already 7 bowlers used by the captain Datta.
Real difficulty in that first session, that first third of the first innings for Singapore. You might be tossing in the occasional leg break here. I think that was a wrist spinner from Manpreet right into the block hole. Sharada, I know you've got a young family and you've got plenty of things going on in your life, but have you been catching any of the IPL action? Some of the batting, the way the game has gone in the last decade plus, quite extraordinary.
Absolutely. It's changing a lot. The shots being played early on. Even you don't need to have a sighter nowadays. You just go for it. And you can see with the change in rules of the super sub or the impact player coming in, the scores have gone high. You can see almost in every game team scoring over 200 runs now.
I'm not convinced by that impact player rule, just myself, just a personal thing. I like cricket as 11v11, but anyway, that's it for another day. But yeah, just the range of strokes. Oh, Manpreet Singh thinks this is dropped. Might be hard for us to tell. Is this another chance put down? Definite leg break. No wide given. So is that the indicator for certain that that is the second drop chance? It's the keeper. So Aravind is alive, and now so too does Wasim. They have to hold their catches, Singapore. I'm not saying that was easy. That was a very tough chance down the leg side. But Aravind was dropped on 19, and now Wasim has been dropped on 67. The reason I brought up the IPL, Sharad, was just the range of strokes they're playing in terms of the entire 360-degree oval that we play our great sport on. Some deliveries last night that were slower ball bouncers, which is very difficult to hit away. And Surya Kumar Yadav was kind of almost reverse hooking it over his shoulder down to a position you'd never have a fielder. Now, it was going for 6, so it didn't matter. But the innovation, it's brilliant to watch.
He's been brilliant in the last few months, Surya Kumar Yadav. Didn't start off the IPL as he would have loved to, but yes, he's been a revelation in the Indian T20 batting lineup, especially. It's 17 overs done. UAE are 139 for 1.
So here's the state of play. Group A and Group B, both at the halfway stage, exactly. In fact, we've gone past it now with the action starting this morning. Hong Kong and Nepal are sitting pretty. Quite to the contrary, though, Qatar and Singapore, they have it all to do. And then the three in the middle here in this Group B, Bahrain, UAE and Kuwait, duking it out for probably the one spot. I'm not saying Hong Kong are guaranteed and Nepal are guaranteed semi-final places, but because of the 2 wins and critically big wins, so they don't only just have 4 points to their name, they've also got a good net run rate. Aravin's going to pick up a couple thanks to a misfield. So even if they only won one of their last 2 matches, 3 wins with a good net run rate will almost always be enough, because the only way 3 wins will not see you through to the semi-finals if we have a 3-way tie with 3 teams winning 3 each. That is possible, but that net run rate buffer that both Hong Kong and Nepal have because of the margins of their victories. It would take something pretty extreme. They'd have to definitely lose their last two games. So if they take one of each of the two semi-final spots, it leaves a real chock-full middle order of that table. And the problem for UAE was, despite a big win over Kuwait, it was quite a heavy defeat to Hong Kong. So maybe that's why Mohamed Waseem wanted to bat first, put on a massive total, and then restrict Singapore, just to get that net run rate back in order, and most critically, get the 2 points.
Most certainly, that must be the thinking. Oh, that one dipped a bit down the leg side. Quite rightly given a wide. Yes, UAE certainly would be looking for that push in net run rate. As you can see, they have a good start already. Looking at that table, Andrew, you could see still in both the groups, all the 8 teams have a very good chance. That's a big one again. That's almost gone off the ground as well.
Yeah, an almighty strike. Waseem is putting on a clinic, an exhibition of 6 hitting here. I really feel for Eritrea Dutta because he just doesn't have the tools that you need to contain this man. It's such a natural swing of the bat, isn't it? He's so much power. And like so many sort of big, strong men like him, he's such a gentle, kind guy. My God, when he hits the ball, it stays hit. And we saw him star in the ILT 20. That's not going to be the final franchise league he plays in. I'm going to see this man all around the world. This time straighter. Will just be a single. Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I think it's going to take something extraordinary for Singapore to get into this competition. Their net run rate minus 2.2. This start from UAE, the 150 coming up inside 18 overs. They could actually be the first side eliminated if they lose today. Qatar too haven't been at their best. Can't pierce the gap. But the other 3 teams in both of those groups, Malaysia, Oman, Saudi, a brilliant win yesterday. And then Bahrain, UAE, who you're watching here, and Kuwait in Group B, all very much in the mix. And they also all control their own destinies still, despite losing a game. 50 for Veritia Aravind. It's been a stylish, elegant innings. He's looked completely nonplussed. He looks up to the heavens and he points his bat over to his mum and dad, who are about 20 yards across to the right there. 18 bowled. He's got there 52 balls, 8 fours. The score 152 for 1.
Manpreet continuing from the pavilion end, and Vidya showing his class, continuing carrying with his good form, and that's played against the turn through the cover region. What a shot that was. Yeah, Manpreet not happy. A very ordinary effort in the field by the mid-off fielder.
Problem is the outfield is rapid, Sharad, isn't it? Mixing up these off breaks and leg breaks regularly, and that is poor. You've got to get your body on the line. Ramesh Kalamathu, 35 years of age. Pretty lame effort. That's the off break, helped around the corner. Outfield is quick, and the angle of the fielder is wrong. It's going to be 4 more. Crashes into the Turkish Airlines advertising triangle, and the runs, they really are coming quickly, aren't they? We're not even at the 20 over mark yet. 160 nearly on the board. I think 400 might be an underestimation as to where this team are going.
That was nicely clipped away from his legs, Britya. Well struck boundary through the covers. That was a deft touch by him.
problem is that even a good ball like that is going for a single. It was right on the money. Turn and bounce. Aravind rightly played a defensive stroke, but he finds the gap. Really feel for Dutta here because he has no real pace on offer. It's a leg break, and Wasim was happy just to check it down for a couple. His eyes could have lit up. He could have tried going out of the ground as he's hit them before. Spinners, with the exception of Bhaskaran, haven't been incredibly accurate, and because it's such a flat surface, we saw Akshay Puri, who's full of talent, the youngster, but bowling right arm off spin to these two right-handers is not easy. And that's why he's tossing in these leg breaks. That's the power. Boom is right, Sharid. 4 more into the 80s now, Mohammad Wasim.
Striking it well, Wasim. It was just a half shot, not even a big follow through. And look at the way the ball went. One bounce to the ropes. It's moved on to 81 very quickly. Looks for a big one here. Getting close to that 3 figures mark.
The scary thing is for Singapore here, if Wasim gets to 100, what's going to happen then? He is going to go ballistic, and there's still over 30 overs remaining. That's good running as well. He's showing good fitness. Singapore, right now, they are stumbling around the ring. They're being run ragged by an excellent batting performance. 19 bowled, 168 for 1. Great to see fans in, and if you are in the valley here in Kathmandu, come on down for 2 reasons. 1, you're going to see some brilliant cricket. 2, it's not a Nepal game, and the hosts CAN and ACC have come together and said open the gates, free in. Really good to see, and yesterday that word got around. We had a really healthy crowd, maybe 300 or 400 in, probably a few more than that actually. By the time those outside the ground worked out, they could come in for free. And what's more, if you're here at the halfway stage, me and Sharid might come up and say hello. 6 from the moment it left the bat. And that fan there with an umbrella may have needed to use it. It was a bit of a shield. Wasim, his power, it is awe-inspiring. 9 sixes inside 20 overs. This isn't a T20 you're watching. There's still 30 overs to bat after this one.
Look at that whip off his bat. Just a flick of wrist. Although he went for a big one as well, but straight down. Another wide given.
This venue, Sharid, I said it a couple of days ago, it's always been a brilliant cricketing venue. It's turning towards an iconic one though. That is massive. Absolutely huge. Pongo down the ground by the man with the broad shoulders. We've seen Kushal Malla make a 59-ball century. Is Mohammad Wasim about to make a 56-ball one?
That's humongous. He's hit the wall of TU cricket ground. Doesn't he look effortless while hitting those huge sixes? He's moved to 95, just a hit away.
Clubbed, but straight to the man. Just be a single. And the crowd are getting into it. There's more and more really enjoying it. The thing I love about this ground, the home fans, they love good performances by the opposition too. We've seen Aki Bilias famously cheered to the rafters here. Mohammad Wasim's already hit 10 sixes. Kushal Malla did that the other day. He was dismissed soon after. Wasim doesn't look like getting out to me today.
Yes, and my friend Andrew is already on his feet. Yeah, this is pure entertainment. The class of Britya and the power of Wasim. What a combination UAE has.
Yeah, they operate so differently. Aravind is so stylish and Wasim is just so powerful. Beautiful combination to watch. 20 overs have been bowled. It's 184 for one. We just saw the sixes graph there. May have been an ad break. Kushal Malla and Mohammad Wasim, they are leading the charge, leading the way. Verti Aravind not too far behind. This is must-watch stuff. Maybe a Monday morning. You may be supposed to be going about your work at 10:30 a.m. here in Kathmandu. If you're in the valley, just say to the boss, can we just watch this? Let's put it on just for an hour. Let's see what Mohammad Wasim can do. Can he get to 100? Can he get to 200? Because there's more than enough time to do it. We saw Verti Aravind come up just short. He needed 21 in the final over. The first ball went for 6. And then he got out soon after. 4 more. Short, wide, not a good delivery. And right now, UAE are running Singapore ragged.
Yeah, that was a very wide one. Reaches it, Arvind just puts the bat on it. Gets the gap again. He's moving on well, silently as well. Can't say silently. He's getting the boundaries.
Quick single. This could be a chance. Oh, maybe the only way Singapore look like taking a wicket right now because they're not holding their catches. They put down 2. Direct hit, I think, was out.
That was a close call. Yeah, he was home comfortably, Arvind. Good judged run there.
He was quicker than I thought. Credit to Verti Aravind. Here we go. Wasim is a boundary away. We've seen a 59 ball century. Ball striking at the highest quality from Malla. Can Wasim join him? Hit out towards the man in the deep and he cuts it off. Single. Will Kushal Malla keep the record? Will Wasim equal him?
Yeah, looking close, Wasim. Already been a good partnership between these two. They've put on 168 runs already. Arvind slashes that outside the off stump. One thing is guaranteed. Arvind will look to bat through like he did in the last game. Adding insult to injury, isn't it? Wasim scoring those big runs, big sixes. Will he get the 100?
The nervous 90s getting at Wasim a touch. Yeah, it's such an effective combination because the style, the technique, the elegance, the grace of Verti Aravind, then with the awesome and simply awe-inspiring power of Mohammad Wasim. If one of them doesn't get you, the other one will. They are playing with Singapore here. Full toss, and he immediately signals to his teammates, I need new gloves. His bottom hand has come off the bat. He will keep the strike. He's not going to beat Kushal Malla's record of a 59 ball century, but he will be just 2 away. 21 have been bowled, 192 for one. 192 for 1. We're in the 21st over, and as 21 have been bowled, that will give you a little hint. It will indicate it's not a T20 match. But if they had posted 190, that would be a good T20 score. There are the main two, Mr. and Mrs. Aravind. Lovely to have them with us. And they are the lucky charms. I believe Mrs. Aravind has been present for all 4 of Veritia's international centuries. And Mr. Aravind for 3. So Mum's always better than Dad, isn't that right? Here comes Wasim. Cut away, but can't pierce the gap. We've had a shuffle in the commentary box. Mudassir Ali rejoins me. How good is Wasim here?
A good time to come into the comment box. I'm very superstitious. 98.
We all are. Punched into the offside, straight to the man. Wasim wants a second. He's going to think about it. And I think rightly Aravind says, don't run yourself out, captain, not on 99.
Rightly sent back. Wants to get to his 100 mark as soon as possible. Mohammad Wasim. What a knock this lad is playing. Vritia moves to 67 of just 61 deliveries, not putting that extra pressure on Mohammad Wasim. Captain Datta bowling for the first time. An interesting tactics, long on coming in. Inviting Vritia to go big. Keeping things simple, Datta.
The thing I love about our sport is there's so many different ways to get to the top level. 2 right-handed batters here couldn't really be more contrasting. Aravind is stylish and elegant and technically correct. Wasim is a completely different kind of batter. He's a bludgeoner, he's a power hitter, he is all about power hitting and big sixes. But they both are equally effective. This is a sensational partnership. It's taking the game miles away from Singapore. Wasim on the brink of a century.
Complementing each other very well, Vritia Aravind and captain Mohammad Wasim. Wasim just a run away from 100. Already got an ODI 100. This is a list A match.
Just takes a deep breath, takes a moment. Wasim on 99. And there it is. What an innings it's been. Hasn't got there with a big bludgeoning power hit because he hasn't needed to. He has made a 62 ball century, and he says to Kushal Malla, that's what you do. You take your helmet off, you acknowledge the crowd, you acknowledge your teammates. 3 balls slower than Malla's, but nonetheless impressive. It contains 10 sixes, 5 fours. It's the 7th century of the tournament. Babar Hayat, Veritia Aravind, who could get there again today. Rohan Mustafa, Ansuman Rath, Kushal Malla, Abdul Wahid, and now Mohammad Wasim.
Completely a new looking batter, Mohammad Wasim, after that responsibility handed over to him as a captain. He loves to play here, Mohammad Wasim, in the series. 3 matches he has got 116. He struggled in the previous 2 matches, but what a century by this superstar of UAE, Mohammad Wasim.
What we're going to see now, I'll be honest, if you're from Singapore and watching on, could be quite scary. Because now Wasim has got to that moment. The iconic pose, the helmet off, the bat aloft. What is he going to do? I think he is going to go on a blitzkrieg, go on an all-out assault here. There is no pace in this attack. There is nothing really to fear in it. And for Wasim, even mishits are clearing the ropes. This is must-watch stuff. And we could be in for after an hour and 40 minutes of epic entertainment for I don't quite know what.
So run feast here at TU International Ground, Kirtipur, Nepal. Kathmandu, 196 for 1. Ramesh Kalimuttu. Very watchful. Look at that placement and excellent effort coming in the deep by the fielder. Definitely saving a couple of runs for his team. You need to put those kinds of efforts to lift your team.
I think it's Vinod Bhaskaran down at deep third. It is good work. You'll learn a lot about your players. You'll learn a lot about their character today if you're the Singapore head coach. They are being put to the sword. What can they find? It's almost into death bowling already, isn't it? In the 23rd over. You talk about doubling your score from the 30th over, not from the 25th. I was talking about 400 earlier. Are we realistic? Are we actually talking about 500 today?
You never know when Andrew is in the com box. When he says 500, you can bet on this. Now they are 198 for one in just 23rd over. Two men looking good. Mohammad Wasim got to his 100 and Rithi on 70. Still the likes of Asif Khan Behruz yet to come in this lineup.
Well, England very, very nearly did it last summer against the Netherlands there at the phenomenal VRA ground at Amstelveen. 498 they made in an ODI. This isn't an official ODI, but the 200s come up in 23 overs. The perfect cover drive. Wasim shows he is poise and technique too. With 23 bowled, it's 203 for one. There's all the bowlers used. 8 of them. And you really do feel for Aritra Dutta. He's shorn of his 2 best bowlers, arguably. Janak Prakash and Aryaman Uchil both missing out with university commitments. But if you're in Kathmandu, you may have a chance to come down and witness history here. I think I'd be saying to my boss, let's take a morning off. Let's go together. Because I think it's not just 400 the UAE are thinking about. I said that 16 overs ago. I think we could be looking at 500. It's only been passed once before in a List A match. We're still waiting on clarification for that. That was Tamil Nadu. No surprise. It was at Bengaluru in that Chinnaswamy Stadium where the runs flowed. England nearly got there in an international. 498. That was against the Netherlands in the Super League last summer. It's the way batting's going. You see 10 and over very regularly. Oh, huge. Huge. Look out up top. That is massive. Wasim, he is simply awesome.
Raining sixes here in TU International Cricket Ground. It's Mohammad Wasim's show. Look at that hit. Strong man, Mohammad Wasim goes big straight over the bowler. Yet another maximum for Mohammad Wasim. That score of 506 looks a bit in danger. If we talk about the List A highest team scores, UAE moves to 210 in just 24th over.
Yeah, who was that made that 500? Again, we can't give you clarity on whether it's an official List A game. We're not still working through that process. I think it was Tamil Nadu, wasn't it? It's probably in the Vijay Hazare Trophy or something like that in India. That was last November. But it's the way batting is going. It's the way the sport has evolved. You get 10 and over regular in a T20. So batters are now saying, why don't we do it? Or try to at least get 7, 8 and over in a 50 over game. And the problem, the scary thing for Singapore here, there's only 24 overs bowled. We're not yet at the halfway stage. There's already 211 on the board. 450 plus is on. It's 211 for one. projected scores, 12 and over, is over 500. I think over 400 is almost a matter of consequence now. I know that sounds ridiculous. 400 plus very much on the cards. Current run rate will get them to 439, and that's not taking into account any acceleration or any Asif Khan action. He's probably got the pads on now, I suspect. Akshay Puri returns for his second over. And there is Mr. Aravind, a wise sage, watching on with his youngster. So proud. Youngster doing the business in the middle. Field for Singapore here, very difficult.
They never trouble the batters. Talking about the trouble, this one sharply coming into Vritya Arvind. Lucky runs for Vritya. Thilipan was a bit slow. The ball wins the race and Vritya moves to 75 with that boundary, and UAE 216 for 1.
This is the problem. Like, this is a good delivery. It's turned, it's caused issues, and Arvind's done well to keep it out. And the inside edge, with the outfield being so quick, just scampers away for 4. Same with Wasim. Even some of his miss-hits have been clearing the rope. Definitely has 1 or 2 off the toe that have gone for 6. As a consequence, very few dots have been possible. Look at that. Beautiful to see.
These are the parents of Sanchit Mohan Sharma. Grandfather, grandmother. And this is a younger brother. It's good to see parents coming all over from Dubai to here and supporting their kids. And I wish Vritya's parents come and support him in each and every game. Whenever his parents are here, he played with a lot of caution, and look at the discipline, the way he's batting, getting those runs.
Funny how that goes, isn't it? Some other parents may consider their presence a hindrance. It's the opposite for Aravind. We're at the halfway stage of the first innings. UAE, they are soaring to the skies here in the land of the gods in the Himalayas. It's 218 for 1. That's who we have to come for UAE, if they're needed. The way these two are batting, it's looked pretty flawless, pretty hit into the leg side. Small boundary, 6 more. It's a miss hit, and it still goes for 6. That is his 12th maximum. He is smashing the ball to every part of this TU International Cricket ground.
62 meters boundary on the leg side, and miss it, and still going past the fence. Maximum for Mohammad Wasim. Going down on one knee, swept behind the square, ball racing towards the fence, dealing in boundaries. Mohammad Wasim moves to 125 with that 4.
Well, I'm calling it now, and I'm calling it a bit late. 500 plus is on, and it's on at a big weight. That's a miss hit that's gone over the rope, and he swept him around the corner for 4. Singapore right now, they've no answer.
Andrew's predictions are much like a share market graph, just going up, 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 and up. And 125 to Wasim. Can he get to that double 100? There's always a chance.
Down the ground. 6 more, and that has caused real damage. A dent into the sight screen. This blew over a couple of days ago with the wind. Wasim's trying to knock it over.
Dealing in boundaries, Mohammad Wasim this time targeting the side screen. Lucky escape for cameraman. Brave enough to be seated on the chair. Look at that dent on the side screen.
Look out, guys. We need to send some cricket helmets up there. You could be in trouble. Keep up the great work. We know how hard you're working out in the heat. Tossed up and completely miss it for 4. If he's got half of that, that's going to go out of the ground. And Dutta's part-time leg breaks, the captain, are being treated with real disdain.
Mohammad Wasim has made up his mind to go after each and every delivery. In top gear, Mohammad Wasim finds the boundary yet again in this over. He's coming hard on the captain. Datta leaking runs here.
In 4 balls in this over, it's gone for 20. Drags back the length. It will only be a single this time. In fact, it's going to be a couple because of the misfield. Wasim wants to strike again. He wants to cash in more. Dutta's got the double teapot out. The captain not happy. But the reality is Singapore are being taken apart here.
That a slight fumble, though there was a fielder in the deep. Look at the running between the wickets. The lightning quick Vritti Arvind and Mohammad Wasim went into the 25th over. But still looks like a fresh legs. Low full toss, goes down on one knee. Out of the park goes Mohammad Wasim, sends Datta once again out of the park with that maximum.
And the 26th over has gone for 28 runs. UAE are motoring thanks to Mohammad Wasim. It's 246 for 1.
Let's go, Akshay! Come on, boys, come on, lads!
Well, this is quite something. We've seen 14 sixes. We've seen 22 fours, and we're only in the 26th over. We're now the 27th. All 14 of those sixes have been hit by Mohammad Wasim. He's striking at a rate approaching 200, 185, and he is saying that I'm thinking of a maiden double 100. He's saying he's thinking of 500 for his team. You heard me correctly, 500. They're almost halfway there. And records could well be about to tumble here in Kathmandu.
Talking about the records of Vritti Arvind yet again involved in a double 100 partnership, this time with Mohammad Wasim. First match against Kuwait, he had a partnership with Rohan Mustafa, 275 runs partnership between him and Rohan Mustafa. Coming down the track, goes big over the extra cover, yet again a maximum for Mohammad Wasim.
You've got a feel for Puri here. He hasn't done a lot wrong. Problem is, it's such a short boundary in the offside, and he's got so much protection in the deep on the leg side. Only 4 men allowed out at this stage. So he's got long off and long on out, and then 2 others in the deep on the leg side. But what Wasim has done cleverly is he's opened up his shoulders. It's another 6. It's the 15th one. More reinforcements to the offside. I think he's going to try and dart it in outside the off stump. Tosses it up. Brave bowling from the youngster. 150 to Mohammad Wasim's name. It's come without a care in the world, with power of real world-class ball striking. This isn't one of the best batters in associate cricket. This is one of the best batters in the world right now. He is simply sensational, Mohammad Wasim. When he's good, there's nobody else who can match him. 15 sixes, 150 to his name, and still more than 20 overs to bat.
10 other landmark in his short career. Mohammad Wasim, the first 150 in 50 overs format for him. Look at that, taking that first run quickly. They're excellent between the wickets, Mohammad Wasim and Vritti. It's a batting paradise out here in TU International Ground. Records are tumbling here in ACC Premier Cup 2023 Nepal.
Straight down the ground, 6 more. All too easy right now for Mohamed Wasim. Again, this isn't even out of the middle of the bat. And the umpires are going to be getting repetitive strain disorder from lifting their arms aloft. It's a 16th-6. It's 261 for 1.
Short of words, it looks like a highlight. It's just 4s and 6s from Mohammad Wasim. It's out of the park. New balls, please.
Not sure if they know it's the end of the over either. Purdy is waiting to bowl his next delivery. Nick Bista, one of our cameramen there, went a bit viral, having to get the dancing feet out. It's okay, Nick, we got reinforcements coming up. We've got builders' helmets, we've got protective equipment. You're going to need it because Wasim, he's dealing the maximums right now, and they are calling for new balls. This partnership, 239, Mudassar. We spoke about today being the litmus test in terms of how would they react to a defeat. I know we're only a quarter of the way through the match. I think it's fair to say pretty well.
I feel pity for the Singapore, but look at that partnership, 239 runs partnership of just 152 balls. Was well dominated by Mohammad Wasim on 151 and well supported by the young lad Ritya. 19 4s and 16 6s. Second wicket partnership. Records are tumbling down here in Kirtipur, TU International Ground. UAE dominating here against Singapore at last. They realized it was the end of the over, 27 gone, 261 for the loss of 1.
You really do feel for Singapore here because this could get very, very ugly over the course of the next 90 minutes or so. The reality is they are going to go down to a heavy defeat here, even though we're only a quarter of the way through the game. And they have to find a way to take wickets to stem this flow. They're going to go to their youngster, the young quick, Aditya Bhargava. I think both of these batters will enjoy the extra pace on the ball. There's a great culture of the game in Singapore. There's a thriving club scene, over 5,000 registered players, and that most famous ground there in Padang in the heart of the city centre, the Singapore Cricket Club. Guided away very nicely. Will be a couple. But I think the lesson they're getting here today, I think being honest, oh, here we are, we just found one of the herds of cows. Don't know where they are. Oh, they're just outside the back of the ground, look at that. Here you are, lads. Careful of the flying cricket balls, please, cow 1, 2, 3 and 4.
They're clever enough, they're just moving away from the ground. A rare dot delivery.
I think what they're getting, Mudassar, here is a really tough lesson in the realities of the best associate sides now in the world. UAE would count within that. The exposure, the additional exposure that those top 7 are now top 8, with Netherlands coming back in to Cricket World Cup League 2 have from 50 over cricket. It's pulled them away. And being honest, the fitness levels, the fielding, the strength and conditioning of the Singapore players, that needs work. And that was one of the things I was impressed with Saudi Arabia yesterday. Their head coach, who has experience amongst the leading associates, Kabir Khan, did coach Afghanistan, and he took them through to become a test nation. First thing he's done when he's come in, all he's focused on is fitness and strength and conditioning. He's taken 30 players and he said to them, we need to be as fit as the other teams we go and play against them. And I think that's a good lesson that Singapore could take back to their thriving club scene. Identify, they do have young talent. Akshay Puri is a serious cricketer. Janak Prakash, who's not here, Aryaman Uchil. I think this youngster bowling now, Aditya Bhargava, has got more than a good bit of potential. Into the block hole, powered down the ground, 4 more. That's not a bad delivery, it's just an excellent shot. Wasim always putting on a batting clinic here, how to power a hit in the modern game.
It wasn't a bad delivery. Look at that timing and the placement by Mohammad Wasim, generating that power yet again in his shots, finding those boundaries on regular intervals. Now Mohammad Wasim moves to 160.
Now, there's a man down there. Can he get the catch? He can. Big moment. And the youngster's got a second. That may stem the flow because Wasim was going at nearly 200 and well bowled. Credit to the youngster. He's dug it in. And because it's the longer side of the ground, he's forced him to hit 2. That would have gone for 6 at the other end. Instead, he's picked out the deep third fielder. It's been highly entertaining. It's been an innings of the highest quality, but Wasim, he has to go.
Full marks to this youngster. Just surprising Wasim with that back of line delivery. Short delivery and excellent catch taken. The third man by Manpreet Singh. The end of a wonderful, excellent knock. The captain Mohammad Wasim. 160 in just 82 deliveries. UAE 268 for the loss of 2.
Gorgeous shots being provided by our drone camera. Maybe a bit of a surprise. We felt that it was ripe time to push on and think of 500 and get Asif Khan to the crease. Instead, it's the regular number 4. It's Ramesh Azad, who, very fine player, won't score quite as quickly as Asif Khan. Maybe is there an element of the UAE looking at the tournament that comes ahead after this and wanting to get overs and time in the middle into Ramesh Azad and get him back towards his best. And come back to that. We'll have a commentary change after this. 28 bowled. It's 268 for 2.
Shavino!
Last sigh of relief for Singapore as the Advitya Bhargava got better of Mohammad Wasim. He was expensive, but he got that big wicket, made 160, the captain of UAE. So Vinod has been introduced, and it's the right time for me to introduce in the comm box. It's the Sharad. Welcome back, Sharad. It's a run feast here in Kirtipur TU International Ground.
Yeah, that's very rare to see. Haven't seen this kind of score in 28 overs. Maybe it's for the first time.
Inside out, Vritti Arvind, Though he has lost his captain, but he continues to get those boundaries for UAE. Ritya moves to 87, man in form in this tournament. The young lad, excellent shot. Not a poor delivery, but look at that adjustment, Sharad.
Yeah, you could see him bending his back knee to get that elevation under the ball. And beautiful timed it. Using that short boundary in the offside. 6 more runs and Britya is moving to yet another 100. Just 13 short of it.
With the tournament, this lad is having wicketkeeper batter Britya Arvind. Making room and found the gap. No protection in the deep ball. Races towards the fence. Back-to-back boundary for Britya Arvind.
Look at this shot. Made room for himself. Using that gap. No fielders outside the 30-yard. Moves on to 91. His runs has come in a quicker pace as well. Not as fast as Wasim. But he certainly is scoring above that strike rate of 100.
Into 90s, the Britya. Sensible piece of batting. Not sure whether the UAE team knows about the record of 500. We're expecting Asif Khan Behrooz to come in at the fall of the captain's wicket, but it's Ramesh Shahzad, the experience and one of the finest batters in this lineup of UAE, making a comeback this year. He was with the team, traveled to Namibia, scored that crucial 50 against not mistaken against the Jersey, and get those 2 points for UAE, 279 for 2.
As Bhaskaran continues for his 6th over. Ramiz, who has just come in, making a comeback in this UAE side. A very good player. I remember him scoring 100 against West Indies in the last qualifier. Been playing for the UAE team from a long time actually.
Loud appeal, caught in front. The finger goes up. It's a duck for Ramesh Shahzad. Excellent piece of bowling by Vinod Bhaskaran, keeping it simple. The batsman committed on the front foot, beating the bat.
That looked a close one, unless he has got an inside edge. That looked dead in front. Hit him in the back foot. Ramesh Shahzad goes off without scoring. UAE are 279 for 3.
Was there an edge after pitching? It was just going down the leg. The decision stays with the umpire and he needs to depart. Did not trouble the scorers. It's the end of Ramesh Shahzad. 29 gone, 279 for the loss of 3. Asif Khan, the right-hand batter, the run machine. 34 matches, 1033 runs and the strike rate 82.4. He has been in extraordinary form this season. 41 balls, 100 at the same venue against Nepal, but he was on the losing side. He has a couple of hundreds to his name, but both the times he scored the 100. UAE went on to lose the match.
Yeah, probably he would not be happy. Rami is trying to defend that. Probably just missed the bat. Seems, yeah, he was disappointed. Very tough to see from this angle that if he got any bat on it.
So 2 wickets in 2 overs. Singapore now slowly pulling things back. These are parents of Vritya. Nicely played. Straight towards the fielder. Sit him in the com box. The current Nepal international player Sharad. Just talking about the rise of Nepal, especially in the associate circuit. It has been tremendous, especially that last 1.5 year. They were struggling at one stage, but winning 11 out of 12 matches and qualifying for that place in Zimbabwe for the qualifiers for 50 overs World Cup. What a turnaround! The team is playing as a unit.
Absolutely no doubt about it. Yeah, it's nothing short of a miracle actually to win 11 out of 12 in this level actually. Yeah, they have turned things around for their favor. I have to give credit to the coach and the team as well. Not to forget Can as well. The board has done a very big job in bringing Monty back to this team. He was here with the under 19 team as a mentor, but hasn't he made a difference in this team?
Different kind of stories if we talk about Nepal and UAE. Same goes with the UAE. They were struggling big time. But last couple of months, they found that mantra towards the winning ways. It's always good to have a unity in your team. You play for your partner, you run for your partner, you take those runs for your partner, you help your team. The fielders putting that extra effort, taking those catches, helping your bowler to get those wickets. It's a team game. What a rise we have seen lately in associate cricket of Nepal and UAE. It's Advitya, the youngster. Advitya, very watchful, not at all in a hurry. You worked hard for this 93, get those 7 runs, get to that magic figure, then play your shots.
Yeah, most probably that's the way to go. He's actually looked effortless for me, the way he scores his runs. Never looked in a hurry. Rightly said there by Mudassir. What a youngster, what a find for UAE. Yes, talking about UAE and Nepal, they have always been neck and neck. Play their cricket hard against each other. Would be a great semi-final if these both lock horns this Saturday. Big crowds coming in. Would be an interesting one.
Cut hard. Finds the gap. Ball races towards the fence. Off the mark. Asif Khan Behrooz with the boundary. The run machine is out here in Kirtipur, TU International Ground. He loves to bat in TU International Ground. He has the record 41 balls, 100 against Nepal.
Nicely cut there, right in the gap. Starts off with a boundary. Asif, right where from Wasim left, Asif Khan has started the same. Yeah, has represented the Pakistan under 19 as well, Asif Khan. What a start he has had to his career in UAE. Would look to get some big runs today as well. If he gets going, UAE are sure to put up a mammoth total here. It's 30 overs gone. UAE are 285 for 3.
30 overs, 285 for the loss of 3. Look at the top. Captain Mohammad Wasim, 160 he managed in just 82. Young lad Ritya, the wonder kid of UAE, 93. 7 runs away from that magic figure. Vinod Bhaskaran will continue, and between the com box will continue Sharad.
Yeah, what an innings that was by Wasim. The best I have seen from him in 50 overs format.
Let's go, Vino, let's go, Vino.
Almost at a strike rate of 200. And mind you, this is not a T20 game. Scored 162 off just 80 balls, that is 82 balls. Amazing display of batsmanship.
It's a proud moment for all of us. The way we have seen the talent, especially in this year's ACC Men's Premier Cup, which is happening in Nepal. Another lad, Kushal Malla from Nepal, playing that blinder. And talking about the blinder, we have Asif Khan Behrouz dealing in boundaries, hit hard down the ground, no stopping, ball racing towards the fence, and they are enjoying the parents of Vritya here. And on the right was Sanchit Mohan Sharma's dad and his grandfather.
A beautiful shot there by Asif, firmly hit right in the gap. 4 more runs. Singapore would have been happy to see the back of Wasim for a start, but they are in further trouble if they don't get the back of Asif. They need to send him back in the dressing room, otherwise it's going to be trouble for Singapore.
Asif Khan Behrouz alongside Vritya. Very watchful, taking those singles. Talking about Asif Khan Behrouz, Sharad, he scored a number of runs in domestic circuit, but he was never selected. He got a couple of chances, but he was dropped. Then he went on to score those big runs. At last he got that opportunity in Nepal. With both the hands he grabbed the opportunity and scored those big runs. Now he's a regular in this side, Asif Khan Behrouz. The support of the fans always plays a crucial role, I believe, for cricket especially. When he was not getting picked in the national side, there were so many supporters taking that social media and posting about Asif Khan Behrouz, coming in support of Asif Khan Behrouz, the love he got from the fans in UAE. Now the results are clearly showing here.
Absolutely, have heard a lot about him in the domestic cricket in UAE. It's the 31st over done. UAE are 294 for 3. And there's a drinks break in between. We'll have a short break in the commentary box as well. We'll be back in a short while.
coming back live after the short break. So Bhargava will continue, and the innings of Ritya Arvind continues, and continues with me in the com box is Sharad. Entertainment. It's all about the runs so far in ACC Men's Premier Cup Nepal 2023. What a paradise we are having. It's a paradise, the land of heaven, as we say, the Nepal, and we do have a batting paradise here.
Absolutely. The pitches in TU have been very batting friendly for last 6 months or so. Need to give credit to the curators here. Done a fantastic job. Lush green outfield, good batting wicket. What more do you say? Those drone shots from behind the Kirtipur Stadium, where the Ayurvedic hospital is situated. Beautiful scenes. Waiting for the day when the floodlights will be installed in TU Cricket Ground. If you know Mudassir, the Prime Minister here has given direction to the Sports Council to install a digital scoreboard and floodlights as soon as possible. We hope we can see the next ODI series between UAE and Nepal under floodlights.
Always a great news, and this will encourage for the players as well as for the supporters here. You will have more games. It's not only the day games. We will have a day and night games here. Slowly, they're progressing very well. If you talk about the Nepal cricket, and I was in Malpani. I have covered almost 3 games there, and I came to know from the groundsmen they worked really hard to get this ground ready for, particularly for this tournament, and I was very much surprised the way they have made those surfaces. Full marks should be given to the curator and groundswomen and as well as groundsmen there in Malpani. My whole career I haven't seen groundswomen. This is the first time in Nepal. I'm watching a hard-working team in Malpani. Excellent job they have done, and same goes with this ground, TU International Cricket Ground. I'm loving this visit to Nepal.
Rightly pointed out, Mudassir. They have been working very, very hard to get that ground ready. Mulpani as well. The second international ground added in Nepal. That ground used to be only used for domestic games previously. As Ritya Arvind guides that down to the third man. For another single. Yeah, have you got an opportunity, Mudassir, to go around the town a bit? How's your visit till now?
As of now, no, because it's a very tight schedule, back-to-back matches. I have got to a couple of few restaurants. I like the food. Was a bit worried. This is my first trip, so I was a bit worried about the food and how the people will be. But some lovely bunch of lads. I have met a few in the airport while coming to Nepal. I'm having a lots of fun here, and maybe on an off day, thinking and planning to go somewhere and just try out few new things in Nepal. 32 gone, 297 for 3.
So Arvind moves on to 98. Just too shy of that second 100 in this tournament. He's played very well till now.
Good Aritra, good Aritra. Come on, boy.
As of now, 7 centuries have been scored, including Mohammad Wasim, and can be the second century of this tournament for Ritya Arvind on 98. Width offered, gently pushed, not at all in a hurry, just a single. They're taking some time. Now that 500 looks distance for UAE, but that 100 is somewhere near for Vritti Arvind.
Just one shy now, one hit away. Ritya Arvind.
Let's go, Vino!
He'll definitely make his parents proud, who have come here a long way to watch him bat. Hasn't it added? And that's given. Tried to flick it off the back foot, and Vinod gets a second one. The big Asif Khan, the big wicket of Asif goes. UAE are 4th down now. In some trouble.
Experience of Vinod Bhaskaran strikes again. This time the run machine departs. Asif Khan pushing him on the back foot. An arm delivery misses the line completely. Straight away he knows, not at all waiting for the decision. Right decision made by the on-field umpire. That's the end of Asif Khan Behrooz, managing just 11 of 9 deliveries with the help of 2 boundaries. Big wicket for Vinod Bhaskaran, and Singapore 298 for the loss of 4 UAE.
Vino, Vino!
In comes Rohan Mustafa. Look at the experience he has got. 118 matches. 2,500 runs. A left hand, right hand combination in this play. Would be interesting how he goes by about his innings.
What a spell this lad is having. The experience of Vinod Bhaskaran. 2 wickets, Rami Shehzad, then Asif Khan Behrooz. It's Rohan Mustafa facing Vinod for the first time. Look at that running between the wickets. Very quick. And a fumble resulting in couple of runs. When he's there out in the middle, you never know, those singles turning into doubles.
Yeah, the hustler Rohan is. He won't miss out on those opportunities to run. Yeah, nicely off the mark. He'll take his time, Rohan. Keep playing those singles and doubles, keeping that loose balls away. And here comes Ritya back on strike. Ritya Arvind eyeing his second 100 in this tournament. What a player he is. He's taken 95 balls, 13 fours, 1 sixes. Above a strike rate of 100. Let's see if he can get this 100 in this ball.
On 99, Ritya Arvind. Very watchful. There you go, Ritya, the wonder kid of UAE. Yet another century, making his parents proud, making everyone here and back home. There you go, the parents of Ritya Arvind. Young lad, he has that knack of scoring those hundreds for UAE, and he loves to play here, Sharad.
What an emotional moment for his parents. Haven't they look happy for him? What a moment for the family. Well played, Ritya. It's 33 overs done. UAE are 303 for 4. Look at them smile. High fives. Amazing to see the support from his parents. Look at the high five going.
They worked really hard behind this player. They gave up everything for this lad. Wherever he went, they traveled with him. The parents of Vritti Arvind. You need that kind of support from your parents, and now the results are coming in from Vritti Arvind. Century number 4, and this is the second century in this tournament. The leading scorer so far, Vritti Arvind, 185 in his first match, the same venue, and out cheaply in Mulpani against Hong Kong. This time manages yet again and 100, unbeaten on 101. He's out there with Rohan Mustafa, 303. This is the second time they have posted a total above 300. Special talent for Arvind.
Amazing, amazing talent. What a find for UAE. I've already said, already played 44 matches, just 20 years young. Gonna play for a long, long time for UAE, and that's a big wicket. Rohan goes. It's back-to-back wickets coming for Singapore. That's a good catch by Modi. That turned and jumped, took the outside edge of Rohan, and he walks away without even the umpires raising the finger up. Look at that. Turn and bounce. Nicely taken. Juggled it a bit. Did well to manage to take that catch.
Wickets are tumbling down for UAE. It's Rohan Mustafa. Just made 3 of 3 deliveries. UAE 303 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, in comes Ayan Khan. Another youngster who has been so impressive early in his career, just 16 matches in his List A career, but already scored 315 runs and an impressive strike rate of 81.8, batting in the middle order. That's impressive to say the least.
Ayan Afzal Khan, young but extraordinary player, very talented. The days of under 19, he showed everyone what an amount of talent he has, especially that under 19 World Cup plate final against West Indies. He scored 92 runs, and UAE went on to win the plate final. It is the dugout of UAE. Mudassar Nazar, the coach, he played a crucial role as Monty Sir is playing for Nepal.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Mudassar. In a short time, hasn't he brought back UAE in good form?
Absolutely, Sharad. And when they have lost against Hong Kong, the next day was the Eid day. They lost the match. They were in the ground. Everyone was thinking that coach will have some harsh word. Straight away he said, "Relax, guys. Tomorrow is the Eid day, so you just go out and enjoy." So this is the positive message you need to send to the lads. Yes, they have lost against Hong Kong, but it's not the end of the journey. They have a couple of more games, and here we go. They are scoring those big runs. Mohammad Wasim, now Ritya. So it's always you need to have a right combination of players as well as the management and the other, the strengthening coach, assistant coach, your friend Ahmad Raza, former captain of UAE.
Yeah, hasn't he done a good job as well? Ahmad just retired It's 34 done. UAE are 304 for 5. So it's match 11. Singapore bowling first. You can see the bowling card. 8 bowlers used. Out of that, Vinod Bhaskaran has been impressive, picking up that 2 wickets. 35th over in progress. You can see the UAE dugout. A bit disappointed would be Rohan. Couldn't get off a good start today. But nonetheless, the team in a very good position. 304 for 5. What a start.
Foundation has been laid by the captain, and Vritti Arvind still strong out there in the middle. Still, after the 15 overs left in this innings, now they are charging up the fielders of Singapore. 7 fielders inside the 30-yard circle, putting that pressure. Vinod Bhaskaran.
Bowled well, Vinod, in his 9th over. Probably UAE would look to play out his overs. He's been the bowler to watch out for Singapore. Need a small partnership here, Vritti and Ayan, the 2 youngsters. Clipping it away nicely down the leg side. Running away. Slight misfield. But did well to stop before the boundary, Manpreet. 3 runs taken.
Just drifting towards the legs of Ayan Afzal Khan and nicely nudged towards the fine leg. There you go. And there was a chase by the fielder Manpreet at fine leg and putting that slide a bit early. And because of that fumble, 3 runs have been added to the total. Ritya on strike. Now he'll be very watchful, and he wants to make sure he stays till the end for the UAE, and he has ample of time. And can he go past 150? Ritya Arvind, half of the side back in the hut for UAE.
Vritti Arvind guiding that down with the angle of the bowler over the short fine leg fielder. Manpreet does well again. Stop that 2 runs. Could see nice half sweep, half scoop shot played just over the head of the fine leg region. It's 35 overs done. UAE are 309 for 5.
Look at the graph of UAE, the 28 runs which was scored by Mohammad Wasim against Datta. Looks like a Burj Khalifa here.
Yeah, isn't that the tallest tower? Probably 27 runs of that over. Almost 28 it is. Some big towers there for sure. Probably around 10 overs are gone over the 15 runs mark as Manpreet comes in from the Chobar end. Ayan nicely guides that down to the 3rd man region. Another 4. Started off well, Ayan Khan. Manpreet just bowling that outside the off stump, that much needed room to play it late. Nicely guided.
Just 17 years old, and look at that confidence. Just waited for the delivery. The placement has been excellent. The timing has been perfect by Ayan Afzal Khan, fetching his first boundary, and he moves to 8. Ayan Afzal Khan. His father was an ex-player, cricket player, used to play in back home in India in Goa. Worked really hard on his kid. He was just 11 years old and he used to have a very strict and disciplined diet. The
Good money,
scheduling
Samani!
of this lad for practicing and playing those matches, he used to go out of the home early morning 5 a.m. and used to come back after all those practice session matches late night 10 p.m. The amount of time and everything has been put in by his father and his mother. Kudos to them, proud parents. Another youngster in this lineup, Ayan Afzal Khan. And lately in the ILT, he was with the Gulf Giants. They were the champion side. So many good things happening for UAE. The youngsters getting a right chances at the right time, and the confidence shown by the management is tremendous.
Absolutely. And what a player he is. Good with the bat, good with the ball, and a live wire in the field as well, Ayan Khan. Started his career very well for the senior UAE team. It's been 36 overs done. UAE are 313 for 5. So the projected score, as you can see in the screen, if it's around 8 runs per over from now, they'll be well over 400. Nice sweep shot by Irvin as he carries his bat. We'll have a slight change in the commentary box. Back comes our good mate, Andrew Leonard. As I would expect, he would get his Nepali citizenship soon as well.
Well, Dandavad Sharad for that introduction. Tiksa, Ikdam Tiksa.
Ekdam thik sir. Glad to see you learning Nepali as well.
Ramarosa, I'm trying. Gadzap, Namaste. We're getting there, bit by bit. There's not enough, but I've got a bit. I need to learn more. Bit by bit, piece by piece. Back to the cricket. We have a critical partnership here for UAE to get up to 450, 400 plus. Ayan Khan is going to need to combine with Ferdi Aravind, and that's what he's doing. He's into double figures already, and even Bhaskaran not spared.
Yes. Starting well, Ayan Khan slashes that out, flat bats it towards the cover, and Bhaskaran comes in for his last over.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about young talent and Ferdi Aravind. We will be waxing lyrical about him for the rest of this innings, I'm sure, but to think of the 17-year-old Ayan Khan, who is worth his weight in gold as a left-arm spinner, his batting very, very capable as well. And he's 17. That's going to get better and better. So I think what we're going to see here is probably a bit more maturity from Ayan Khan than we saw from the highly experienced Asif Khan and Rohan Mustafa, who both found a way to get in and get out, and Ramesh Shahzad. Just after that flurry of wickets, UAE coming back strongly again. 13 overs still remain. 450 very much on the cards. 321 for 5. Credit to Vinath Bhaskaran. 10 overs, 2 for 61 when Carnage has been all around him really. Manpreet and Ramesh also able to hold their heads high. Everyone else going at 10 and over or close to it at least. As I think there might just be 5 or 6 overs here, maybe even 3 or 4 of consolidation now. So that big 28 run over where one captain smashed the other all the way around the ground. I think these two are just going to knock it around wisely and still find boundaries. That's how quick the outfield is. I know it's the shorter side of the ground. Very well timed by Ayan Khan.
Yeah, just rocked in the back foot. Just a half jab at the ball and runs away. The fielder trying to have a diving stop, but probably should have gone round the ball.
You can just see the maturity about the way in which Ayan Khan plays. He's recognised there was a little flurry of wickets before he came in. Hasn't really taken any risk yet, and he's already scoring at a run a ball. We got to have a quick chat with Varitia's parents, and I said the streak continues. That's the 5th century. Mrs. Aravind has watched live with her own eyes now. I said, what happens if they get to the final, guys? They said, we might have to fly back because they're due to go home tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always good to have that support from your parents. I was getting goosebumps here watching his parents standing up for him, clapping for him, supporting him in that fashion.
It's angling down. Yeah, it really is what it's all about. It's a family sport, and those family members, they give up so much to support their sons or their daughters, brothers or sisters, to chase their dreams, and that's what Aravind is doing. Met Sanchit Sharma's parents as well, and Sanchit's younger brother. You know, looked like a nipper, 4 or 5 years old. He'll be the next generation as this one not out of the middle. Slog sweep attempted. Aravind will keep the strike, smiles all around. It's 327 for 5. Give you a quick update from the Mulpani cricket ground where Malaysia are taking on Oman. That's a really important contest. This game is really looking like it's travelling inexorably in one direction, the direction of sending UAE to 2nd place in the table. In fact, they might even leapfrog into 1st depending upon the margin of victory. Good stroke. Fine leg is up in the circle, and oh no, one of our ground staff has actually been struck there. Don't think they could get out of the way of it. Hope they're all right. Another boundary goes Aravind's way.
Yeah, that big up shot of Arvind. Yeah, thankfully. Oh, it hits her. Thankfully, she's safe.
I think they thought that because Mohammed Waseem is out, don't need to watch anymore. But luckily, no harm done. She's up on her feet all right down there. But that other game up at the Mulpani ground, which is in Group A, will have a huge bearing on who will get to the 2nd semi-final. Our thanks to all the curation team as always. Malaysia, they were inserted to bat and definitely more difficult up at Mulpani. Oh, brilliant stroke. Brilliant stroke. Inside out, extra cover, maybe 1 or 2 bounces and 4 runs. You won't have seen it go to the rope, but it went there like a tracer bullet.
Over covers this time by Arvind. Yeah, just kneels down from his back foot and gets that elevation over the cover fielder. Class act, isn't he? One in the leg side, the next one in the cover. Where is he gonna go next?
Too wide. Cannot bowl there to a batter who's been at the crease for more than 100 balls. It's a freebie. Again, too much width. Gets away with it as he's dragged the length back. But Malaysia, having been asked to bat first, thanks to a Virendeep Singh innings, we're on the brink of the 9th century in this competition. He's 94 not out. There is that nasty moment. Don't want to see that again. That'll do. Swing and a miss from Ayan Khan. He's 6 shy of 100, and Malaysia with 5 to go. They're not going overly quickly. They're 196 for 5. 220, 230. Could that be enough up at Mulpani against Oman?
Well, I would say, yeah, still Bilal Khan has 2 overs, but Khizar Hayat in the dugout and Mohammad Wafiq, they can swing hard. They need to get around that 250 mark, and it's the 39th over done here at TU. UAE are 336 for 5.
Eight bowlers have been used, and on the whole they've been really expensive. Manpreet Singh's 6 overs have been important, actually, given the carnage that has unfolded around him. Akshay Puri and others have gone at well over 10 and over. And UAE, I think they need to be ruthless here. I think they need to think of 450. 10 and over from here would get them 445. They're almost nailed on to go past 400 now. Wickets will stem that run rate. It's the only thing that Singapore can do. Find maybe 1 or 2 more. The problem is there's still hitters to come. Sanchit Sharma in next. He's no mug with the bat. Karthik Mayappan, very good young talent too. And then Junaid Sadiq, as he will tell you himself, hits a bigger ball than anyone else in the team. All the way down at number 10, including that one monstrous effort at the T20 World Cup. So, even if the wickets do come, there's still batters who will exploit what is a very good batting surface, a short boundary one side, and the platform they've been given by the brilliance of Aravind and Mohammad Wasim.
Yeah, they certainly can get around 100, 120 runs. The last 10 overs, if all those guys can contribute, 450 won't be a distant mark. As Ayan Khan faces Manpreet, I feel Ayan Khan, Andrew, is a version of the Nepali Kushal Malla for UAE, although he is more of a bowling all-rounder. But yeah, what a find. Just 18 years of age, Ayan Khan, and 17, sorry. And he's already winning matches for UAE single-handedly at times.
Yeah, quite remarkable how prodigious a talent he is. And I think the thing I love about the journey he's taking, he's got Ahmed Raza, who almost voluntarily retired when he saw the emergence of Ayan Khan. He said it made his decision ever so easy as Aravind loses his shape, loses his bat, a little bit of sweat getting to the gloves. He'll ask for a new pair. 40 have been bowled, 10 remain into power play 3 now. 340 for 5. One of the big skyscrapers, the biggest overs, they came in the first 30. since those 4 green dots, you can see the dismissal of Wazim, the key one in the 28th over. There was a flurry of wickets, 3 quick ones, that has just dragged things back for Singapore and put a little bit of respectability to the situation. There's Aravind, can't catch the bat, lost it completely. He's asked for new gloves in between the over, but he's kept the same bat. He's happy with that one. He's made 2 centuries with it in the course of the last week. And that is the signal for power play 3. Means that 5 fielders can be allowed out, but there'll be plenty of gaps, and I think UAE will want 450, or certainly 440. I want 10 and over from here. And the medium pacer will be recalled. We'll try and bowl stump to stump and try and restrict these 2 right-handers.
It's been expensive. Thilapan given away 53 runs of his 5 overs till now. Big Mohammad Wasim taking him for some big runs. Arvind, good to see again. He's trying to play out the full 50 overs. Still going strong.
Slower ball. Just saw a great shot there from our slips camera of Aravind's eyes. Just before the bowler was starting at the top of his run-up, he was looking around. He was looking at the gaps in the field. He was working out what shot he would look to execute depending upon the line and the length of the ball. He's doing it again here. Just surveying his prey. He has acceleration. We've seen it already in this competition alone in his young international career. Look at him there. Where's he going to go? Powered into the offside. The captain does well, gets his body on the line, keeps it to just a single.
Yes, good diving effort there by the captain. Saved extra run there. Yeah. That's edged away. Vacant, no slip. Short third man in place and goes in the gap.
A little bit of fortune, but that little leg cutter that he's rolled out there, it's always a possibility with your third fielder up in the circle and quite square too. Just a single to close out the 41st. UAE still rolling, 347 for 5.
Surrender.
49 boundaries, 32 of them being 4s and 17 6s, almost all belonging to the bat of one man, Mohammad Wasim. We've seen 2 centuries, one to Aravind, one to Wasim. He scored at a strike rate of nearly 200. And it's been a run fest. They're going to go well past that 371 they posted here against Kuwait. And that's without any contribution from Shahzad, Mustafa or Asif Khan, remarkably. Singapore being taught some harsh lessons, but they are fighting back. They're showing some character. They're staying together out there, so credit to them for that. The runs, they're going to keep coming, particularly with misfields like that. Costs another single.
Very good, Kali. Good stop, no worry.
Yeah, Arvind trying one of his favorite shots. That's over the fine leg fielder. And good shot, a good option. Playing with the spin. That's trashed away. No fielders moved there. Could see the deep cover fielders just standing. Runs away to the boundary.
Well, it's cash in time, isn't it? And the runs are flowing. They're coming quickly. And I suspect we could still see 450 here. They need nearly 2 runs a ball, nearly 12 and over to get there. Going to be 4 more, isn't it? The outfield's very, very quick indeed. Over pitched, and now Manpreet Singh starting to get the treatment. And it's Ayan Khan who's playing. Stunning little cameo. 17-year-old. Look at him. You'd never know it.
Almost the same shot that is being repeated here. Maybe just a bit right of the mid-off fielder. Very surprising to see Manpreet still flighting the ball after getting hit.
Well, he gets away with that one. That could have been 4 more. Could have been 3 in a row. Darts it in, and he does have that 45-degree fielder placed very cleverly. There's the ICC match referee, Mr. Sarika Prasad, ACC even. And that's going to be run surely. Yeah, 6 of them out towards where Nepal were training just a few moments ago. Khan gets a maximum now. Oh, this is going to get very ugly in the last 8 for Singapore. 42 bowled, 363 for 5. Eight to go. 450 very much on the cards. There's our TV umpire making all the critical decisions up in the box, and our thanks to all the officiating team. We work very closely with them. That's Himal Rajgiri. Reserve umpire today, John Prakash, Sharika Prasad, the match referee. And our standing umpires, Narayan Sivan and Vinod Babu. Great to see these men at their best, and all from associate nations. It's not just about exposing the cricketers, the match officials, the scorers, all the broadcasters here as well. We work very closely with the match officials team, and our thanks to them. It's actually the first time at this level we've ever had a third umpire in play in terms of for making TV line decisions, and they're doing a great job.
Yep, full credit to ACC for having the third umpire as well. Those tight calls will definitely be called up and made full use of the cameras available here. As Ayan Khan carves it away for another single.
Well, we've spoken about statement victories. There's been a few this week, isn't there? Nepal have posted 2 big ones. Great view the boys have up in the room there. Perfectly square the wicket, and the scoring team are down beneath them next to the scoreboard. You can see everything. But this is kind of a bounce back statement win, isn't it? And there's a lot of cricket to be played to even work out who the semi-finalists are, but there's a real chance it could be Nepal versus UAE on Saturday in front of what will be again an insane crowd. We had 30,000 the last time they played, and the 10,000 that couldn't get in on the main road. How appetizing would that be as this is slapped away for 4 more, the leg cutter? What would that be like on Saturday?
I guess it's difficult to describe. That leg cutter has been thrashed away, flat batted it. UAE are a very good team. You never know what you cannot predict the results against them. Yeah, probably Nepal getting the better of them lately, but it's gonna be a good battle for sure this Saturday if it will be there. 43 done. UAE are 374.5. I'll take a short break.
Well, that paints a picture, doesn't it? I know he's played an extra game than most on that list, but what a stylish cricketer. And it shows you the difference in approaches between him and Mohammad Wasim as Didier Bargava returns. And as soon as we say top of the fours list, he extends that lead. One bounce. Might have been going for the maximum this time, as I welcome Mudassir Ali back with me. Mudassir, you know these boys very well. Even by their standards, this is quite something.
Something extraordinary, I would say, though they have lost 5 wickets. Then came in Ayan Afzal Khan. These two young lads making sure to take UAE beyond 400. Ritya looking good to go past 150. Ayan Afzal Khan nearing to his milestone of 50 runs. Advitya, the other youngster from Singapore, couple of wickets to his name. Goes big in the slot. Out of the park. It's a Ritya show now.
Well, what we've seen with Aravind is he can accelerate. He can accelerate in a big way. And that was in the slot, being honest. Exactly where Aravind wanted it, the shorter side of the ground. I think Aravind might have been looking at the big screen. He saw the leading 4 hitters and he said, God, I've got to start clearing the ropes. I'm going to get myself caught up to Mohammad Wasim up on the 6 hitters chart. But my oh my, what a strike, what a talent, what a game we're witnessing. This has been a thrashing. And right now the only threat for the UAE might come from the heavens. There is a little bit of rain about. They have to get 20 overs in, remember, in the second innings to have a result, an official result. And if it did somehow rain, there's enough blue sky for the moment. We'll definitely get through these 7 overs. I just wonder, will we get a shower or 2 come the afternoon?
For sure the climate is changing here in Kirtipur. The one man is not changing his batting approaches of Ritya Aravind. Dealing in the boundaries. Now it's time to shift the gears. Got 10 runs. These 2 deliveries. Advitya, couple of wickets to his name. Making a debut here, Advitya Bhargava.
Quick single. That shot there is one that Aravind plays with such ease. It won't get the headlines. Won't be in the highlights reel. It's a good delivery, exactly where his captain asked him to bowl. And he just plays it with such ease. He knows where the fielder is. He knows he gets a single.
What I like about Ritya Aravind is anticipated very well, stayed in the crease and deliberately glided towards the third man region. Very patience and focus is key for Ritya Aravind for scoring those big hundreds.
Ayan Khan 4 away from what would be a really impressive 50, or 3 away, boundary away. Tries to get there in one shot, but no timing. Yeah, and what we saw from Aravind the other day was real acceleration after he got to 100. In fact, at a similar stage of that innings against Kuwait, when he had faced 118 balls, he had 100 to his name. Today he's faced 2 more, he's got 132. But listen to the next part of this if you weren't watching that Kuwait game, because 11 overs later, in the final over of the innings, he was only 15 shy of a double 100. He was 185. So the next 31 balls, they went for 85. If he faces 31 more here, which he could, or maybe 25 more, he could still get a double 100. There is time. And that's what he's thinking about now. He's saying he got close before, dropped in the crowd. Oh no, sir. Burst through your hands. That was a chance to take a Viridia Aravan 6 into your hands, and you've put it down. Laughs aplenty. 6 more to the total.
Staying deep in the grease, and look at that shot, targeting that shorter boundary, and he has been dropped on 130 by the spectator. They're enjoying here.
Why not? Should have taken it though, my friend, up in the crowd. 26s. Not going to be 6, but it'll be 4 more. Aravind right now is hunting down 200. 6 overs to go. Don't go anywhere. He could well get there. It's 392 for 5. Six overs remain. What can these two youngsters do? Ayan Khan goes into the leg side but picks out the man. Now can Aravind get back for the second? He can't. He'll have to wait for the 50, but it does mean Aravind has the strike. So many parts of Aravind's game are so impressive. And the Nepali side, who've just completed their training session, they know the challenge that UAE possess. Monty Desai there on the right, he knows in a big way. I was just having a chat to him during my break. Back live now. But that acceleration that he possesses, Aravind, at this stage of his innings, that's something you usually don't see in batters so young. You'll see it in batters who've been around the blocks, played 5 or 7 or 10 years of international cricket. Aravind's played 2 or 3. And that could be arguably the most impressive part of what he's been doing here in Kathmandu.
He knows when to accelerate and how to pace the innings. After losing Rohan Mustafa, he took some time to raise the tempo. Now he needs, it's must for him to go for those big shots.
A little leg cutter rolled out, and Ayan Khan says thank you very much. 50. Just another day at the office for this young man. 41 deliveries. He says thank you to the crowd. He says thank you to his teammates. And Ahmed Raza, who is very, very close with this youngster, he just wants him to stay humble because he thinks Ahmed Raza, this kid, like Kushal Malla, could be going to the moon.
To start, this lad has to his international career. This is a list A game. Got a 50, Ayan Afzal Khan. Nicely bowled in the block hole. Just a single. It has been a good over by Tilipan so far. Approaching that 400. I reckon this will be the first time they'll be going past 400 in list A 50 over format.
Clubbed away. There's a man out there, and he does well. That's going to be 3 runs saved. Good athletic effort. I know that Singapore are being hammered here. They're being smashed around the ground, but you can't fault the effort. Lack of bowling skill perhaps, but they're still trying.
Almost there to go beyond the boundary. Look at that effort in the air. Puri, the young lad, putting that extra effort and saving 3 runs for his team.
Down the leg side, clipped around the corner. The outfield's quick, but deep backward square will cut it off, keep it to a couple. 400 runs. 400. Some predicted it 41 overs ago. It's 400 for 5. There are the Nepali team, one of the two unbeaten sides, Gulshan Jha, Karan KC. I think he's had a trip to the barber, KC. They go up to the Mulpani ground tomorrow, their first official international up at that venue. That will be against Saudi Arabia, who they will not underestimate, Monty Desai told me. He was very impressed by them, and rightly so, particularly their bowling attack. I thought they were sparkling with their form. Gyanendra Malla, Kushal Bertel, and Pratish GC, very talented left armer. Sampal Kami, who batted excellently. That's wide outside the off stump, will be given as so. I would expect Nepal to win tomorrow, but I really think Saudi have shown us something, shown us that they're potentially a sleeping giant in the associate game, and plenty more to come from them as they continue to grow things under Kabir Khan. A brilliant appointment, that one.
Absolutely, but it won't be easy for Saudi, and as you said, Nepal won't be taking them lightly. They want to make sure they win all their games and stay in the top. And there you go on the left hand side, it's the Kushal Malla, the hero. Look at his muscles, that is the reason he belted the bowlers of Oman. The counter attack was brilliant by Kushal Malla.
The helicopter's out and it's chopping into the deep. Another one dropped up there. 150 up to his parents. He thanks them. It's come off 126 deliveries, and there's a real chance of 200 here. I think he's got the time to do it. 4 sixes, they've all come in this last little phase. The accelerator is being pressed, and the helicopter, it's taken off. It's soaring into the skies.
Could come back by the bowler. It's a reminder he was dropped on 19 by Rohan, bowling off of Vinod Bhaskaran. Taking on the bowlers, the second 150 for Vritya Arvind, and that helicopter shot sent over the mid wicket by Vritya Arvind.
Anybody who tells you the modern game is not as good as it was 30 years ago, don't listen to them. They've lost their mind. It's a brilliant spectacle to watch now. What T20 cricket has done to this 50 over version, it has made it so exciting. We're seeing totals like 400 not just be surpassed occasionally, regularly. More muscle, and it's going to be more runs, 6 more of them. Varithia is hunting down what would be a maiden double hundred in any format of the game for him, any level of the game, and he'll be doing it here on a big stage at the ACC Men's Premier Cup.
Ramesh Kalimutu is under the hammer. A full toss, and look at that wrist coming into play, finding that maximum yet again in this over. Vritya Arvind, the block hole played straight towards the bowler, towards a long off, and excellent running between the wickets by Ayana and Vritya. Those couple of runs, score moves to 418 for the loss of 5, 46 gone.
Come on, boy! Let's hear you, let's hear you! Yeah, boy, that's ready for more! That's fine!
4 overs to go, and the hunt for 200 very much on the cards. 24 deliveries left. He needs 39 of them, Mudassir. He's probably going to have to face at least 15 or 16 balls to have a real chance at getting that. Does Ayan Khan know his role? I think his role is to get a single, get Aravind on strike. Not too many times you're going to have a chance at a double hundred in international cricket.
Can't miss today the double 100. In a week's time, he crossed that 150 and nearing to that 200 mark. Ayan Khan in the slot, goes big, the little man sends the big man Tilipan out of the park, straight over the side screen, maximum for Ayan Afzal Khan.
Ayan Khan doesn't say, I'm going to get you on strike for Rithia. He says, I want 100 myself. I need 41 more to get there. Forget about your double 100. I've never made 100 for the UAE. Right in the slot, into the arc, and out of the ground. A big hit. Things are getting very ugly here for Singapore. Well past 400. If there was a boxing coach, you'd be throwing in the towel. Tries to hide it away. It's another wide. And as the pressure is being applied by the UAE, Singapore, they've really wilted.
And whenever Vritia reaches or nears that 200 mark, the other batsmen get the knack of hitting those big sixes. We have seen Asif Khan Behrooz, now Ayan Afzal Khan changing the gears, getting that thick outside edge, flies over the short third man region, a boundary for Ayan Afzal Khan, 4 runs for Ayan and more runs for UAE.
This is going to be carnage, absolute carnage in the last 5 here. If we look at the 5 overs prior to this one, they've gone for 82. That's at a run rate of 16 per over. Just as the innings wavered, remember, it was 3 wickets very quickly that fell. In fact, 4 fell for 35 runs. Then these 2 youngsters have come together. They put on 127, and they're smearing the ball to all parts. 6, 4, 4, a couple of wides in between there as well. This over's already gone for 16. There's still 3 balls to go.
Throwing everything. Ayan Afzal Khan chasing that delivery and using the wrist, opening the face of the blade and finding the boundary yet again. I'm interested to see Vritia back on strike. Get that single. Ayan this time goes big towards the deep mid wicket. Little man getting those big runs for his team, Ayan Afzal Khan.
Somebody call the police. There's a murder going on again, and it's a murder in Kathmandu. The Singapore bowlers are being murdered around the ground. And he's even retrieving the ball for the bowler. He wants to face another one. This is the biggest hit of the lot. It's to the longer side of the ground. It's about 70 metres, I reckon. He's got it clear. He's cleared it comfortably. Where's this one gone? Into the offside. Everything's landing safely. Will just be a single. Aravind will get the strike, but it's only going to get 1 ball. And maybe now the Ayan Khan century is more likely than the Vritia Aravind double 100. Surely there's not time for both of them.
And one more interesting thing, they need 59 of 19 deliveries to touch that 500 mark. So Vritia on strike. He wants the strike clearly. Clearly he sends the message to the management and to Ayan Afzal Khan, taking that single. 47 gone, 442 for the loss of 5.
Four runs from that previous over. Last 5 overs have gone for 84. The building blocks are stacking up and records are dropping. Aravind wants a double 100, but has he holed out? No, he hasn't. It's been put down, and it's been put down over the rope, I think, for 6. And look at the joy from Ayan Khan. That easily could have been that, but instead the dream of 200 lives on, and Singapore, they are being torn asunder.
Fielders are helping Vritia to approach to the 200 mark. It has started drizzling here in Kirtipur. Can he get to that 200? Vritia Arvind staying strong into the crease and goes big. The fielder, the long off, helping Vritia to survive yet again.
Well, you can understand why it is. They're being smashed everywhere. We're just going to have a boundary check to see, did it drop over the rope? Sadly, our screen isn't working here, so we aren't. It does look like 6. And it is 6, so Aravan goes to 168. It's the third significant drop of the innings. Six more up in the grass banks. That's the only person who'll catch that. It's gone over their heads. Aravind, I think he knows he can get to 200. 16 deliveries remain in the innings. He needs 26 of them.
26 for Arvind and 26 for Ayan to reach to his 100, and in the process UAE go past 450 for the first time in list A game 50 over format, and they're loving it, the crowd. Back-to-back maximums.
That short leg side boundary, isn't it? This one's gone over the offside man out there. Should take the catch. He does. And for the second time, Aravind, well, he falls shy of what would be the most remarkable, the most incredible double 100, but it takes nothing away from the brilliance of his innings. He was devastated there. Credit to Ramesh. He hit it away outside the off stump, and it's too big a hit to get past deep cover. Would have been a wide if he left it alone, but Aravind, in the hunt for 200, perishes.
Twice in a week's time, misses the chance to go past 200 mark, but what an excellent knock being played here by Ritya Arvind. 174 of just 132 balls. The wonder kid of UAE, Ritya. Take about 17 boundaries and 7 sixes. Everyone applauding there in the dugout. It's 454 for the loss of 6.
Well, what a partnership we've just seen. 151 runs it was worth. Sanchit Sharma, the new man to the crease. And he is going to start with a boundary. He says all the other youngsters are doing it. Why can't I?
On a roll here, UAE batters. They're enjoying the conditions here in Kirtipur. The new man, Sanchit, off the mark with the boundary. Couple of more deliveries left in this over. 40 boundaries so far in this innings.
The rarest of things, a dot ball. Yeah, that 151 run partnership, Mudassar, it came in a little over 14 overs from a 20-year-old and a 17-year-old. If you're questioning how bright the future is for the leading associates, watch this. Could be a chance. It's put down, and critically Ayan Khan will want 2, and he gets 2 because he'll keep the strike, and he will have 12 balls to get 26 runs and a maiden 100 for the UAE. That closes out the 48th, and the score now 460 for 6. There is the batting card. It's very rare you'll make 160 off 80 balls and not be the leading scorer and maybe not have the headlines. But Mohammad Wasim has been outplayed in many ways again by Varidya Aravind. We say it a little bit in jest. How good were those 2 innings? As Ayan Khan has a real chance of getting to that 100, but he holds out. He picks out the man. You can understand why he was going for it. And if that had gone 5 yards over his head, he'd have been 20 away. But he's gone. And with it, Singapore takes some relief right towards the end of this innings.
Wonderful innings coming to an end. And well judged catch taken in the deep. Waited and waited. Safe hands. Wicket number 3 for Bhargava. the end of Ayan Afzal Khan, making 74 of just 50 deliveries with the help of 9 boundaries and 3 maximum. It's 460 for the loss of 7.
Karthik Mayapan it is in at number 9. And after all of that brilliance of the 6th wicket partnership between Aravind and Ayan Khan, they're dismissed within a few balls of each other, but it takes nothing away from any of those innings. Wasim's, Aravind's and also now Ayan Khan's.
Chandra Mohan was the fielder who has taken that catch, and now it's Sanchit Mohan Sharma. Plays towards the long off, running for that second run. Mayapan a bit slow off the block but manages with ease.
Tell me your running. Sorry, Ade.
Yes, it has been an excellent batting performance, but not. I would like to talk about Advitya, the new fast bowler. Went for runs, but 3 wickets, that too of Mohammad Wasim. It will definitely give him that confidence in upcoming matches.
I fully agree. It's been carnage. There's been runs flying everywhere. No bowler has been spared or continues to be spared. It's 4 more now. Sharma gets to double figures, helped around the corner. 500 will be a bridge too far, but 480, maybe even 490 is going to be the biggest total of the tournament, the biggest total in the history of the Premier Cup.
He knows that there's no protection in the deep, finding that gap and manages to fetch a boundary. Sanchit Mohan Sharma. His parents are out here. Sanchit Mohan Sharma's grandfather, grandmother and his parents, sister and younger brother.
It really has been extraordinary hitting. Yes, it's a very good wicket. Yes, it's a very inexperienced and weakened Singaporean bowling attack, but that doesn't take away from the quality of the ball striking. And as we've seen, Ramesh Azad, Rohan Mustafa, Asif Khan, and even Aryan Lakra up top all got very little. But 3 batters have really powered this total. Made it look easy. Could be another wicket. Can it be a 4th for the youngster? It is. And he can hold his head up high on his 50-over debut for Singapore. Everyone else, maybe not so much. The exception of the left-arm spinner, really. But Aditi Bhargava, 4 for 85. He's much more expensive than he'd have liked, but he does have 4 to his name. It was hidden away wide outside the off stump, and he ends up taking the catch himself. Wickets continue to fall late in the innings as Mayapan the next one to go. He's gone for just 1. It's 468 for 8. Junaid Sadiq, who hits a massive ball, comes to the crease at number 10. He's at the non-striker's end. Sanchit tries to show his batting skills. He wants 2, and he's going to get it comfortably. In all of the madness today, I think earlier I said it was a Monday morning. I've got the day wrong. We always get things wrong up here in the commentary box. It's not a Monday, it's a Sunday. And we're into the latter half of the group stages. And UAE, are they saying to this competition, despite defeat to Hong Kong, down the ground, must be a single. We'll get to see Junaid Sadiq back. Are they saying if we play our best, nobody can touch us?
Moreover, we were so involved in the game, we forgot the day. The best part is Asif Khan Lala and Ramiz and Rohan Mustafa, they did not fire, but still they managed to go beyond that 400. The wild swing, typical number 10 batter, Junaid Siddiqui.
Swing, batter, 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 swing, batter. If you want to see bat speed, and I mean bat speed, no one puts more at it than Junaid Sadiq. Have a look at this. Here we go. Swing! Doesn't make contact too often, but when he does, it goes miles. And I mean miles. He hit one, I think was nearly 110 meters at the World Cup.
Yes, it was in the World Cup and showed his muscles. A strong lad, but for that he needs to connect the ball. This time he connects in the air, fielder settling. An excellent catch taken by Puri.
Oh, Junaid, what have you done? Oh, you can't blame the bat, Junaid. Come on. That's not on. A wry smile as Akshay Puri takes an excellent catch down at long on. Action aplenty at the death, and something for Ramesh Kalamuthu to take dot wicket. We haven't seen much of that on this scorecard, and credit to the youngster. Holds his nerve. Not happy, Junaid Sadiq, nor were the crowd. They were on their feet. They knew where he was targeting. They knew they were in the game up there at long on. Sadiq's gone for a third ball duck. It's 471 for 9. Last ball of the innings. Zahoor Khan throws everything at it. Might give the youngster another chance. And would you believe it? I don't know how UAE have been bowled out from the very final delivery of the innings. We have seen action aplenty in their opening game of the tournament here against Kuwait. They posted 371. They've added exactly 100 to that total. And they've been bowled out somehow. Ramesh is a third wicket. 471 from their 50 overs. I'm almost certain it's the highest total in their 50 over history.
Once again, it's young Puri keeping an eye on the ball till the last moment, and look at that dive. An excellent catch to get rid of Zahoor Khan. The only positive as of now for Singapore is they have taken the 10 wickets of UAE. The last ball, Zahoor Khan, yet another batter who did not trouble the scorers. It was all about the UAE batting here in Kirtipur TU International Ground.
Well, what entertainment we've seen on a Sunday morning for 3 hours and 40 minutes that it's taken to bowl those overs, because the ball was flying everywhere. Singapore weren't slow through them. We had lost balls, we had sixes hit everywhere around this beautiful ground, and this venue continues its ascent and its stature in the world game. I'm going to find out, it may well be the highest total ever at this ground as well, certainly in an official international anyway. The runs right from the off, they came, and they came so quickly, primarily to this man, Mohammad Waseem. He was only there for 82 deliveries. There's a couple of stylish shots from Aryan Lakra. He picked up 2 fours into the leg side before he was cleaned up by a beauty. That delivery there from Bhargava. And as soon as Aravind came to the crease, I think that was his first boundary, he played with such elegance, such grace. And then a complete contrast at the far end, raw, brutal power from Mohammad Waseem. Between them, for the second wicket, they put on 246 in just 25 overs at nearly 10 and over. And the boundaries, they simply rained around this wonderful ground. Even the mishits from Wasim cleared the rope with ease. The power, the brutality, the quality of the ball striking, and some of the ball follows. They even went out of the ground at points. For Aravind, particularly for the first half of his innings, he was much more stylish. Was there some poor bowling? Yes, absolutely. But even the better bowlers, even Vinath Bhaskaran, who was excellent, he still went at more than a run a ball. Manpreet Singh showed that he's a good part-time off and leg spinner. That drop catch was a big moment. There was misfields and there was raw power, huge sixes.
He dominated the first half of this innings. Mohammad Wasim, well supported by Vritya, stood calm and composed when Mohammad Wasim was out there in the middle, taking those singles and doubles, in the process getting to his 50. This time getting into the gap, managing a boundary. Piece of timing and placement has been perfect by Vritya Arvind. Strike rotating at regular intervals. Mohammad Wasim was in his own zone today, hitting those maximums.
Incredible thing, those last two shots we saw, they're only short arm jabs, they're only sort of half follow throughs. One of them one bounce four, the other well over the head of long on for six. That was the moment he got to 100. And then, as we predicted here, it really started to turn into carnage, because once he got to that landmark, he said everything, and I mean everything, must go. He was particularly devastating against his opposite number, and Akshay Puri wasn't spared either. He's a very fine young off spinner. But the part-time leg breaks, those of Aritra Dutta, they went the distance. This was a 28 run over where every single ball went for a boundary, and again only half a hit, doing damage to the side screen. A miss hit into the leg side for 4, and then a massive maximum to that shorter side of the ground, and finished off the 150. Looked like he could get to the double 100 marker, and he hit Akshay Puri for a monster, but then soon after, the youngster on debut in the 50 over version got him out.
Once Wasim departed, then it was up to Vritya Arvind to get those quick runs. Ramesh Shahzad, a duck to his name, excellent piece of bowling by Vinod, and he continues to get runs. Vritya Arvind for his team, timely boundary. The danger man Asif Khan Behrooz came in, got couple of boundaries, then he was caught plumb in front of the wicket. This was the phase where Singapore tried to make a comeback, getting those quick wickets. Rohan Mustafa departs after just making 3 runs. The spinners doing the job for Singapore. Then these two youngsters, what an excellent partnership between Ayan Afzal Khan and Vritya Arvind.
Yeah, obviously UAE, they weren't in trouble at that point. They still were going to have a winning total. But the way in which the two youngsters combined, having lost 4 wickets in a real flurry, Wasim, Shahzad, Khan and Mustafa all went in the space of 35 runs. When they came together, they took their time. They recognised that if they had got out there, that it might have just been 350 or 360 on the board. I say just 350 or 360. And then they started to accelerate and almost had a little mini battle as to who was going to get to the extra bonus landmark quickly. Could Aravind get to 200, or could Ayan Afzal Khan get his maiden century? That was a 50, and he wanted more, didn't he? This innings, this over here, he smashed the ball everywhere. There were some good efforts in the field. A helicopter shot from Aravind, who got to 150. And there was a real chance for a double century. There was also a real chance for Ayan Khan to get a maiden 100. In the end, going for big strokes, they both ended up short, but it doesn't take away from their innings. Khan hit 9 4s and 3 6s in his 74, and Aravind was dismissed, going for one more big one. He hit 7 maximums and 17 4s in that innings of 174. He's the tournament's leading run scorer by a distance, and I'm not sure he's going to be caught either. The wickets then tumbled towards the death. Some good efforts, particularly from Akshay Puri in the deep, who took 2 good catches from the final 2 balls of the innings, and it means that 471 runs have been scored. Carnage, at times chaotic scenes on this historic ground. 174 for Aravind, 160 for Wasim. And a great innings, an outstanding innings, a gun innings from Ayan Afzal Khan as well, 74 off 50. A little bit of concerning news though. The ground staff think there's enough threat of rain to bring the covers on as a precaution for the moment. There's the bowling figures, 8 of them, and really just Manpreet Singh and Vinath Bhaskaran that were spared, although credit to Didier Bhargava, who picked up 4 wickets, 3-2, including 2 from the final 2 deliveries for Ramesh Kalamathu. So what that means as the ground staff go about their work is that we will find our way to the halfway stage of this game. Let's hope the rain doesn't interfere. Let's hope that UAE can close out what is going to be a massive victory. And also, let's hope that Singapore can show some fight with the bat and have something to take from this match. It's been an amazing first innings, a super Sunday indeed. UAE 471. We'll be back with you at the chase in about 20 minutes' time.
They will give that locator. I think locator they give, right? 1-2, 1-2,
Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
1-2. What is there for lunch? 1-2.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back. In the match 11 of the ACC Men's Premier League Cup 2023 between UAE and Singapore. It's going to be start of the second innings. A big total posted by UAE. 472 is the target from 50 overs. That's what Singapore need. As the batsmen walk out in the middle. I'd like to welcome my co-partner, commentator from UAE, Mr. Mudassar. Welcome back.
Thanks a lot, Sharad, and it's a pleasure sharing the com box with you and Andrew. The history has been created by UAE lads. The first time they have went past that 400 score in list A 50 over format, and they went on to pile up a mammoth total here, 471 in allotted 50 overs. And to start the chase, it's Aritra Datta, the captain of Singapore. 7 matches, 211 runs to his name. A very attacking batter. Something special needed from Aritra Datta to at least go somewhere near the total. He is the key for Singapore. And start the proceedings with the ball. It's Junaid Siddiqui. And at the non-striker, it's Rohan Rangarajan. 11 matches, 269 runs, strike rate of 65.
Yes, so as Junaid Siddiqui comes on to bowl, has played 35 list A matches. Picked up impressive 55 wickets. Decent economy as well. That's the first ball for you. Oh, that's chopped on nearly to the stumps. Good start by Junaid.
On the money straight away, Junaid Siddiqui. There's some support for UA. Crowd pouring here in Kirtipur TU International Ground. They loved every bit of entertainment. They're cheering for the teams here. They want some entertainment. They're here. It's a working day. It's a Sunday, but it's a working day here in Nepal.
Off the mark, Rohan. Yeah, slightly, you can see a slight cloud cover here, but hopefully the rain gods will stay away and we'll have the full game. It's free tickets here, you don't need to buy any. Free entry in the grounds. Hope the second session we can see some people coming in. How's your experience been here with the crowd and the people here, Mudassar?
It has been excellent so far for me this trip. This is my first trip in Nepal, and Met some quite a few interesting people in Nepal. It's always good to have good mates in the com box. And today I have Andrew and Sharad, and the previous outing in ATU, it was Paresh with me. So overall, it was a good experience, and I was much worried about the food, but it's lovely here. It's very tasty when we talk about the food in Nepal.
That's not much of a difference in culture, in the food habits. You can see everyone understands Hindi and Urdu in Nepal. That would be a surprise for you. Yeah, hope you enjoy your stay here as we look forward to the tournament.
So that couple of deliveries to get off the mark. It's Junaid Siddiqui running in. Driven nicely, finds the gap, chase for Mohammad Wasim. Look at that sprint from Mohammad Wasim, but unable to stop. Ball wins the race. Needed to put that slide, but 4 runs for Datta. The first boundary of this innings for Singapore and Datta.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. Played on the up. Junaid tried to swing it, and look at that chase by Wasim. After batting for so long, although he didn't had to run much while he was batting. Yeah, got the big boot out, but the ball slowly crawling to the ropes. Datta off the mark with a boundary.
Trying to generate that pace. Just losing his shape here. Junaid Siddiqui, a wide has been called rightly by the on-field umpire. It has been a run feast so far in ACC Men's Premier Cup. 8 centuries so far we have witnessed. It was all started by Babar Hayat of Hong Kong and followed by Anshuman Rat, Mohammad Wasim, Kushal Malla, Abdul Wahid, the Saudi Arabia batter.
Absolutely. Well, there will be more to come. Singapore after 1 over, 6 for no loss.
Move this way. Hurry. So, Lala, come cover, you go this way. बस Lala, बस Lala, बहुत नहीं.
6 for no loss, 1 gone. It's Ayan Afzal Khan, left arm orthodox. Ball from the com box end. It's Rohan Rangarajan on strike. A slip in place. Arm ball to start. Ayan Afzal Khan. Good tactics by the captain Mohammad Wasim, not opting for Sanchit Mohan Sharma. He knows starting 20 overs are crucial for his team. If it rains, not in control, it was in the air, but no mid off. Rohan Mustafa is patrolling the boundary region at the long off region. A single has been taken. To get a result, we need to have a 20 overs of match in the second innings. That is the reason he's opting for a spinner.
Ayan Khan just probably starting a bit early. Yeah, it's a good change by the captain Wasim, getting his spinners on to complete that 20 overs as soon as possible. There are chances of showers in the sky. I might not be surprised to see spinners from both ends actually.
They have the option of Rohan Mustafa, who can bowl in the power play with the new ball as well. Very watchful. I'm talking about Ayan Afzal Khan in the domestic cricket in UAE. He bowls with the new ball. He has the knack of picking those wickets in the power play. It's Ayan up against Datta. Very watchful, giving some respect to the young lad.
Lovely set to say you.
He's on the
Keep
spot
going,
there,
keep
Ayan.
going.
Can see a spring in his stride. Contributed good 70 runs in his batting too. That was close, nearly a stumping if, yeah, but the ball crawls away after hitting the pads of Datta. It's the second over done. Singapore are 11 for no loss.
That a beautiful view of this ground. Greenery everywhere. Junaid Siddiqui generating that pace. At a wayward line to start. A wide has been called. No slip in position for Junaid Siddiqui.
That's a surprise to me. With 472 runs to chase, they need to pick up wickets. They can attack. They have that luxury of runs. Junaid starting a bit wayward.
Strikes Junaid Siddiqui. Strikes early for UAE. On the back foot goes Rangarajan and hits the middle stump. Junaid. This is the end of Rohan Rangarajan, just managing a couple of runs. 6 extras so far, but what a comeback by Junaid Siddiqui. Getting his wicket number 56 in list A.
That was a quick one. Rohan was completely late there. Yeah, you could see the ball hitting the middle and leg stump before the bat came down even. That was a sharp one. Rohan goes for 2. Singapore are 12 for no loss. 12 for 1 wicket, sorry.
बस बस आते आते
So it's a new batter, Bahadelia. Bahadelia, it's the fall of Rohan Rangarajan, Abdul Rahman Bahadelia, the number 3 jersey. 3 matches, 27 runs. Early days for him in List A cricket. Excellent view. Surrounded by so much greenery, TU International Ground. And in no time, hopefully in my next visit, I could see the floodlights around this stadium.
Nice first ball there by Junaid. Yeah, look at those drone images. Bahadelia early in his career. The Singapore dugout, yeah, looking a little down and out at the moment. Yeah, they will need some inspired effort from their captain Datta and Bahadelia as well. Get some momentum going their way.
Good to see Mohammad Wasim getting that slip in place for the new batter, keeping it simple towards the off stump. that one first floor building on the left hand side is the combox where we are sitting. What a lovely view. Excellent work by our camera team. And those are the grass banks where the spectators are enjoying this outing between Singapore and UAE.
Oh, that's top edged. Fielders running under it. Oh, and it's a collision there. Hope both of them are safe. Batsmen are safe. Oh, it's Sanchit Sharma who's down. He's catching his back. Yeah, Karthik looks okay, who was coming from the third man region. Yeah, you could see the batsman late on his shot. Both of them ball watching. Oh, yeah, and he crashed. Thankfully, the fielders are up. No harm done. Yeah, that could have been much worse than what it is.
Always there needs to be a calling. Someone called Karthik Mayappan. It was a catch for the third man, Sanchit Mohan Sharma, falling heavily on his back. The good news is no damage has been done. Once again, short delivery, increasing his pace with the dot delivery. 3 gone, 14 for the loss of 1. Ayan Afzal Khan continues dealing in a single this time. Datta, no injury been done in the previous over. The way both the fielders have collided, Karthik Mayappan and Sanchit Mohan Sharma. They are not at all in a hurry. The batters want to spend some time in the middle. Datta and Abdul Rahman Bahadelia.
Beautiful action he has, Ayan Khan. Gets that drift, gets that dip. Looks a street smart customer to me. Very wily. Look at that ball come in. That surely was an armor. Runs away to the boundary. Well collected by Junaid. Kept it for 2 runs.
Poor running between the wickets, and Captain Datta not at all happy with his partner. There's always a chance for the second run. Bahadelia not at all interested. He's happy to be at the non-striker, and he wants the captain to take on Ayan Afzal Khan. Just losing his shape here. Stopping before delivering. Ayan Afzal Khan.
Probably the batsman not ready.
Played in the gap. Behind the square, ball racing towards the fence. Chased by Junaid Siddiqui. Just couple of runs. Well covered by Junaid Siddiqui. It's a new rivalry coming up in Associates cricket. Nepal versus UAE. If Nepal tops the group and UAE stays on the second, then it will be UAE taking on Nepal in the semi-final here on Saturday.
Yes, that's a good battle, Nepal versus UAE to watch. It's 4 overs done. Singapore are 18 for 1. is there. As Junaid comes in for his third over, can generate some pace, can bowl around that 140 mark. You can see his right elbow nicely wrapped up, probably having a niggle. He is definitely hurrying the batsman for sure. In the last over, you could see the batsman completely late on his shot while trying to pull that away. Did very well in the IL T20 and the T10 as well last time he played.
He is the premier fast bowler of UAE. Junaid Siddiqui alongside Zahur Khan. Zahur Khan has a vast experience not only in the international circuit but playing for some big teams in the franchisee league. And let's see what's happening in Malpani. It's Oman versus Malaysia. Malaysia has posted 227 and in reply Oman are 44 for no loss in 7 overs. This is chase on for Oman. This time coming into Bahadelia. Cochrane has been taken by the batters. Going through their overs very quickly now. UAE into the 5th over. Singapore 19 for 1. What are the 4 teams you want to pick for the semi-finals, Sharad?
Well, Nepal looking good, obviously with 4 points on board and a good net run rate, and Hong Kong as well from the other group. Yeah, the way UAE played today, I'm sure they're going to be the another team, the third team. And as that's slashed away, and that's gone all the way, it seems. Gone for a 6.
Extra pace helping Datta get his first maximum. Slashed hard. There was a fielder stationed at the third man region but clears the boundary with ease. The first 6 of this innings from the blade of Aditya Datta, the captain of Singapore. So he named 3 teams. Waiting for the 4th team.
Let that be a surprise, Mudassir. You never know, there might be an upset on cards.
Especially the match which is going on in Malpani is very, very crucial for Oman. They need to go past that total and get those 2 points in kitty. Lately we have seen Kuwait performing really well. They have dented the chances of Bahrain yesterday in Malpani. What a match we have seen in Malpani. Taking the 256. They were in all sorts of trouble, Kuwait, but Yasin Patel came to their rescue. Nice looking shot in the meanwhile. Waited for the delivery on the back foot, rolled his wrist towards the square leg region, ends the over with a boundary. 5 gone, 29 for the loss of 1.
So it's Ayan Khan again to continue with his third over as Badelia takes strike. Singapore, you can say, has lost the 1 wicket but have got a good decent start, I should say, going around 6 runs per over. That's not bad in a 50 overs game. Need to carry on from here, and that's well played. Sweep shot from Badelia. A good option against Ayan Khan. The ball coming in. Plays with the angle, helps it on its way.
As they always say, the spinners is troubling you, then play the sweep shot against him, and this time finding a boundary behind the square leg region. First boundary for Bahadelia. Score moves to 33. Nicely played, waited for the delivery. Racing towards the third man region. Back-to-back boundaries for Bahadelia.
There is something to cheer about for the limited number of crowd that are coming. If Singapore go like this, they will definitely get entertained. Yeah, nicely played late cut there. Right in the gap.
Once again, playing towards third man region is chased by Aryan Lakra. Valiant effort. Ball wins the race. 3-4s in a row for Bahadelia and Singapore.
Yeah, getting a slight edge there by Bahadelia this time. Ball running away. Good chase there by Lakra, but couldn't stop the ball. Ayan looking for his first wicket. He's got the slips out now.
Easy chance. No mistake this time by Junaid Siddiqui. Trying out too many things. Loses his shape. Bahadelia wanted to sweep. Getting the top edge and well just catch taken by Junaid Siddiqui. Departs Bahadelia. Wicket number 1 for Ayan Afzal Khan.
Yeah, that was a top edge and easy catch taken in the short fine leg by Junaid. You could see flighted it. Give a bit of flight Ayan Khan. Played under the ball. Bahadelia goes for 16. He should be disappointed after getting a start. Singapore are 41 for 2 after 6.
The fall of Bahadelia. The new batter is Manpreet Singh. 15 matches, 288 runs to his name. The strike rate of 65.9. And Junaid Siddiqui will continue. Both the bowlers have got a wicket each in their kitty. It's Datta on strike to face Junaid Siddiqui.
So wickets falling early for Singapore. Although they are going 7 runs per over, 2 wickets have fallen down. One each by Junaid and Ayan. Yeah. With still the clouds hovering over this ground, UAE would surely look to finish this 20 overs as early as possible for a result to happen. That slashed away handsomely between the cover and point region. Goes away for 4 runs again. Datta getting a move on.
He was in control. The captain Datta nicely played through the offside, managing that gap between point and cover. Excellent work done by the groundsman. Quick lightning outfield, helping the batters to fetch those boundaries. Drifting towards the leg side, trying to generate that pace. Junaid Siddiqui showing that aggression. A wide has been called. The same I have witnessed in Malpani as well, Sharad. It has a true 50 over surface, and once the ball passes the 30-yard circle, it's always a 4 for the batter.
Yeah, most definitely. Batsmen do get value for their shots whenever it passes the 30-yard circle. And also thanks to ACC and CAN for bringing out those new rollers, the grass cutters and the super soffers. That would help. And that's a big swing. Pulled it away handsomely for a huge six, that is. That's gone a long way.
Big man Datta, the captain, scoring those quick runs for his team, standing tall out there in the middle. Fearless cricketer, not at all afraid to take on Junaid Siddiqui. Hitting the deck hard on the back foot goes Datta towards mid wicket. He's dealing in boundaries against Junaid Siddiqui. This is the second maximum he got against Junaid.
He's not holding back easy. Wickets falling around him, but he's playing his natural game, Captain Datta. Goes again, this time along the ground. In that vacant mid-wicket region, runs away to the boundary again. Datta looking good.
Looks in total control against Junaid Siddiqui. Not learning from his mistakes. Hitting the deck hard on the back foot this time. Playing down the ground. Finds the boundary towards a deep mid-wicket. This is the class this batsman has. The captain of Singapore.
Yeah, getting hit in the same region again, Junaid. That's kind of poor bowling for me. Needs to check on his length. Let's see how he comes back, Junaid. And there you go, you can see a change of pace. Roll the fingers over it. That's a good option. .50 comes up for Singapore in the 7th over.
It's good to see Datta putting up some fight. Though he has lost couple of partners, he's making sure to get runs for his team. Moves to 31 in no time, 19 deliveries. Bit expensive, 35 runs leaked by Junaid Siddiqui, a wicket to his name. Last delivery of the 4th over. Width offered, but unable to find the gap. Straight towards the mid of the dot delivery. 7 gone, 56 for the loss of 2.
स्लिप को थोड़ा वाइड कर ले उतना आगे
You can see the scorecard there. 56 of 7. Loss of 2 wickets. Datta going well. Move to 31 of 20. As I welcome Andrew Leonard once again. Good afternoon, Leonard. Hope you had a good lunch.
Liquid lunch, just a Coca-Cola was all I got into it. Or Pepsi, sorry, Pepsi I had. I really enjoyed it. So that was it. Don't eat much at the grounds. Have a breakfast and then enjoy the afternoon.
But I'm happy to see there are some ice cream stalls there in the stands today. Hope you got some of it.
It's empty. I went up there, it's empty. It's going to be back in action on Thursday when Nepal play their final group game. Now, what is interesting, listen to this, Shard, you're going to love this. This tournament, it's the first edition of it, the Premier Cup. But it had a precursor which you would have played in an awful lot, the Asian Cricket Council Elite Trophy. The reason it's a precursor is because they've added a tier to it. So the Challenger Cup is the sides that are lower down in the associate level, and this is the very best associates in Asia. And we speculated that this was a record in this competition. It is in this competition. So it is 471, the highest score so far in the Premier Cup, but it's the first edition of it. If we go back all the way to 2010, it was Afghanistan against Bhutan. What total did they make is the question. 471 equaled, would you believe it? The exact same number that the UAE have got to. That was against Bhutan. Asghar Afghan, the legendary iconic captain of Afghanistan, 151 off 83 deliveries in that game, and Bhutan only posted 78. Singapore are going to post a lot more than that 78, we hope. Kareem Siddiq, one of the great original players, 130 off 92. So thanks to one of the guys who's reached out on social media with that stat. It's a beauty. End of the 8th over, 57 for 2. Rohan Mustafa, the great man. Ronnie into the attack. Such experience. Didn't do it with the bat today. There's a chance with the ball. Good economy rate. Bivek it was on social media, on Instagram. My thanks to you, Bivek. He reached out, he said at cricket badge, and he sent me the full scorecard as the UAE equalled that record of Afghanistan at this ACC level. Remarkably, they only got 3 off the final over. So if they were watching back in Kabul, they would have been certain their record was about to go, but somehow, I think it was 2, if not 3 wickets in the final over, and only 3 runs. It meant that they couldn't get past Afghanistan's 471 today. UAE have only equalled it. Doesn't make it any the less impressive.
Nice, bro.
And it's been a very, very one-sided contest, but it's nice to see Singapore play a few shots, hit a few boundaries. We're into the 9th over. Don't know where our graphics have gone. There they are. Dutta in particular, probably a pretty angry captain.
Yeah, at the moment he's bringing all that anger out with his batting. He's moved on to 31 of 24. Looks a good hitter. Does back a punch.
Nice, bro.
Rohan. It is. So spin from both ends. He's not gonna take much time to finish his overs for sure. And there you go. Yeah, the batsman just takes an early move, makes an early move, and Rohan stops midway. Smiles all around.
Go run. Good
Even when he doesn't make any runs, Rohan Mustafa, he's still the centre of attention. And a big smile on his face. Great to see him back playing with such joy. The fans, they're lazing on a Sunday afternoon. It's 59 for 2.
Nice. Very nice, Ian.
What would your approach be here, Sharad? Have you ever had a kind of similar situation where you know the game in reality is probably gone as a contest, needing more than 10 and over already? Are you playing for personal pride? Are you playing for personal landmarks? Or what would you do going about chasing down it? You're not going to chase down the total, but what can you take from the second innings?
It's best to play with a free mind for sure, like what Datta is doing at the moment.
Nice. Very nice, are you?
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine after getting hit for 471 runs.
Very nice, Sanchi.
Yeah, thinking to chase that down would be probably too ambitious. And makes room, Datta. What a shot that was. Using the shorter boundary in the offside. Goes for a 6.
That's one of the other things to do. It's to target that shorter boundary, isn't it? Ryan Khan just grimaces because he knows this is a good shot. It's a very stylish one. He's taken that off middle stump. Heard a lot of talk the last few days from the IPL commentators.
No.
Some of whom I must say are better than others. Talking about almost just ignoring the stumps as a batter, particularly in T20 cricket, forgetting they're there. And that's what he did there. He exposed all 3 stumps.
Yeah!
This time it's through the gate. And Ayan Khan says, you might hit me for 6, but I'll get you out eventually. And there's something in a plan there between Mohammed Wasim, his captain, and the youngster. He's a star, this kid. Oh, the dance moves are out. There they are. A wiggle, a jiggle, and a couple of wickets to his name.
That's some ball. What a comeback ball that was after getting hit for back-to-back boundaries. Ball that a bit flatter on the stumps. You miss, I hit, says Ayan Khan. Runs to the boundary, and what a shimmy that was. Getting the dance move, dancing shoes on. Datta goes after a well-made 38. UAE are 65 for 3.
Aryan Modi to the crease very early into his career. We love Ayan Khan, he's a special kid. And we're going to see if we can get a look at not just the wicket, we can see the wicket any time.
Nice.
What about these dance moves? Now I know the national dance here in Nepal. What's it? It's the Dan dance, isn't it? Is this like the Dan dance, or what's he got going? Oh, we're going to see the wicket first. Definite arm ball through the gate. Middle stump hits over to the captain, and there it is. What do we call that? Strictly come Nepal dancing, eat your heart out.
Oh, that's a close one. Big appeal. And he's gone. Modi goes for 0. Oh, yes, the UAE are celebrating. That's a high 5 or a hip 5.
Oh, the toes are dancing. Mustafa didn't like being upstaged by the 17-year-old. He wants to get into the act. This looks pretty plumb, doesn't it? It's turned quite sharply. Did it hit him in line was the only question. Mustafa thought so. So did the umpire. The finger goes up. Modi's gone for a first ball duck. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I know, I'm not sure about that one, Ronnie. Veritia trying to get into the act. It's all happening in Kathmandu. Modi's gone for none. And Singapore 66 for 4. Vinoth Bhaskaran to the crease. He bowled really well. He's going to have to bat ludicrously well to give Singapore any hope. Realistically, the game is gone, and UAE, I have to say, Sharad, it is so nice to see them back with joy and playing and expressing themselves with fun and happiness. That's the Dan dance. That's the one I'm going to call. He's been learning his Nepali customs. I'm not sure what we call the twinkle toes of Ronnie Mustafa. And I think just like everything, maybe the youngster is the better one of the two.
Yeah, definitely. UAE having fun there out in the outfield, and that's how you play your cricket. you enjoy it, you play hard on the field. And once Ayan Khan brought those dancing shoes, Rohin showed it. He can do better than him as well. Bowling his overs quickly as you can expect.
There it is. The toe taps and the bum taps. I think that one needs a little bit of work, lads. 11 bowled, 68 for 4.
As Ayan Khan comes for in his 6th over. Yeah, a bit of talk between Manpreet and Ayan. He says ready to ball.
I'll tell you one thing, Sherrod. At this level, the associate game and all the ICC pathway events, all of the ACC events, it is the match referees and the umpires who come together to pick the players of the match. And I'm very glad it is. Well, at the top level, the commentators do it because the broadcast more consistent and more commentators together. But at this level, I'm glad it's their job because I don't want to pick it today. It's too hard to pick. How do you split Mohammad Wasim, Varitia Aravind, and then 74 from Ayan Khan and what could be a 3, 4, 5 wicket haul? Impossible. I don't know if they have it within them to have a joint player of the match, but they might need to.
Yup, that's a tough one to pick. Yeah, probably all three can have pieces of it.
Do one more update, and again, you say anything on air, someone's always going to correct you, so apologies for getting this one wrong. That 471 that the UAE equalled of Afghanistan isn't the highest in the history of the Asian Cricket Council Elite Trophy, the precursor to this event. It was in fact the UAE's 510 in the same year against Bhutan. Again, Bhutan were on the back end of some real beatings in that tournament, obviously. So 13 years ago, UAE did get by 500 and Bhutan could only make 76. Not quite as many today, but more than enough. 471 on the board, and after 12 in the chase, Singapore are 69 for 4. That's the top of the charts. We're talking dancing. There's a famous dance, I don't know if you've heard of it, Sharad. The Can-Can. And it's the Can-Can show at the top of the wicket-taking charts. Ayan Khan from the UAE and Isan Khan from Hong Kong. And I would vouch that there's probably no two cricketers in this tournament with a bigger disparity in age either. Ayan Khan is 17. Isan Khan, well, you tell me. He's been around for an eternity. I think he's into his 40s now. 8 wickets for Ayan, 6 for Isan, 2 quality spin bowlers. Picked up into the leg sides, the short side, all the way, a maximum. What can Manpreet and Bhaskaran do here? Got to show some fight, Singapore.
Yeah, see there, Rohan slightly pitched it up. Manpreet going over that mid-wicket boundary, the shorter side. Yeah, Rohan hoping that the fielder reaches it. Yeah, Rohan so quick between the overs. Need to check, he could break the record of bowling the fastest over in ODI cricket.
Well, him and Dipendra, they just fly through, don't they? Dipendra Singh Airi helped around the corner, good fielding. And a smile as well from Asif Khan. He missed out on runs, but wholehearted an effort in the deep. Ronnie not happy with how they're coming out at the moment. This one angling down. Very good work though from the man they call Lala in and around the UAE setup. He's like the mini Shahid Afridi, they reckon. Back live with you now. A dot ball to close out the 13th. It's 77 for 4.
Everyone running, come on. Switches, ready, Anna.
That's the tail of the tape at the moment. 77 for 4. We heard those two records that we thought were tied and then broken. The first one, Afghanistan, posting the exact same number, 471. That was at the Ahmadi City ground in Kuwait. That was where the ACC Elite Trophy was back in 2010. And then we heard UAE going past it in 510. Again, a big shout out to Vivek on social media for telling me this. He also tells me the man to my left played in the final of that competition. You weren't going to tell me the numbers though, were you, Sharon?
Oh yes, I remember that game. Afghanistan. Yeah, we lost in the final to Afghanistan, and I remember those bullet balls being thrown at us by Shapur, Hamid and Zadran. That's another boundary for Manpreet. He's getting a move on. I think these two are the best batters in the team.
Yeah, down the ground and played very nicely for 4. Yeah, they were quick, weren't they? It was April 2010. Was it a close game? Did you nearly win?
Well, oh, that's some turn from Ayan Khan.
We are going upstairs. A late decision from the square leg umpire. We're talking about the 2010 ACC Elite Trophy final, which was the precursor to this premier event. Was it close? You batted second. Take a look at the LBW, or the stumping here. Come to that in a moment. Tell me about this game 13 years ago. Here's your memory.
Well, most of all, I remember Hamid coming and Shahzad coming up to us and saying, better get out soon or Hamid is gonna kill you. So I remember Gyanu replying back in that game saying that it's okay, we'll be killed in the ground itself, we are representing our country, something like that, you know, the chat going on in the ground itself. Yeah, what a battle it was.
Front foot is fine. You were chasing. Afghanistan batted first, and it was a very fine pace attack. Shapur Zadran off that ludicrously long run. Hamid Hassan, he was rapid. Mirwais Ashraf, very accurate. Mohammed Nabi, how long has he been around for Samuel Shenwari as well? You needed 225 to win. Did you get close, do you remember?
No, we didn't at all. Yeah, I remember though, I was trying to bat long as much as possible. I remember Hamid Hassan breaking the stumps in that game when he bowled to our head selector here, Dipendra Chaudhary.
That was a first bowler for Dipendra Chaudhary in that game. Clean bowl by Hamid Hassan. I have to give you some credit, Jared. You top scored in the game. The problem was the top score was only 35. As Afghanistan routed Nepal all out for 129 and went on to win by 95 runs. Great memories those, and I'm sure you and everyone in Nepal has been proud of the rise of Afghanistan too.
Yes, those were the times as we wait for the umpire signal. I think the message has been conveyed. Maybe the electricity not working. It's not out. Yeah, those were the times when Afghanistan and Nepal were in the same level of Division 5. We are both rising together. And I see many fans talking about those times now as well. They used to say, see where Afghanistan has reached, and you guys are still in that level. It's 14 gone. Singapore are 82 for 4.
Ready, ready, ready. Hey, hey, Jura. Chalo, 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 chalo. Nice, Ronnie.
Yeah, lovely to hear the thoughts of Sharad Visakar on the journey through the last decade plus for Nepali and also Afghan cricket. It also must feel light years away in terms of the amount of cricket you had to play back then. That was a kind of, as you said the other day on air with me, a once or twice a year tournament that you got to play. That is a beauty. I'm not sure how that's missed. Nearly taken out first slip off the hip of Ritti Aravind as well. Turn and bounce. And a smile from Karthik Mayappan at first slip. This is already, we've had that series of 2 triangular series on this ground. Stunning bowling. A tour to Dubai. There was a PM Cup here, a Mayor's Cup here. Now the ACC Elite. Nepal will move on to the Cricket World Cup qualifiers for the second time in their history. There's a potential Asia Cup later in the year if they can win this tournament. There's a Emerging Teams Cup in July. There's then a T20 World Cup Asia Regional qualifier. There's a potential of a World Cup appearance too. They can get through Zimbabwe. They could be playing 10 months of the year this year. The stuff of dreams for you as a young Nepali cricketer, I would say.
Absolutely. It's almost like 10 times more games that you play now if you represent the national team in Nepal. The 15 overs gone by, Singapore are 84 for 4.
Good sprinting, Sanchi.
I just have Sharad Visakar with me for one more over. We're talking about the journey that really not just Nepali cricket has taken, but the associate game has taken. Has it been sort of a perfect storm of the ability to stream these matches, televise them? And the track, good strike from Singh and gets enough of it for 6. It's a really good shot. Hits with the spin, holds his shape and gets it all the way. It's a good stroke, isn't it? He bowled nicely, Manpreet Singh. And he's off to a good start with the bat too.
That was a beautiful shot. Played with the turn, made some room, got to the pitch of the ball and hit it cleanly. Yeah, that's cleared the ropes comfortably.
But is it that perfect storm of the fact that these games can be broadcast now so the sponsors can come in and support it and get the exposure? We had a look on just in Nepal alone, that's the only YouTube feed we can access on OSR Sports. There was, for a neutral game, UAE versus Singapore, there was more than 10,000 concurrently watching that. So those eyeballs, they bring value. And that is making all of these tournaments possible.
Absolutely spot on, Andrew. I believe there are so many close matches in this associate levels as well, which was not broadcasted before. I mean, it's good for the game. The game is growing in Asia especially, and you could see another shot down the ground by Manpreet. He's looking solid.
Those sponsors' boards are taking a battering throughout this ACC Premier Cup. 50 boundaries. That's 54s to go alongside more than 26s. It's been a run fest. A pitch of the highest quality. And Singh showing that it is still that in the second innings. Khan just taking a bit of punishment.
I mean, there are so many stories I would like to share, Andrew. Back those times, We used to have just one or two jerseys, just one bat shared around the dressing room maybe. And it's the 16th over done. Singapore are 97 for 4.
Yeah, fantastic to hear those thoughts of Shard Visakar, who was with me there for the last 8 or 9 overs. Change now here. I'm joined by Mudassir Ali. Mudassir, you spent great parts of your life in the United Arab Emirates. You know all these guys well. I'm not getting into the politics of what's been and gone and whatnot, but the future's looking very bright for this team.
Definitely after that turmoil which that these lads went through, especially talking about those 2018, what happened to this team, and Ahmad Raza stepping up and taking the responsibility of captain, then leading this new bunch of lads. And at the right time, he took that retirement. He gave the captaincy. He handed over to CP Rizwan. Then it went on to Mohammad Wasim. It wasn't an easy ride for UAE coming into this tournament. And with that added responsibility, he's flourishing well with the bat. Mohammad Wasim leading the troop nicely, giving these young lads and the respect to the seniors. It is the key. The way Asif Lala came in this team, Rohan Mustafa, he always banks on their ideas, Mohammad Wasim. And the youngsters playing around these senior players will have this conversation the next over. 17 gone, 99 for the loss of 4.
Good sprint take, Sanchi.
Decent fight from Singapore, and another day, 99 runs in 17 overs, might be setting you up for a total in and around 300. Which would be a pretty good effort. It could be a winning score. The problem is UAE have posted 471 ripples of applause from the knowledgeable crowd who see the 100 coming up, and they're going to let the youngster, I think ball is 10 out straight. Is there half an eye to the heavens, half an eye from the captain, Mohammad Wasim, just knowing that 20 overs will constitute a game? Just wants to get those in as quickly as possible.
Absolutely, and weather has never been kind to UAE, especially talking about these Asia Cup qualifiers. 2018, when UAE met Hong Kong in the final, after 11 overs, all of a sudden started raining, and the game was cut down to 24 overs. Still, they managed to post above 170 in 24 overs. UAE, what an excellent chase it was, especially the man, the all-rounder Azaz for Hong Kong, getting those quick runs, making sure the travel to Dubai for the 2018 Asia Cup. And recently, couple of days back, once again we have seen the DL method coming in when UAE took on Hong Kong. Mohammad Wasim wants to make sure that at least they complete those 20 overs quota quickly.
Yeah, and I think we will get them in. We'll get them in comfortably. There's every chance we'll get the whole second innings in too. But if they hadn't, they wouldn't just have been robbed of the 2 points. It would have been a point apiece. They'd have been robbed of the net run rate.
No run.
And when you post 471, you want every single one of them to count. They're going to, as long as they can get the next 2 overs in, which, given Rohan Mustafa's timings, I'm sure they will. 18 bowled, 102 for 4.
Guys, करो सर्विस चेंज करो. Ready, Lala. Basic cover आजा. Juni.
Mustafa to continue.
Hey!
Known as a specialist death bowler as well, isn't he? Which sounds crazy for an off spinner. We're seeing Dipender Singh Ari do that for Nepal now too. Very, very clever bowler.
Not only the death overs as well, he bowls with the new ball and quickly completes his over. The combox we have a ticker going on. 30 seconds.
I like that.
There you go. The third delivery of this over. He's ready.
And this is with the left-hand, right-hand combination too. There was two right-handers there. It could have been even quicker. I think he's bowled an over before in a minute. He's not going to do it this time, back live. But when he bowls dots, it helps. Only got 2 to go here. 54 seconds on the clock. We're not making this up. It's happening as we're watching. Oh, you've gone by the minute, Ronnie. Come on. Won't be a single. Oh, it will with the misfield. That's going to slow it down a touch. But we're obviously having a bit of fun here with the timer. It's actually a real asset for a team, isn't it? Because he just gets through those overs.
It's almost under
After this ball, boys.
2 minutes he's bowling this over. There you go. 1.25 seconds to complete the over.
I'm going to time it at 1:27, Rohan Mustafa. Pretty good, but you can do better. End of the 19th. 105 for 4. Match to be constituted. I don't think it's going to rain. The wind is kicking up. There's quite a bit of rain in the forecast, and this is a real throwback now, isn't it? A throwback to an older era, an opening bowler, and it's a spin bowler bowling his 10 overs straight through.
There was a chance. Taking that outside edge, Mayappan, not quick, survives the batter Vinod Bhaskaran.
Back up, back up.
It's the heavy wind blowing in the com box as well.
Yeah, wind was causing a bit of havoc there. We were losing our team sheets, our foam that stops our microphones from banging around. It's all happening, not just on the pitch today, up here too. Let's hope that wind doesn't get up to the levels we had the other day. It does feel a bit threatening. A few fans are kind of scurrying to take some cover, and the trees are really getting a good blowing now. But as long as the UAE can bowl 3 more balls, they'll have done enough to get a completed match in, even if it's abridged. They've been very, very good today, really, with all 3 disciplines.
Absolutely, they batted well, they bowled well, they fielded well, and they will be eyeing that net run rate. And they have a good chance once again, taking that edge, get someone else in the first slip. It was the Mayappan, and the ball races towards the fence. Another chance gone begging.
The slip had just been sent wider because of the drop earlier in the over. So he's at an unnatural position for a left arm spinner spinning the ball in. Because you're turning it in, you're going to get fine edges. So that's a little bit of inexperience from all 3 of those there. Ayan Khan, Karthik Mayappan at first slip, and Varitya Aravind. When you're turning it in, you'll get fine edges. You're turning it away, you'll get thick edges. Slightly better. I'd still like him another step to his right. Ayan Khan should have had 3 for 49. Instead, he's got 2 for 53 from his 10. And he's a little bit frustrated with it. But the 20 overs are in. And now the UAE can look about bowling Singapore out. 112 for 4. So the UAE, as soon as they get to that 20 over marker, they bring the Pacers back on. It was a definite tactic, and something that I think Ahmed Raza in particular will have driven behind the scenes. He's such a student of the game, such a thinker of the game. He was, in my opinion, even though it wasn't the longest tenure, he was one of the greatest associate captains we've ever seen. And he'll have known that it would have been a travesty for the UAE not to take the win. And if rain or weather had come into play. Great to hear from you all on social media. Lovely to hear this question. Something for you, Mudassir. I think everyone's really enjoying hearing your thoughts on the Emirati game in particular, as we see Zohar Khan come in. This comes in on social media at Cricket Badge. Andrew, can you please ask Mudassir where the ex-UAE captains are now? Saad Al Safar and Karim Khan, are they active in cricket or business, or do you know what they're up to?
I'm very much in touch with Khurram Khan. Now he's associated with Sharjah Cricket Academy as a head coach, and hopefully, if everything goes well, you never know, he might be included in this management of a UAE national team. And the other, and Saeed Al Safar, he's no more in touch with anyone with whom he has played the game. But for Khurram Khan, I'm sure pretty much that he is with the Sharjah Cricket Academy as of now.
Is that cricket academy at the main historic Sharjah Stadium?
Yes, the Sharjah Cricket Stadium has their own academy where he's busy with the kids, upcoming kids, and he's the one who has encouraged Ayan Afzal Khan not only as a bowler but to work on his batting, and now we can see the results.
Yeah, you talk about sort of iconic associate players. You think of Stephen Tikalo from Kenya, Thomas Adoyo. Looking back to the Irish days, your Kevin O'Briens, your William Porterfields, your Ed Joyces. But in UAE, they had one of the best of all time. Karim Khan, a stylish, elegant left-handed batter. Very good leader, very good captain as well. Here in Nepal, you had Paras Kadka. And it's almost a shame in a way, isn't it, that generation didn't get this same scale of exposure that these players are getting now.
Yes, for sure, except that 2015 World Cup where they qualified the UAE team. Apart from that, there was no exposure for those cricketers at the time. There was one more excellent batter, Saqib Ali. He missed out the 2015 World Cup because of an injury, but he and Khurram Khan were the key. They were the key to make sure the team travels to 2015 World Cup Australia for 50 overs. Those were the gems of UAE cricket. It's nice to see still Khurram Khan giving his services and giving that experience, putting that extra effort to nurture these upcoming cricketers.
Yeah, Shaiman Anwar as well, of course, who had an excellent World Cup in 2015. The leading run scorer at one point, I think, after 3 or 4 games. That tournament, there was something very special about it. It was the return of a World Cup to Australia after a 23-year gap to what was a very iconic tournament in 1992. Cricket coming into colour for the first time, and first time there was white balls and coloured clothing and floodlights. And 2015 was ever equally as good. We'll come back and talk more about that after this. 21 bowled, 114 for 4. So, a drinks break that took 21 overs to get to because Rohan Mustafa and Ayan Khan darted through their overs as the wind is really starting to get up here, rattling all around us. Singapore, they're not going to win this match, but they will want to get as many as they can. They keep going the way they're playing. They're scoring at nearly a run a ball. Could be targeting 260, 280 plus, but Karthik Mayappan, the wrist spinner, will be wanting to pick up wickets. It's something he does very regularly. And he bowls beautiful googlies, particularly like that one there to the left-handed Bhaskaran, who can't get anything on it. You were obviously proudly watching the UAE team at that T20 World Cup, and I know they didn't play their best cricket, but Karthik Mayappan really created one of the iconic moments. Not just the fact it was a hat-trick, but what a hat-trick.
First bowler to pick a hat-trick for UAE, but talking about the side of UAE, particularly in that World Cup, it was not well balanced side, missing likes of Rohan Mustafa. It was not a T20 side for me. Asif Khan, he was not picked for that World Cup. It was all about Mohammad Wasim and Basil Hamid and CP Rizwan chipping in with some runs. But good news was that they got that win against Namibia. But now the squad looks good by Rohan Mustafa coming back into the side and Asif Khan, Behrooz. So you need to have a right combination going into that big competition. And we were talking before the break, Andrew, about the 2015 World Cup. I hope you remember the Ireland versus UAE match. Nasir Aziz dropping that catch at the long off of Kevin O'Brien, and what an innings he played.
Yeah, that was a cracker at the Gabba. And Ireland had already beaten the West Indies at that point, and they were desperate to get a victory to stay in quarter-final contention. And they did, but only just thanks to Kevin O'Brien, 50 off 25, I think it was. Really good start from Mayappan. 4 googlies, 2 leg breaks, and just the 1 run from the over. 22 bowled, 114 for 4. Just seen a subfielder come on, Rohan Mustafa. I'm not sure if it's for an injury or a little comfort break. And Tandan, the youngster, is on. He is fielding at mid-wicket. Zohar Khan gets ready for his second over. Yeah, the 2015 World Cup is something we're discussing. It was the last 50-over World Cup that still had 14 teams. 2019, for all of its success in the final, with a brilliant game between England and New Zealand, for me it was a poor format. 10 teams that played each other once, 45 group games, and then 3 matches that decided the comp. But I look back much more fondly on 2015, where it had the 4 associate teams present. Ireland and Afghanistan didn't have test status at that point. That's driven, and a rather comical sliding effort from Aryan Lakra as Bhaskaran gets a boundary.
Nicely played, fuller delivery. Yeah, look at that quick lightning outfield. There was a slide coming in from Aryan Lakra, but he was nowhere.
Aryan Lakra's looked a bit more like someone of Asif Khan's age here. Dive the wrong way. Use your hands, not your legs, please, Aryan. I think Ahmed Raza will be jotting that down in his notebook. But that tournament with the 4 associates as they were then, the ICC made a huge effort, given all of the controversy around the tournament that was originally supposed to be 10 teams in Australia and New Zealand, and then after the campaign really led by Ireland and the growth of Afghanistan, they decided to expand it back to 14 teams in 2015. But the ICC put a huge focus on preparing those 4 associates as best they could: Ireland, Afghanistan, Scotland and UAE. They got them all on 6 to 7 week camps down in Australia, where they played a lot of cricket against state teams and academy sides. And certainly Ireland in particular, they led the way with the victory over the West Indies in Nelson, over UAE in the Gabba, and Zimbabwe down in Hobart. But there was also good performances, individual performances particularly from some of the UAE players. Afghanistan showed in phases, including those iconic scenes as they beat Scotland down in Dunedin, with Shapur Zadran sinking to his knees like the Almighty himself to celebrate Afghanistan's first ever World Cup win. And even Scotland, Kyle Coatzer's 150 plus against Bangladesh was an outstanding innings. But to go from that back to 10 teams in 2019, and it'll be 10 teams again this year, but let's not worry about that, because in the next cycle it's back to 14. You compare the associates of 2015, I'm not being disparaging to any of the players, excellent cricketers, but 8 years on, surely the associates are much, much better teams.
Yes, definitely. I remember in 2015 it was only Ireland who played and who gave some tough fights to the oppositions. It was a decent and a well matured place in that Irish team. And after 8 years, we can see UAE, Nepal coming into the ranks, and Scotland, especially the USA. There is something surprising. Lately, USA coming up, and we'll have this conversation to continue in the next over. It's 23 gone, 120 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, the wind is really getting up, and we actually have guys right now almost holding down the side screen. That they have done a bit of work on them since they blew over. But right now they're wobbling. You can see it there, and it's our sort of theatre curtain that's fallen down. You will have watched an awful lot of that 2015 World Cup, and we're just talking about the progress the associates have made in the 8 years since then. And you're right, the depth. If we look at the 6 associates that will go to Zimbabwe, Scotland as the champions of Cricket World Cup League 2, Oman as the second place finishers, Nepal who took third place in such dramatic circumstances, Netherlands down from the Super League, and then the 2 that got through the playoff in Namibia, which was the USA as the winners, and then UAE as second place. That doesn't even include Namibia. Namibia have a series win last year against a test nation, a series win against Zimbabwe, not a one-off win. That's the depth in associate cricket. And I think those 6 teams are going to go and play against Sri Lanka, West Indies, Ireland and Zimbabwe. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of those 6 actually takes one of the 2 spots. It's a big call. Sri Lanka, West Indies, world-class sides. But that's how good these associates are now. And I think there's a real chance for a Nepal or a UAE or a Scotland to go and do something incredibly special for the associate game.
So absolutely, and lately they're playing this 50-over format. This might be the plus point for these associate nations. And UAE denting the hopes of Namibia yet again, which we have seen in the 2022 World Cup, defeating Namibia. And looking at the wickets in this innings, Ayan Afzal Khan getting better of Datta. Brilliant delivery by the youngster. Look at that celebration by Ayan Afzal Khan. Then Rohan Mustafa caught in front of the batter. Modi departs. He's very quick, Rohan Mustafa, and look at that appeal, putting that extra pressure on the umpire.
There's no worse feeling as a batter, is there? I don't think the sight of Rohan Mustafa dancing with Asif Khan is going to help the mood. Poor old Modi with a first ball duck. That's the batting card. Yeah, I think those 6 associates go to Zimbabwe as the best prepped ever. Previously, they had to prep them with training camps or tours of the country they were going to. But now, there's been so much cricket. That's the difference. It's light years different from 2014 if we look back to a year prior to the 2015 50 over World Cup. This year, the top 7 sides in Cricket World Cup League 2 have all played 36 one-day internationals over that cycle. They played a lot of T20 cricket in and around that with the 2 qualification structures to the T20 World Cup as well. And many of the other sides have played plenty of bilateral cricket outside of that. UAE have been excellent in organising that, so have Nepal. UAE very nearly took a series win against Afghanistan. You could argue they really should have beaten them in that Friendship Cup there last month. The wind is really getting up here, starting to cause havoc, to be honest. And you can see here, we're just about to lose this side screen entirely. Oh dear. And this is the second time now this has happened. We've lost, I think, a chair up off the gantry where Nick Bista is holding himself and the camera down. And hopefully that was just one big gust which might end it. It feels like it was. Well done to the boys for staying safe up there. Tip our caps to you. I think that's the end of the really strong gusts. We'll see if we can take a look at the points tables here and just get you back to the action. I think that was just one big gust that's hopefully blown out now, as umpires are trying to get us back ready for play. The side screen still holding us up. Past the halfway stage, we'll also give you a quick update from the Mulpani ground, where right now in action, Malaysia are taking on Oman. That's in Group A. And Oman in a good position. They're 130 for 2, chasing 228 to win. They need about 4.5 and over from here. They should win, but Mudassar, even if they do, they're not going to get a big net run rate boost. And what that means is that if Saudi Arabia, even if they lose to Nepal, if they can just keep things close, not take a real hammering, get that game as deep as is possible. And remember, Malaysia will also have a chance to beat Nepal in their, they'll play Qatar in their last game. So they'll have a chance to get to 4 points. Saudi Arabia will have a chance to get to 4 points. They'll potentially have a 3-way tie there. This is presuming Nepal win their last 2 games. Beautifully bowled. So even if Malaysia lose, they'll still keep themselves in the picture, because I think Saudi Arabia versus Oman could be a really good game. I was very impressed by what I saw from Saudi Arabia. Great that we're back to action, as Mayappan's going to continue his second over. Tickled around the corner. Could be very tight. I think Qatar are probably looking at a bridge too far with 2 games to go and the net run rate position they're in, but to pick the second qualifier after Nepal in that Group A, not easy.
Absolutely. At the start of the tournament, everyone was saying from Group A it will be Nepal and Oman, and from Group B it will be Hong Kong and UAE. But apart from Nepal and Hong Kong, still we are not sure who is the second team from Group A or B. They're giving some tough fight, the teams, to Oman as well as to UAE. Today they have a chance to better their net run rate. 120 for 4, 23.3 overs. Vinod Bhaskaran and Manpreet looking good out in the middle. Very watchful. Tight piece of bowling continues by Mayappan.
I think you're spot on, Mudassar. I think that the group that we're watching the action from here, I don't think UAE are by any means assured of their place yet, despite 2 thumping victories, one over Kuwait and one today. They'll close out over Singapore. And they're going to have to be at their best against what's a bit of a bogey team for them, Bahrain. 2 wins may not be enough. 24 bowled. Score is 120 for 4. Okay, what have we done 8 there?
struggling. 124, loss of 4 wickets in the chase of 472. Zaur Khan continues, and there's change in the voice in the com box to talk more about this innings. Joining me is my new friend in the com box, is the Sharad. Welcome back, Sharad.
It's a pleasure being with you here, Mudassir. Yeah, at this stage, if you compare UAE, where 212 for 1, it's about a 100-run difference between Singapore and UAE at this stage. The end of 24 overs. The run rate required is hovering at 13.6.
Brilliant shot, a bit fuller, trying to bowl that Yorker, misses the line. No mistake by Manpreet, finds the gap, is putting it just beyond the reach of mid-off fielder. Excellent timing.
Looking good, Manpreet. Yeah, that was a stand and deliver through the covers. So comes on for his third over, yet to pick up an wicket. Very good bowler Zahoor Khan. Has those subtle variations, cutters, slower ones, good Yorkers and slower bouncers as well, Zahoor Khan.
With that single 59 runs partnership between these two batters, the last batter to get out was Aryan Modi. It was in the 11th over. They're spending the time in the middle, not giving that easy victory to UAE. Both the batters, Manpreet moves to 43 and Vinod Bhaskaran on 17. He played 47 deliveries for 17. Zahoor Khan wicketless. Brilliant Yorker, just manages to get the wood in time. Single. Cricket at its best, if you talk about associate nations. It's not about who wins this tournament. Forget about UAE, forget about Nepal, Hong Kong, Oman. Let's look like a associate cricket. It's like a family. Whoever wins, it's good for the associate cricketers.
Absolutely, it looks to me as a mini World Cup there. The second tier one, probably. After the big boys, the big giants, test playing nations, can call the mini Asia Cup. The ACC Premier League, the ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023 rather. ACC has done a great job to bring this tournament in Nepal. The fan following and the viewers watching this live telecast, as you can see, is in huge numbers.
Absolutely, Sharad. I would like to add here that if this ACC was played somewhere else, you wouldn't have the fan following, the supporters coming to the ground, the love shown by the Nepal people for the game of cricket. It's not Nepal playing out here, it's Singapore versus UAE, but still we have some crowd coming in and supporting, cheering the teams. 25 gone, 126 for the loss of 4. History has been created by UAE posting 472. A loud appeal. Took no time. Straight away raises the finger. It's been interesting to see the replay. But that's the end of Vinod Bhaskaran, Sharad.
Yeah, Mayappan with his first wicket. That turned quite long. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Mayappan. Can see big amount of turn, probably hitting back of the leg, going down the leg. what I first thought, but umpire didn't think so. He had different things on the mind. He has the best angle. Mudassir, what do you think?
A close call. If we can have the replay in slow motion, it will give us a clear picture. But what matters is the on-field umpire has raised his finger. It's a slow walk for Vinod Bhaskaran towards the pavilion. 60 runs, the partnership has been broken. Dejected, not at all happy. Vinod Bhaskaran, 18 of 49 balls, couple of fours. It's 126 for the loss of 5. Keeper. And talking about the batter, is Chandra Mohan, 12 matches, 364 runs, 70 strike rate. Taking some time, the batters to settle in. Mayappan getting his first scalp of the match. He's into his third over, gave just a run, a wicket to his name. There's Rohan Mustafa standing at point, and just behind him there's a crowd cheering for Rohan Mustafa. They are into a different mood here.
Yeah, he's the most liked person in the UAE squad, I believe, in Nepal. He's playing in Nepal for different franchisee clubs.
Well bowled, KD, well bowled, KD.
Could see him interacting with the fans in the past after the games, clicking pictures, giving autographs. That's much how he's loved in Nepal.
He's the one who gave me the confidence as well. Rohan Mustafa said, brother, no need to worry, I am there. You love the place, you love the people, and rightly said, dancing down the track. The batter has no clue. Bowling it away, and a good take. The wicket keeper, Vritya, all smiles. Karthik Mayappan looking good after he got a thrashing against Kuwait and Oman. He bowled, I beg your pardon, against Hong Kong. He bowled just 4 overs before getting injured.
Yes,
But a
yes,
better a
yes.
loud shout. Was it a bat first or pad? The umpire thinks the other way.
Quite rightly. Smiling Mayappan.
Well bowled, KT.
He thought that was out, but probably hit him outside the line of off stump. Rightly so, not out given. Yeah, Mayappan
Nice, KT.
creating some doubts here in the batsman's mind. Getting some big turn and making one go straight as well.
No one. Out of Jure.
That's punched nicely off the back foot for a run again.
Come on, Mayappan.
Still 344 runs to get. What a mammoth total UAE posted. Nicely played down the ground. Surendra Chandra Mohan had a good outing in the last game. Scored 51 runs against Bahrain. Coming at number 7. It's 26 overs done. Singapore 129 for 5.
26 overs, 129 for 5. Zaur Khan continues, not looking in a hurry. Surendran. And I reckon at the right time this tournament is happening in Nepal. This gives the exposure to not only to cricketer but Nepal as a country. People coming in and knowing the culture. And the hospitality here in Nepal has been excellent. So sports always gives a chance not only to the sports persons but to the country as well to showcase what exactly they are. And it has been a brilliant 1 week for me. If I talk about my personal experience here in Nepal, past 1.5 year, not only the cricket, the uprise for Nepal cricket, but as a country also, people are slowly coming to know about the culture, especially who are coming from Europe or from Middle East.
Yes, truly, Nepal is definitely a touristic place. For you can see, this is a time when a lot of tourists arrive in Nepal for the trekking season. Actually, it starts around March and April first week. So yeah, you could see in the Thamel area of Kathmandu, a lot of tourists, especially from the western side of the globe, visiting Nepal. As Chandra Mohan runs a quick one. Yes, you could also see in the last game when Nepal played Oman here and also Malaysia. Could see tourists, I mean fans coming from Australia, India to watch the game. Although they didn't recognize the players, but they were so happy to see an international game happening in Nepal. It was good to see that we are having some sports tourism going as well in that point of view.
So absolutely, Sharat, and hopefully in coming days we can see day and night games as well in Nepal, so that more cricket comes here, more team travel here frequently. A good rivalry being built up between Nepal and UAE lately here. Flick of the wrist, trying to clear that square leg region. Clears with ease. Brilliant shot. Goes to his 50 with that maximum. Manpreet is on song here.
That's a nice pickup shot. Raises his bat to his dugout. Hasn't he played well? Scored in quick time. Played just 51 balls for his 50 with 3 fours and 3 sixes. Playing with Zaur Khan's angle, ball coming in. Right shot to play with a short boundary in the leg side. Utilized to its maximum.
So far in this tournament, he struggled to find the wickets. Zahur Khan, a very experienced campaigner in this lineup of UAE. Spinners were able to get those wickets. But the key for UAE will be if all the fast bowlers, if they can get more wickets, especially on these surfaces, those initial 10 overs, because it's a day game, it's an early start. So, so definitely there will be help for the fast bowlers to get something out of the surface here.
Yes, Zahur Khan looking for his first wicket. He's been an experienced player for UAE, done very well in the T20 format. You can see him playing for different teams in the international leagues. It's 27 overs done, Singapore 136 for 5.
So Mayapan to continues. Manpreet has got to his 50 when chips are down. He's the lone warrior out there in the middle for Singapore. Surendran, the hard hitter, the non-striker, and batting on 4, getting his rhythm back nicely. Mayappan using the feet. He looks quite comfortable out there in the middle. Manpreet Singh of Singapore. It has been all about those big shots in the first innings. Now we are witnessing a completely different second innings. It's not about those big shots, it's all about the patience, the time spent by Manpreet Singh out there in the middle.
Yes, hasn't he played well? Good contribution of 50 runs in this game. Missed out in the last few games. And his partner Surendra just coming in. That's played down to long on. Nicely collected there by Ramiz. Slightly short. Yeah, Surendra, for my liking, has come a lot down the order. He had a good outing in the last game. Last time he played against Nepal, I remember in the T20, he was batting, opening the innings actually. He's a good striker of the ball. Very surprised to see him come so much down the order.
They have shuffled with his batting order in this tournament. He has opened once in this tournament for Singapore in Malpani with his captain Datta. Let it go this time, a cricket delivery to end the over. 28 gone, 138 for 5.
Zahur running into ball. Continuing from the over end, and it's slashed away. Manpreet. That's a firm, strong shot. Played it on the rise. Got some width to play with. Struck well, Manpreet.
Width offered and full flow of the blade. There was Mohammad Wasim, but no chance. Traveled like a bullet towards the fence. Getting those runs for Singapore, looking strong out there in the middle. It's not about winning this match, it's all about the character he's showing out there in the middle. Manpreet Singh, a lone warrior on 55 or 57 deliveries, 142 for the loss of 5. Zahur continues to be quite bit expensive and wicketless so far. Excellent comeback, bowling at that good length and getting some extra bounce. They have dominated clearly, UAE winning the toss, and Mohammad Wasim straight away opting to bat first. It was a one-sided affair throughout this match. But it will give them definitely a confidence as a batter, UAE. But as a bowler, Mohammad Wasim would like his fast bowlers to get those wickets, so they can also come back in this groove.
Most certainly, with this tournament getting into the halfway stage, Captain Wasim would love to see his bowlers in form. That's a full toss. Helped on the way. That's a 6. Cleared the boundary easily. Interesting to see if it's given as a no ball. No signs yet. Full toss down the leg. Helped on its way, Manpreet.
Juicy full toss. The man in form, Manpreet Singh, getting a maximum against Zahur Khan. Started off the over with a boundary, then a dot delivery, then a maximum. Looking in good touch. Now moves to 61 of 59 deliveries. Slowly raising the tempo of the runs here. Manpreet Singh, but he needs the support from Surendran as well. Get to 300 mark. And you might get that respect as a team, not giving it away easily. Fighting it hard, Manpreet Singh. Was there an edge? And totally just beating the edge of the batter. But what an innings this lad is playing for his team, Manpreet Singh.
He's playing well, but playing a losing battle for sure. It's gonna be difficult to chase down this 324 runs still to get of 21 overs. Has to be a miracle to chase on from here. Run rate required, as you can see in the bottom of the left of your screen, 15.19. That will be a difficult task, even in a T20 game, to say the least.
He's playing for the pride clearly, Manpreet Singh. You never know, he might have some fans and some numbers adding up on his Insta handle as well after this knock.
Yeah, for sure. As you can see, we have a lot of following in Nepal. The live streaming going on. In OSR Sports, you can still see 2.1 thousand people watching the UAE versus Singapore battle that's going on in TU grounds right now.
OSR Sports in Nepal, almost 200,000 people following this match in Nepal as well as around the world. Once again finds the gap, quick lightning outfield, no stopping, ball wins the race. Yet again Manpreet Singh getting a boundary, getting better of Zahur Khan, moves to 65, 29 gone, 152 for the loss of 5.
Good to see a slip in, attacking UAE, rightly so.
Bowling tidy overs, Mayappan, a slip in place, short mid wicket, short fine leg, getting some turn on the surface. Mayappan, Surendran not at all in a hurry, has been very watchful, giving support to Manpreet. Interesting to see whether Manpreet can go and get his 100. Way outside the off stump, dancing down the track and play towards the deep extra cover. It's a boundary from Surendran. Good looking shot.
He finds his first boundary, Surendra. Yeah, full toss, hit away, right in the gap. No fielders moved there. break this partnership, Mayappan. Googly there by him. Nicely defended on the back foot.
Trying to break this partnership, Mayappan. He wanted to win this match by a big margin so that they can better than net run rate. As of now, they have 2 points in their kitty as well as Bahrain, but Bahrain is on top because of their better net run rate compared to UAE.
Success, you.
And quick update from the other ground in Mulpani. Oman are well on their way to chase the target of 227 runs given by Malaysia. They are 191 for 2. And Singapore, after 30 in TU grounds, are 157 for 5.
So Aryan Lakra, the left arm orthodox, getting up ready. 15 matches, 6 wickets. An economy on a bit higher side, 5.18. There's Surendran facing Lakra for the first time in this match. Ramiz was the fielder there, but quick run has been taken by Manpreet and Surendran. And if we can see from here, there is Rohan Mustafa standing on the long on, and behind him are the spectators, the fans of Rohan Mustafa cheering for him. It's 158 for 5. And he requested Muhammad Wasim after this over that he want to stand there and do the fielding.
Of course, why not? He's loved so much in the fans in Nepal. You could see the crowd getting involved a bit more now. As soon as he has gone to that long run region, they have gone a little bit chirpy. Interacting with him, you can see him waving his hand to the crowd. He's a character.
Not at all in a hurry. Surendran taking his time. 16 deliveries for his 10. Just a boundary so far in his innings. Tall, hard hitter batter in this lineup of Singapore. Keeping it simple, giving it a bit loop. Aryan Lakra.
There you go. You can listen to the roar. That's courtesy of Rohan there. As Lakra comes into ball. Tall lad, this guy gets good bounce off the wicket because of his height. He would be looking to get off the mark in this tournament.
A dot delivery to end the over number 31. 159 for the loss of 5.
So it's the 32nd over in progress. There's a change in commentary. Welcome back, Andrew. I presume you had a small bowling session there in the nets. How did it go?
Well, they actually did. I went down and I had 7 overs off, and the nets were desolate. I went over to see if Nepal were still training. They weren't, but there was 1 cricket ball left, and that's all I need. Cleaned them up. Number 6 goes to Karthik Mayappan, and Manpreet Singh's dreams of a century. They're ended. They're castled. Mayappan predominantly bowls googlies. He really does. I'd love to see him bowl a few more leg breaks, but that is a very good googly. Angling in, and it just clips the leg stump, just does enough. Tempting one to go at. This will be the good angle.
Yep. As you can see, ball coming in after pitching. No room to play with. Manpreet goes for 66, a well played innings. Singapore are 60 for 6. 160 for 6. Beg your pardon.
Tilapan Omadurai to the crease at number 8. Good strike rate. Over a run of ball means he's going to give it a biff. And I think in a position like this, whilst you obviously want to spend some time in the middle, I think it's time to have a go and enjoy it. You're not going to chase this 472 runs required to win, but you could make merry, pick up some boundaries. That's the googly again. And look at the dip late. You can see it clearly coming out of the back of the hand, so it comes out a bit slower, but not much. There's not much of a change of action. It's a very good wrong un.
Absolutely, you can see that dip going because of that reps he gives in the ball. Yeah, missed the bat. Off the mark, Tilapan. He would look to play aggressively, definitely, as he went for a few runs while he was bowling.
Just did a shot of Mudassir Ali there in the background. Actually, I think he's having a quick hello to Asif Khan, who's enjoying his time patrolling the boundary. This game is dead and buried in terms of the result, and really just a bit of personal pride left to play for both batters and those to come. 311 required to win. It's not going to happen. In Singapore, I have to say, given what's been a really good 4 or 5 years for their game, particularly if you look at the T20 World Cup qualifier in 2019, where with the services of Tim David, they were excellent, won 3 games in the group stages and really challenged, threatened to qualify. I think they're just checking. There is still 1 ball to come by my count, by our count. But they've lost all 3 games here, and being honest, Shara, they've lost them all pretty heavily with not an awful lot to take.
Yes, quite truly. Not been a great game for them. But they would look to improve their performance in the remaining games after this. Probably 1 more game to go. It's the end of 32nd over. Singapore 161 for 6.
Some overs under their belts. Played a lot of cricket this year as well, UAE, just like Nepal have. You stick in that Friendship Cup, the 3-match T20I series against Afghanistan, where they're highly competitive. They won one. I think they won the first game, and then easily could have won the series.
Oh, Jesus!
And it's remarkable to think that just over a month ago, they were travelling to Namibia, staring down the barrel of losing ODI status. They finished beneath Canada or Jersey in that competition. Papua New Guinea were the other ones in the mix of that. They would have lost ODI status. Could have set them back not just years, maybe a decade. But look at them now. They look full of confidence. That's turned and bounced, and Aravan can't make any contact. And given his buys, 4 to the total. Nicely bowled by Lacra, very unlucky. But they look in many ways not just one of the form sides in Asia now, maybe the form associate side in the world. Forget about this tournament for a moment. Do you think the UAE could go to Zimbabwe and really do something?
They sure can. Last time they were there, they beat Zimbabwe, if you remember. And also were competitive against West Indies as well. Could see the guy playing today, Rami Shehzad, scored 100 against West Indies. So they know what they can do. And they have that skills as well. They have everything in their bag. Leg spin, off spin, left arm spin, and good medium pacers as well as a bowling wing unit.
What they didn't have 5 years ago, though, Sharad, was 5 incredible youngsters. 3 or 4 of them potentially world-class youngsters. Karthik Mayappan, we've seen his leg spin. Varitya Aravan, the leading run scorer in this tournament. Aryan Lacra, who's bowling now. Ayan Afzal Khan, who is a 17-year-old that every team in the world would want. And then Sanchit Sharma, who is very much evolving as maybe a successor to the likes of Sadiq or Zohar Khan. I think they're an incredibly exciting side, and they look pretty happy right now too. 33 bowled, 166 for 6. Big shot down the ground. He got a good strike rate for a reason, and he sent a few of the catering staff scuppering, and one of them shows off their throwing skills. Good effort too. The ball's going to have to be checked, but a good strike down the ground. That's what you want to see more of from Singapore in the last third of this innings. Have a go.
There you go. That strike rate. He's showing his skills. See the caterings. Nearly got a hit there, but did well. The caterers.
Well, they've just fed half the ground. All of the production staff, the teams. And we've got a very brave drone pilot taking off in this wind, although it is lessening. They're having to quickly get out of the way after they were just trying to take a rest, having fed everyone. Our thanks to them, as well as everyone involved. I was just chatting to a couple of the volunteers. There's about 20 volunteers at each ground, which is wonderful to see. Swept around the corner, gets it towards the sweeper for a single. You think about this UAE team, you think about their best 11. I still think there's maybe an issue at number 4. Rami Shehzad back in, he hasn't quite shown that form he showed 5 years ago. Is Basil Hamid an option there? Is the former captain CP Rizwan, who's not in this squad, an option there too? But if they play their best cricket, like you said, with a leg spinner, 2 left arm spinners, Rohan Mustafa's unorthodox off breaks and death bowling, and 2 world class quicks in Zohar Khan and Junaid Sadiq. Stick the power hitting, the classy batting alongside that. It's a really good 11.
Most certainly, and they have that experience as well in Rohan Mustafa, Mohammad Wasim, who has played some international format franchisee league games, and Zahur Khan as well.
Quick
Really
response.
looking forward to that tournament, Lenny, the qualifier in Zimbabwe. It'll be interesting to see how the associate teams go against the big boys.
I think they're going to win games. Can they win enough? String together a passage of results to qualify, that would be a huge ask. But I'm certain that they're going to win games. Beautiful leg break. Sharp turn. Maybe bowl one or two more of them per over if you can, Karthik. 34 bowled, 174 for 6. Edge wide of the first slip, backward point, just gives it up as soon as it comes off the bat. And it bullseyes into one of the Dior-like bottles of drinks. Bit of fortune to this, but 4 more to the total.
Yeah, the slip fielder too close to the keeper, it seems. Lucky as there, and down goes the drinks. Yeah.
Yeah, not sure about the positioning of that slip fielder. Goes back to my point about when you're turning it away from the bat, you'll tend to get sharp edges. So I mean edges that deflect a long way. So your angle should be greater than as if you're turning it into the bat. You'll usually get quite thin edges. And I'm not sure Asif Khan is in the greatest place or looks the most likely to cling on to one at first slip, to be honest.
He looks to having a good rest over there after a long day in the office. Yeah, you can see his hands on the knees.
If a low edge comes to Asif Khan, what are the chances of him catching it here? Because look at his body position. You want to talk about technique at first slip. Look at where his hands are at the point of release here.
I can bet Andrew, chance of catching is 1 out of 10.
Be one of those classic ones then. After the catch goes down, he goes, "Oh, I didn't see it off. It was a very tough one." Oh, you've got to anticipate every ball. I'm not sure Asif Khan quite is there. Look, hands on knees. Oh, just the last second, come out in front. End of the 35th. 178 for 6. "15 overs remain as the wind has calmed enough for our drone to give you those beautiful shots around this ground. I know that the game was gone by the time Karthik Mayappan has come on to bowl, but certainly he's showing yet again as to what an asset he is for the UAE, how talented a young wrist spinner he is. I'd like to see him bowl a few more of them, take the ball away from the right-hander. He bowls an awful lot of googlies. I know it's a wicket-taking delivery, but it will be even more of a potent threat if you bowl it less often.
Absolutely, with the slip in place, should make use of it. Again, drifts down the leg, nicely clipped away, running to the boundary, and nice slide there by the fielder. 2 runs taken.
Yeah, the disparity between these two teams today, even despite a few late runs for Singapore, it's been massive. And this isn't a side ranked down in the 50s or 60s in the world. This is a top 25 team, Singapore. They're in the Challenge League. They've played a lot of 50-over cricket in the last cycle. 2 of those 6-team tournaments in the last year. Was that one of them in Toronto? They've been so disappointing here, and it shows that the 2 youngsters that are missing, Janak Prakash and Arya Manuchal, it's not just really 2 players are missing, it's almost 4. They'd bowl 20 overs in the game, they'd bat at numbers 5 and 6, and it's been too big a hole left in the Singaporean team.
It's truly, they look a weakened side for sure, but saying that, haven't played to their potential enough, I believe. They're a better side than this. 471 target given by UAE is a lot. This level of cricket. It's 36 overs done. Singapore 182 for 6.
So with 14 overs to go, the game really just going through the motions. Might be a good time for you to get in touch and let us know if you've got any questions. You can use that hashtag for the ACC Premier, which is hashtag ACC Premier, or message me directly at Cricket Badge. Andrew Leonard here, alongside Nepal International Sharad Vasakar. If you have any questions for Sharad, let me know. Or even in the YouTube chat, let us know what you thought of the tournament so far, how good Mohammad Wasim and Vritia Aravind were today. At Cricket Badge, Cricket BADGE. We'll get to a couple of those questions, as this game really right now, it's just drifting away. The only disappointing thing, whatever about the margin of defeat, for Singapore to, at this stage of their batting, not really go at it, not really try and hit some boundaries. This one he's attempted. It's a bit more like it. May have a boundary check. I'm not sure the umpire's certain whether that's 4 or 6. Helped around the corner by Thilapan. And finally some aggression. It is a maximum.
Yes, it is. Thilapan giving it back to the UAE bowlers. He got some hitting in his own bowling. Probably want to give it back to the UAE bowlers a bit. Yeah, that was a clean hit. Helped on its way in the fine leg region. Short boundary there with the wind blowing in that area. A half hit will do over the ropes. Clipped away again for a single. Small little partnership, but gonna be very difficult to get close to that target. Singapore. Got away again. So 37th overs done. Singapore 191 for 6.
281 to win from here. Singapore are not going to get there, but they can close the margin of defeat to as narrow as possible.
No run. Ari, you gotta cut that booty.
What would they like from here? Again, the game is gone, but could they get to 270, 280? It'd be a good fighting effort from the lower middle order.
Break brings the wicket.
Yeah,
KT.
with 77 balls to go, they would love to get another 100 odd, but that seems a difficult task. As Thilapan swings hard, but it's lands safely between the cover and deep cover fielder. That was nicely flighted by Mayapan. Just outside the off stump, out of the reach of Thilapan.
Yeah, I've been there as a young leg spinner, not knowing how many googlies to bowl.
No one, Bazi. Nice, KT.
Problem is, if you over bowl your
Good elbow
googly, you
ball.
can lose your leg break. And you might think that's a ludicrous statement. How can you lose your leg break? But it's just the wrist position. Spin bowling, wrist spin bowling is all about your wrist position, your release point.
Catch.
And that one too full. I think that was the leg break over pitched. Should be really aiming, unless it's a left-hander, to bowl at least 4 or 5 deliveries each over as the regulation one. Yeah, that is the leg break. But if you become over reliant on your googly, you can lose it in terms of, it's not that you can't bowl it, I mean you lose it in terms of its consistency, which I think Mayapan is, sadly, he's a bit more consistent with his googly, and that's why he bowls it so much. So it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's the googly there, he's more comfortable bowling that one.
Yeah, probably, as you said, he's more comfortable in that ball. Could see him getting that hat-trick in the World Cup. And Googlies was the ball that he got that hat-trick with. Probably all 3 wickets coming to the straightish and the Googlies. It's 38 gone, 197 for 6.
Wonderful shots supplied by our drone. Sponsored by the team at Daffy News. Back live with you now. 12 overs remain. And this game is only going one direction. And that's the direction of the UAE. They're going to take a massive victory. Victory by about something over 200 runs you'd expect, unless we see some good hitting in the last 12. Has the approach of Singapore's batters frustrated you, or are they right to play at the 50 overs?
Well, I feel they have tried their best. Their run rate is not bad. At 38, they are around the 200 mark. Would be a decent run rate in a 50 overs game if they batted first. But at the moment, they are chasing 371. That's missed everything. It's called a bye. Yeah, big turn there by Lakra. Would love to see a slip there. Need to be proactive.
Yes. Firstly, a slip should be in, and secondly, Veritia Aravind, you should be stopping that. You've had a wonderful, a marvellous day with the bat. That was very poor. Your second time conceding 4 byes off Lakra as well. It's a regulation take. You know he's bowling left arm spin. You know he's turning it away from the bat. But there should be a slip in too, I agree with you. 200 comes up in the 39th over. And 9 byes. The only sour note in what's been another incredible day for young Veritia Aravind.
Probably some tired legs after batting most part of the 50 overs. The 12th match that happened in the Mulpani ground. Oman have won by 8 wickets with more than 8 overs remaining. Chased comfortably that target of 227 runs. The loss of just 22 wickets.
No run.
That's going to close out the 39th over, but we'll have a commentary change after this. It's 201 for 6.
Catch. Good.
Big shot into the offside, and it's been put down and run away for 4 alongside it. Big fast bowlers are not known as the greatest fielders, and Zahoor Khan is living up to the stereotype there. That was a dolly. Should have been taken, should have given Mayappan another wicket. As I welcome Mudassar Ali, how has he put this down?
Said by you, the fast bowlers, known for their good fielding, but still at this level you need to take those. Poor effort by Zahoor Khan in the deep. Survives the batter. And moves to 28 with that single. Surendran putting up some fight and playing for the pride. Trying to play the quota of 50 overs. It clearly shows the lack of potential they have in the bowling, especially the fast bowling department of UAE. Not able to get those wickets. The spinners are the ones who are getting those regular wickets for UAE.
Beautiful leg break. Oh, that's close. Don't think it's pitched outside leg, but it's turned so sharply and it's bounced so much. It's hard to give out. I know myself as a leg spinner, I'd love to get another look at this. He's asked the umpire, is it pitched outside leg? That looked like a yes to me. I'm not sure it did. I think the not out decision might be a good one though for other reasons. Let's take a look. Look at leg stump. I think it's pitched in line, and oh my, that's very close. Almost playing French cricket in front of the stumps. But it's such sharp turn, you can understand there's a lot of doubt there. But it's the kind of decision, I actually agree with giving it not out. But it's the kind of decision that in this day and age with DRS it would have gone upstairs, and maybe DRS would have shown it just pitched inside the line of leg stump. But equally, it easily could have pitched outside. So too much doubt to give. Good call from the umpire, but very, very tight call.
Excellent piece of bowling continues by Mayappan. His last over, couple of wickets to his name. He troubled the batters regularly today. Karthik Mayappan. Very watchful. Showing some respect with the dot delivery. 40 gone. 207 for the loss of 6.
Like
10 overs remain. We're into power play 3. 7th wicket partnership growing for Singapore. Been a few too many defensive strokes for my mind with the game gone. Have some fun. Try to hit some boundaries. It's a very good batting wicket. And show your captain why you should be up the order. Show the assets you have. 40 off 65 balls isn't going to make a big statement. But if you got 50 off 35 and ended up with 80 not out, the captain's going to go, we've got to put him up the order. Now, I know it's not easy. I know UAE have a very good bowling attack. They've got an excellent young wrist spinner there, and combining with Aryan Lakra is keeping it tight. But show something, show some fight.
Absolutely. You cannot just keep on defending each and every delivery. We're talking about the dot deliveries. The very next delivery played towards the fine leg region, a vacant region, and a boundary for Tilipan and a boundary for Singapore at last.
More like it. Bit of innovation. There's no one at 45 around the corner. So get your foot out, get outside the off stump, which he's done. Pretty risk-free shot. Even if it comes off a top edge, there's no slip in place. Probably run away for 4 the other side. I haven't really seen the Singapore batters use their feet much. Very, very short boundary straight. You get great rewards straight down the ground. Get to the pitch of it, you should get 6. They've almost been rooted to their crease, kind of fearful of getting out when the game is gone anyway. This time he feigns coming down the track, gets a single. I was just talking with Nishard Basaka before you rejoined me, Mudassir. Singapore have been really disappointing this tournament. This isn't a side ranked 60th or 70th in the world. They're in the top 30 and they've been beaten out of sight in all 3 games they've played.
They need to get or else find new fresh legs. In the meanwhile, it's Surendran getting a boundary, a quicker delivery outside the off stump and plays in the gap. Ball races towards the fence. A couple of boundaries in this over for Singapore.
In their first game, they're beaten by 8 wickets by Hong Kong with over 100 balls to spare. Things didn't get much better in game 2 when Bahrain beat them by 132 runs, and now UAE are going to give them a defeat, a drubbing by more than 200. Not a huge amount to take from the first 3 games, and Singapore need to turn things around in their 4th and final group match. 2-1-6 for 6. Well, brilliant work, and I mean brilliant work from our production team. Out in the background, they've ground out 6 days in a row, and they've got the points table updated for us there already. Look at Group A. It's fascinating stuff, because even though Oman have a second win, that net run rate is still in the negative. Philippan goes down the ground, gets a boundary 4, 1 bounce, and greets the return of Mustafa. So if Saudi Arabia, even if they lost tomorrow to Nepal, it means it will send it to the last game, where if Saudi Arabia went on to beat Oman, we could well have a minimum of a 2-way tie in second place, quite possibly a 3-way tie should Malaysia beat Qatar in their last game. Group A shaping up brilliantly.
All about the net run rate coming into play, the Group A. That back of length delivery, a short delivery.
The bouncer really, I think it's hit him on the back shoulder. Mustafa not happy that the batter's only wearing a cap. Full toss, smashed down the ground. Not out of the middle, so it will just be single. Definitely seen Rohan Mustafa bowl better overs than this one. He apologises for the bouncer. But I think that second place in Group A, particularly with the devastating injury to Aki Bilias, which has ruled him out of most likely the rest of the tournament. We believe it's a fractured thumb. After such a long time out of the game with that leg injury, I think they could be vulnerable. Saudi Arabia could put it up to Oman.
Absolutely. An interesting Group A, and coming back to TU, 42 gone. It's a 2-2 for the loss of 6.
that's Group A now after the result is filtered into us from the Mulpani, where Oman have won, but not by that big a margin. And as a consequence of that heavy defeat against Nepal, their net run rate is still in the negative. Malaysia will very much be thinking that if Saudi Arabia could do them a favour and beat Oman in that last game, then were Malaysia to beat Qatar, you'd have a three-way tie on 4 points apiece. This is presuming Nepal beat Saudi Arabia tomorrow, which we'd expect them to do so. So that would be a three-way tie with Oman, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia. And as it stands here, remember, that would require Oman losing their last game. As it stands here, Malaysia sitting pretty in the net run rate stakes and could well sneak in and take that second semi-final spot.
Absolutely. A tight Group A. Nepal sitting pretty well on the top. And we do have tomorrow a cracker of a game here. Hong Kong versus Bahrain. All important game coming up in Group B, and counter it will be. It's a must win for Bahrain to stay alive in this tournament. And Junaid Siddiqui has been brought back into the attack. 48 balls, 250 runs. Surendran on strike. Coming sharply into the right hand batter. 4 overs, bit expensive, 35, and a wicket to his name, Junaid Siddiqui.
Yeah, I wonder can we get the points tables up just once more, maybe in between the balls here. Group B, we were talking solely about Group A there. If you look at Group B, we might need to come back to it after this delivery from Sadiq, but the remaining games in B, presuming UAE are going to take a massive win and a huge net run rate boost. It's probably maybe even going to go above Hong Kong's. As you go back to that points table, tomorrow's game, which will be Hong Kong versus Bahrain, here at the TU ground, that is going to be a massive one in the context of qualification for a couple of reasons. Because Bahrain could win that game, and that would put UAE back into the mix of actually topping the group. Because in that case, they could end up tied with 3 wins with maybe 1 or 2 other teams. But their net run rate is going to be so huge and so much higher than the other sides that it may not be a Nepal-UAE semi-final, which I think everyone is presuming it would be. Hong Kong will have to play really well to win their last 2 games. They still have to play Bahrain and Kuwait, who, as we've seen already, can provide upsets and have plenty of talent in their teams.
For the fans' sake, I want UAE to top this group, avoid Nepal in the semi-final, because the fans love these 2 teams, Nepal taking on UAE. If it is finale, what an encounter it will be. Packed house in TU.
Well, you called it the grand rivalry of associate cricket, didn't you, earlier? I think that's spot on. It's kind of the modern great rivalry. You think back, Ireland-Afghanistan was the previous one. They're both test nations now. That, for the best part of 6 or 7 years, was the game. It was El Clasico, if you will. But the modern El Clasico, maybe it's Nepal versus UAE after that amazing game last month. I know Scotland will want to be in the mix of that, and Netherlands as well, but there's something about it. There's a bit of bite between Nepal and UAE. The 2 teams know each other very well. There's a bit of niggle, and that adds to the spectacle. And if it is a final or a semi-final, I don't think it's going to matter. Whenever they do meet again, and I think they will meet again, this place is going to be packed. It could be Monday, it could be in the grand final, it could be for a spot to play against India and Pakistan. And if it is, you will not be able to get a ticket.
And it's always good for the game. Whenever Nepal and UAE plays, they pulls the crowd. The crowd pulls and comes to the stadium. It's always good for the game. Still not clear who will qualify from Group A in the second position and Group B as well. So some interesting games coming up. 43 gone. Is still 2-2 for the loss of 6 on board.
222 for 6 the score. And this will be tomorrow's game. Hong Kong taking on Bahrain here in match number 13 of the tournament. It's a critical one for the Group B standings. If Hong Kong can win, they're just one win away from topping the table. If they lose, it will set the calculators racing and leave almost every permutation open and possible. And every run may count. Sanchit Sharma's finally going to get a bowl today. He's been a bit of a passenger out in the field as they look to rush through their first 20 overs to make sure a game got in. Other game tomorrow is Nepal versus Saudi Arabia. That's up at the Mulpani cricket ground. I think it's the first official international that Nepal have played there, and because there is no real perimeter to be able to charge people in, it's free in. Is there enough space for lots of people to go and watch? Will there be a decent crowd gathered tomorrow, do you think?
There's no chance inside the stadium, inside that ground for Malpani. But on one side of the ground, there is a huge space where the crowd always comes in and they sit on the grass banks and enjoy the cricket. Definitely it will give a boost. Nepal playing tomorrow against Saudi Arabia and Malpani. Sanchit Mohan Sharma, a fast bowler, getting an over at last in the 44th over. His parents were eagerly waiting for him to bowl. His grandparents, his siblings, his parents are out here. Sanchit Mohan Sharma.
Yeah, for them as much as anyone, nice that he's having a bowl. Did get a little bit of a bat in, but I think he's just a victim of circumstance today. UAE understandably wanted to rush through their overs, get those 20 in. There was a threat of rain, so he's only going to get, what, a maximum of 4 overs to his name here at the death. Doesn't mean he's not a valuable member of the team. But yeah, were Hong Kong to lose tomorrow, it's very possible. They're a class team, but Bahrain on their day can challenge anyone, as UAE have found out, beating them in the T20 World Cup qualifier last year in Muscat. For Bahrain to win tomorrow, I think it leaves us in a position going into the last round of games in that group where ramped around the corner, ramped 1 bounce 4. Good honesty from the fielder, and the umpire takes his word. I think it'll leave us in a position where all 4 teams, with the exception of Singapore, obviously rooted to the bottom of the table, could take the 2 spots.
Absolutely, and UAE will be keen to watch that match, tomorrow's match, Bahrain versus Hong Kong. They'll be praying that Hong Kong wins that match against Bahrain, because what happens if the Bahrain wins and UAE lose to Bahrain, then they are in deep, deep trouble. So you never know. Cricket is a funny game.
Nicely driven, a little shuffle. I think, could be wrong, and I usually am. We'll have a chat to Ahmed Raz.
You are not. You have predicted twice in the com box. You said on the day 1, 371, above 350, and they posted 371. And today you are the only one in the 3rd over. You said they'll go past 400. So you are never wrong.
Well, I've guessed right occasionally, but I suspect UAE might quite like Hong Kong to lose tomorrow. I'll tell you why. I think they want to top the group. And I think they will top the group if Hong Kong lose tomorrow, because I think they'll win their last game. They've had their wobble, and then they'll top the group with a gigantic net run rate. Good efforts from these two for the 7th wicket. They put on 67. It's the end of the 44th over, and the score now, 227 for 6. I'll bid you farewell. I'll leave you with the 2 gents to close things out.
Good partnership for Singapore, showing some resistance out there. Surendran and Tilipan, 227 for the loss of 6. Junaid Siddiqui comes in. bowls wide, and it's time to introduce my fellow commentator as Andrew is taking a leave here, and he'll be out there with a post-match presentation later in the day. And it's time for to me to welcome my co-commentator Sharad. Welcome back, Sharad.
Thank you, Mudassir. Yeah, a small partnership built upon here by Surendran and Tilipan, but still they are 244 runs away. That's beaten all, ends up to the keeper. Yeah, it was good to see the way UAE batted today. Was good entertainment in the first innings. Enjoyed your day at the office, Mudassir bhai?
Pretty much, Sharad. Apart from the cricket match, the conversation we had in the com box, as well as with Andrew, it was quite interesting to know about the rise of Nepal when you and Andrew were there in the com box discussing how you came up against Afghanistan in the final and how the journey of Nepal came up. Then me and Andrew discussing about those early days of associate nations, especially the 2015 World Cup. It has added some value, I believe, for our listeners. Hope they have enjoyed the batting of UAE as well as our commentary. 228 for the loss of 6. Junaid Siddiqui getting ready. It's Tilipan on strike. Runs in Junaid. Goes big. Mid off up. Clears him with ease. And the hands goes up of the on-field umpire. It's the maximum for Tilipan.
Finishing off with some entertainment, Thilapan in the end overs. That's the 36 in this match.
Taking on the fast bowler, Tilipan and Junaid Siddiqui roaring to go. Look at that Yorker aggression shown by Junaid Siddiqui. And Mohammad Wasim, the captain, not in 30-yard circle. The control has been taken by Vritya Arvind, just adjusting the field from behind the stumps. We were shocked when you said 36 maximum we have witnessed. It was a shocker, but the news is 36 maximums have been scored by these two teams, entertaining the crowd. 234 for 6. 16 were hit by Mohammad Wasim. The first innings, Vidya went on to hit 7. Ayan Afzal Khan, 3 to his name. 26 by UAE and 10 maximum by Singapore.
Yeah, that is some entertainment. Balls flying all over the TU Cricket Stadium today. That was a good Yorker by Junaid. Yeah, over 650 runs scored till now. I would say 700 actually. Just crossed the mark. That's pure entertainment for you.
Allowed appeal, an excellent take by the wicket keeper, but clearly brushing the pads, and the dot delivery 45 gone, 235 for the loss of 6.
So it's 45th over done. Just 5 overs to go. As you can see, Rohan just fielding below us. I think he has he has enough of the fans in the Chobar, and they have given him a mouthful today. You can see them interacting with him.
The cricketers always love to be in the limelight. Now we can see Asif Khan standing at third man position. Behind him is that grass banks where the supporters are there, indulging with Asif Khan. Behruz now cheering up for UAE. Excellent shot, dancing down the track. The chase for Rohan Mustafa collides both the fielder. Nothing damage has been done. Ramesh Shahzad and Rohan Mustafa saving those runs for his team.
Yeah, good strong hit down the ground. Good bit of fielding there. Had the left hand out, Rohan. Yeah, thankfully, no one collided there. Surely see some aggressive shots by these two now. Yeah. So tomorrow's game against Nepal and Saudi Arabia, it's going to be an interesting one at Mulpani, and Hong Kong playing Bahrain, that is. Good to see how Hong Kong go in this tournament. They are not talked much about, but yes, they are the underdogs, I believe. Qualified 4 times for the Asia Cup, Mudassir, right? That's an achievement.
Definitely, Sharaz, and still those memories are fresh in my mind. 2018 final in Malaysia, Hong Kong. They have defeated UAE in the league stage by a huge margin. Then went on to defeat them in the final and make their place in the 2018 main event of Asia Cup, which was held in Dubai. A good side, Hong Kong. If you talk about the 50 overs format, well led by Nizakat Khan. The meanwhile, coming back to TU, he continues to get runs for his team. Surrender moves to 38 with that boundary. Width offered by Sanchit Mohan Sharma, and finding that gap. Talking about Hong Kong, they hugely depend on those three: Anshuman Rath, Nizakat Khan, and Babar Hayat. And Babar Hayat is a run machine for Hong Kong, and they have the off break, the professor Ehsan Khan. Played towards long off Rohan Mustafa. At last, Surendran departs. Sanchit Mohan Sharma gets a wicket. Safe hands, no mistake by Rohan Mustafa.
Tried to hit it over the top, Surendran. Could only manage to the hands of the long off fielder. Rohan taking it comfortably, maybe jarring that finger with the ball. And he goes for 38. Surendran played well for his short innings. Singapore are 242 for 7. So Aditya Bhargav comes in. He's batting. He's debuting actually. Comes in to bat as the 7 wicket falls.
That's Zahur Khan. And at the fall of Surendran, it's a new man. And there you go, Asif Khan indulging with the fans. The fans kept Asif Khan busy. Love chatting to these cricketers. Still no Mohammad Wasim on the field. It's taken care by Vritya Arvind.
He
His
should
hand
be having good fun down there, Asif Khan. Oh, that's inside edged. Past the keeper. Thilapan getting that French cut out. He moves on to 49.
wanted to play towards third man region, but getting that inside edge. No chance for Vritya Arvind. 4 runs for Tilipan and Singapore. Ayan bowled his quota. Mayappan, he finished his quota. They could have opted to go with Aryan Lakra, but using the fast bowler, UAE is not at all in a hurry to finish this match early. Nicely played, flick of the wrist, a well-deserved 50 by Tilipan of 54 balls. He had a partnership with Surendran. Once Surendran departed, Tilipan still out there in the middle, entertaining the crowd.
Yeah, well played 50. With 4 fours and 3 sixes in his innings. Has come in quick time. 50 of 54 balls. Just 3 overs to go in this innings. He would look to swing his bat hard. As Zahur runs in for a 6th over. Yet to pick up a wicket. Reaching that 250 mark, Singapore. If Singapore had hold on to their catches, you never know, they could have restricted UAE to a lower score. But this target of 471 is out of reach at the moment.
They have dropped to Vritya Arvind on 19, and he went on to score that big 100. Aditya Bhargava playing his first list A game here. Got 4 wickets in his kitty, though he was expensive. Will cherish that wicket of Mohammad Wasim. He was going all guns blazing in the first innings. Mohammad Wasim then surprised him with that short delivery. He has a bright future, the fast bowler Bhargava for Singapore. Yet to get off the mark. Here we go. First runs in list 10. No. He was sent back because that was the last delivery. Philippines not at all interested in taking that single. 47 gone, 247 for the loss of 7. Just losing his shape. 2 overs, 12 runs. Wicket to his name, Sanchit Mohan Sharma.
There are some numbers for you. 247 for 7 in 47. 7 numbers ruling at the moment. And that's picked up high in the air, and a good attempt by Rami Shehzad goes in vain. He reached to the ball comfortably, but couldn't hold on. Slightly misjudgment there. A half shot by Thilapan.
Was the slow off the block, almost there, just overrunning there. The chance gone begging. Mixing up his deliveries. Sanchit Mohan Sharma. Couple of runs has been taken by Thilapan. This time goes towards the long of Rohan Mustafa, settling down. An easy catch. He doesn't make mistake. So wicket number 2 for Sanchit Mohan Sharma.
Yeah, that went high in the air. This time Thilapan giving it all. Swung the bat hard, went really high, and Rohan getting under it comfortably took a good, neat catch. Looked comfortable, didn't he? No mistakes there. Yeah, slashed it. Got height rather than distance. Goes for 52, Thilapan. A well played innings.
The new batter Ramesh Kalimuthu. 29 matches, 485 runs. Look at the strike rate, 135. Loves to hit those big shots. Sanchit Mohan Sharma to Kalimuthu. There you go. Straight towards long of Rohan Mustafa. Once again settling. And this time he drops. And Ramesh Shehzad has enjoyed that. Not only he dropped the catch, to rub the salt into the wounds. It's a boundary. I think played miles up in the air between Ramesh Shehzad and Rohan Mustafa. He is in trouble. Ramesh Shehzad, clearly he is in trouble. Last moment, just going down, Ramesh Shehzad holding up his ankle. He twisted his right ankle there. Not a good news for UAE.
Yeah, in some trouble there. Ramesh, you could see there, he was hobbling. Good attempt by Rohan. Made a lot of ground. You can see in the left of the screen. Maybe some wrong footing. He's catching his ankle. Some medical attention needed. Break in play.
Hope the injury is not serious. He's the key for UAE in the middle order, Ramesh Shehzad. Not sure whether he's in the field or he left the field. One thing is sure, Ramesh Kalimuthu is off the mark with the boundary. He has been dropped by Rohan Mustafa. Sanchit, he has created those chances. Oh, look at that quick delivery, back of line, short delivery, showing some aggression. One for the over. Good to see the increase in pace by Sanchit Mohan Sharma.
Yeah, was brought late in the attack. Has picked up 2 wickets. Sanchit Sharma looks a good bowler. Nice run up, straight action. Brings the helicopter out. Ramesh Kalimuthu running away to the boundary at the end. The big boot comes out. It's Ramiz again. He looks good in the field, although had an injury concern in the previous ball.
He was in pain the previous ball, but look at that sprint here. The magic spray doing wonders. Sprint by Ramesh Shahzad and putting that same leg, that right leg, and saving couple of runs. It's a good job done by the physio. Wanted to go after everything, Ramesh Kalimuthu. 256 with that single. The loss of 8, 48 gone.
Topping the group till now. Bahrain look to make a point. Could be a good game, that one, in the STU cricket ground. Looking forward to the battle out there tomorrow.
So in the last match against Kuwait, though they have lost, they have a decent batting lineup as well as the bowling. Bahrain, especially, they have the all-rounder Imran Javed. Went after the bowlers of Kuwait in the death overs, scored 53 of just 19 deliveries and gave them that respectable total. They posted 255 Bahrain against Kuwait. Bowling those Yorkers, Zahur Khan managing the singles. So the first runs in list here for young Aditya Bhargava.
Yeah, 17-year-old Bhargav did well with the ball. A good outing. 4 wickets he took today. We're pretty happy with his effort. And that's bowled him. Zahur Khan, the perfect Yorker he could have bowled. Hitting the bottom of middle and off. Finally, Zahur gets his first wicket. That would add up to his confidence for sure.
Very lethal in the death overs. Zahur Khan getting that reverse swing, trying to go for the helicopter shot. Never took off for Ramesh Kalimuthu. Cleans him up, Zahur Khan. Look at that reverse swing. The wicket number 9 goes down, Ramesh Kalimuthu. It's a long walk back for Ramesh Kalimuthu. 7 of 6 deliveries with the help of a boundary.
So it's the Puri for the last wicket who comes in. Still 9 balls to go. It's Akshay Puri. 11 matches in his short listed career till now. Looks to be an impressive off spinner to me. It's taken to the cleaners today by Wasim at the start. Did bowl well the earlier match. Yeah, Zahur would look to finish this innings off as this over. Bowling those Yorker very well. Coming wide of the crease, angling it in. You can see him shining the ball. He's getting that curve in. Probably look to get the same Yorker he got that wicket with.
The master with the old ball in that reverse swing. The block hole once again, keeping it fuller. Just manages to put the wood on the ball. Young Puri. Credit should be given to the Singapore batters, the way they have batted, though they are nowhere near that total of 471. Still manages to get 258 runs against the attack of UAE, such as Junaid Siddiqui, Zahur Khan, Ayan Afzal Khan, Rohan Mustafa. Some positive from the game, from this game for Singapore.
For sure, 260 is not a bad mark to be in a 50 overs game against this potent bowling attack of UAE. As I said earlier, if all the catches had gone into the hands of Singapore team, it would have been different maybe. 259 for 9. So the last over in play. Yeah, Singapore did well to bat out the 50 overs actually. Last over by Sanchit Sharma.
Be a thumping victory for UAE. Batting first, they have posted the mammoth total, and they always look in control. But some resistance has been shown by the batters, especially the lower down batters of Singapore. Into the final over, Sanchit Mohan Sharma runs in. It's a Puri on strike. Goes for that throw, not at all needed. The 4 runs been conceded of overthrow. Played straight into the hands of Junaid Siddiqui. Not needed, not needed. And easy 4 runs have been conceded by Junaid Siddiqui.
Yeah, poor backing up as well. See the Singapore dugout. Relatively smiley faces there. A decent batting effort. Short one. Called it as a wide.
This lad doesn't want to go to hotel early. Sanchit Mohan Sharma not helping his teammates, trying to bowl that quicker delivery, a bouncer. Way above Puri, a good decision by the leg umpire. 4 more legal deliveries left in this innings and in this match. Last pair, Puri and Aditya out there for Singapore. Nicely played. Low full toss. Ansh Tandon comes into play. A good comeback by UAE after that loss against Hong Kong. Uplifting their morale here. Riding high on confidence of those centuries from Mohammad Wasim, the captain, and Vritya Arvind continues to enjoy his run here, especially at TU cricket ground.
Yeah, UAE after decent effort today in the field will have their feet up for the next 2 days. Have a good rest. We'll come back on 26th of April to lock horns with the Bahrain team in the Mulpani ground.
Yes, they have a couple of rest day ahead, but as we don't have, we have a very tight schedule here. Sharad, Andrew, Shamim, Suhas, Paresh. Nicely played by young Bhargava, showing some skills of his batting here in TU. Go straight over the bowler, no chance for Ramesh Shehzad. So first boundary for Bhargava.
Yeah, nicely picked up, straight towards the side screen. Another 4 runs added. Yeah, they move on to 269 Singapore. And the last ball coming up of the day. Oh, it's not a last ball. Wide given.
You were a bit too early to say that, Sharad. Can they get that margin of losing for Singapore below 200? It's one hit away. 270 for the loss of 9. So with that dot delivery, the end of 50 overs. Some resistance has been shown by the Singapore batters. A thumping victory for UAE, winning by 201 runs. Singapore managing 270 for 9 in their allotted 50 overs. To the loss against Hong Kong. It wasn't much needed to make a statement in this tournament, and rightly it has been done by the captain Mohammad Wasim and Vritya and Ayan Afzal Khan, getting those scores for UAE. And when the chase started, it was all about the spinners dominating initially. Junaid Siddiqui getting a wicket to his name, but happy faces. They should be proud of themselves. In the absence of Mohammad Wasim on the field for the last 15 overs, it was led by Vritya Arvind. Ayan Afzal Khan, yet again, he is having a good tournament this time with the bat and a couple of wickets to his name. Rohan Mustafa, though he got out cheaply, but he was among the wickets. The crowd must have enjoyed this outing between these two teams. A mammoth total have been posted early by UAE, and good to see the shake hands. Here the captain Mohammad Wasim, Ahmad Raza the assistant coach, Manish the physio, Ali Nasir, Mayappan is the young Aryan Sharma, Matiullah Khan the fast bowler. A good result for UAE, a thumping victory with 201 runs. It's always good to have the shake hands and end the match in a good spirit. Karthik, the analyst of UAE team. They gave up a good show here. I would say the Singapore. The resistance was key. They showed some fight, playing all that 50 overs. And let's see how it panned out in this innings. The highlights of the second innings, the batting of Singapore. It all started with that lovely drive. There was a chase by Mohammad Wasim. Started off really well. Datta. He stood tall for Singapore, belting those runs, especially against Junaid Siddiqui, getting a couple of maximums and couple of fours. This time sweeping Ayan Afzal Khan, and couple of edges has been taken to the third man region. But they dominated clearly the UAE bowlers in the initial phase. Datta made sure that he got some runs under his belt. As a captain, he did pretty well. Then came in Manpreet going after the bowlers. After losing Datta, he was the lone warrior, and he got some support in the middle from Vinod Bhaskaran. Vinod is getting a couple of boundaries, but look at that shot, excellent shot towards the mid-off. he made sure he get those runs. Especially he was very good against the fast bowlers Zahoor Khan and Junaid Siddiqui. A full toss, it was flicked towards the square leg for a maximum. This was a big over. He went after Zahoor Khan. Maximum, then a boundary to follows. Then came in Surendran at the fall of Vinod Bhaskaran's wicket. And Surendran and Taliban had a very good partnership down the order. They gave some fight and they showed up some resistance out there in the middle. Taliban managing to play that innovated shot behind the fine leg. They took their time, but they enjoyed their presence out there in the middle. Both the batters, Taliban and Surendran. Taliban going big. And look at that innovated shot, the scoop shot over the fine leg. And a good back foot shot played by the batter there. They were not at all in a hurry, but what is the key is they stood tall out there in the middle. They gave some fight, they put that resistance. So it was all about those maximums in the first innings. 26 maximums rather than in the second innings as well. We have seen a lot of maximums. They enjoyed their outing, the batters, especially here at TU International Ground. Look at that view of this beautiful ground and the batting card of Singapore. They struggled at the top of the order. Rangarajan went out cheaply. Datta showed some resistance, scoring 38. Bahadelia made 16. But no contribution in the middle order. But Manpreet stood tall, making 66 before getting bowled by Mayappan. Vinod Bhaskaran and Surendran had a partnership, but this partnership between Surendran and Tilipan gave some resistance and showed some fight out there in the middle. And nothing much to talk about. The lower down the order, Advitya and Puri remaining unbeaten. 22 extras have been conceded by UAE. 50 overs, 270 for the loss of 9. This is the batting card, and looking at the bowling chart of UAE, and let's see the wickets of the second innings, which was picked up by UAE. The first wicket taken by Junaid Siddiqui, clean bowled Rohan, then Ayan Afzal Khan. A brilliant delivery to get in form. Datta caught in front. Rohan Mustafa has been brought in by the captain. Straight away strikes for a couple of times. This was a pitch of delivery, a leg break coming into the right hand batter. Mayappan once again finding the gap between bat and pad. An excellent catch taken in the deep by Rohan Mustafa to get rid of Surendran. He had a good day out in the field, couple of catches, and then this was the last wicket taken by Zahoor Khan, the 9th wicket of Singapore lineup. Seven bowlers have been used by the captain. Pick of the bowler Ayan Afzal Khan, couple of wickets in his 10 overs, 53 runs gave away. And Mayappan, these two spinners dominated clearly today. 10 overs, one made in 37 and a couple of wickets to his name. Sanchit has been introduced lately. He got a couple of wickets to his name. And wicket each for Junaid Mustafa and Zahoor Khan. What they manage, Singapore 270 for the loss of 9 in their allotted 50 overs. This is the partnership. The top, nothing much, but there was a partnership of 60 runs between Manpreet and Vinod for the 5th wicket. Then came in Surendran joining Manpreet, added 34. Then once Manpreet was departed, then Surendran had an excellent partnership with Tilipan. The highest partnership for Singapore today, 82 runs of just 90 deliveries. And let's see what transpired in the second innings, the match summary. Batting first, UAE posted that a mammoth total of 471. A record has been created, history has been created by UAE for the first time, posting a total beyond 400. Vritya 174, Wasim managed 160, Ayan contributed with 74. And talking about the bowlers, Advitya, debutant, picking up 4 wickets, but he was a bit expensive. Ramesh Kalimuthu, 3 wickets to his name. Vinod Bhaskaran, couple of wickets. And when the chase started, Singapore was in all sorts of trouble, losing some early wicket, but some resistance has been shown by Manpreet 66, Tilipan 52, Datta 38, Sanchit Mohan Sharma 2 wickets, Mayappan and Ayan Afzal Khan also getting a couple of wickets in their kitty. 50 overs, 270 for the loss of 9. Singapore managed, and UAE winning by a huge margin of 201 runs here at TU International Ground. And that's all we have from the comm box. Let's head down to the ground for the post-match presentation, where we have Andrew out there.
Yes, hello and welcome to the post-match presentation for game number 11 of this 1xBat ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. Before we get into things, the Asian Cricket Council would like to thank the host, the Cricket Association of Nepal, for the excellent job they're doing on hosting this wonderful tournament. Also the rights holder, the IPG Group, and of course all of the commercial partners for their support. A sincere thank you from the ACC. Well, we've had a record-breaking match with more than 700 runs scored, 19 wickets taken, and a massive 201 run victory for the UAE, who get right back into semi-final contention. We'll speak to both captains, and we'll start first with a losing captain. That's Aritra Dutta of Singapore. Aritra, very, very tough day today. Where did it go wrong? The bowling probably not quite up to standard, and some excellent batting from the UAE.
I mean, yeah, these interviews are getting harder and harder. It's just, I mean, we've got an inexperienced side, inexperienced bowling attack, and they're learning the hard way that at this level, if you don't bowl to your plans, if you don't execute the right, lines and lengths, you will be punished. The outfield is fast, the ground is not that big, so against high quality batting, you're just gonna pay the price, and we paid a very heavy price for our mistakes today.
Couple of drop catches also affected things. I think you dropped both Mohammad Wasim and Verti Aravind, who are outstanding. I'm not saying you'd have gone on to win the game with those taken, but small moments like that, you've got to take those.
We have to take our half chances, and those were not half chances, they were regulation. And as I said, I mean, everybody's learning the hard way that at this level, if you make those silly errors, you're going to pay. And Wasim's a quality batsman, and he showed us that we can't just give him a life.
You must have been pleased with the fight you showed, not just with the bat in the second innings, but you fought back nicely with the ball, picking up 4 wickets for 35 at one stage, and then 270 on another day is a pretty good effort with the bat. You showed fight, but it's just not enough right now.
Yeah, we just can't put together a complete performance. We can't seem to find a game where both aspects of the game are clicking, and I mean, it's not something that we can fix overnight, I guess, but I mean, what I do know is that the boys wear this badge with a lot of pride, and it's down to the individuals to show some ownership and just do something special in the last game.
We know you're trying, and we know it's tough. We really appreciate you talking to us. Hard luck today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's Aritra Dutta, understandably devastated after a heavy defeat, a 201 victory. Okay, time to speak to the player of the match, and you'll find out why in a moment. We'll call upon our player of the match presenter, Mr. Sarika Prasad, who is the ACC match referee, who's going to come up and join me. Sarika, nice to see you. Great job by you and your team today. So, the reason why we're not going to speak to the captain just yet, you'll find out in a moment. We'll go on 3-2-1 order as well. Obviously, all 3 UAE players, they dominated today's match. In third place, he batted brilliantly, 74 off 50 balls, and he picked up 2 wickets. Ayan Khan. In second place today, it was a very tough decision between 2 excellent centuries. He faced 133 balls, hit 17 fours and 7 sixes. Verti Aravind, the tournament's leading run scorer, he made 174, but the player of the match today, what an innings we witnessed. 82 deliveries, 9 fours, 16 sixes. He scored 160 runs. It goes to UAE's captain, Mohammad Wasim. Mohammad's going to receive his trophy from Sarika. Pose for a few photos as well, I'm sure. And then Mohammed, you'll stay with me. Thanks again, Sarika. Mohammed, I felt you're still learning the 50 over game a little bit. Are you really getting into it now? 160 off 82 balls.
Yeah, so first of all, thanks to my dear Allah, and I'm always trying to play my natural game. So,
well, your natural game is a 6-hitting game. You hit 16 sixes today. You really enjoyed it out there, particularly that partnership with Verti Aravind.
yeah, that was a very good partnership for us, and these 2 points were very crucial for us. So, Alhamdulillah, we played very good.
If you win one more game with the net run rate you have now, you'll be guaranteed pretty much a semi-final place. Do you feel you've got unfinished business here, particularly maybe against the host Nepal?
Actually, it's a part of game, win or lose, but we will try our best. So inshallah, we will win the semi-final and final.
What about the rest of the team today? Verity Aravind, he's a very special cricketer, and young Ayan Khan, bat and ball, 17 years of age, such a talent.
Yeah, as I said before, my team is very good, in very good condition, and all the players playing with the confidence. So Alhamdulillah, and Ayan is a very good all-rounder, very young, but he has too much experience, seriously.
Yeah, for just 17. Finally, looking ahead to that last group game, Bahrain, you won't be taking them lightly. You know from history they've beaten you before. You'll have to be at your best to win your final group game.
To be honest, it's a very, very important match. Every match is very important. So we will try to play our best cricket in our next games.
Mohammed, you're outstanding today. Congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, that's Mohammed Wazeem. What a knock it was, 160. It came in jig time off just 82 deliveries. It's going to wrap it up for our coverage today. We really appreciate you joining us. Tomorrow, it's a massive Monday because here at the TU International Cricket Ground, Hong Kong will take on Bahrain and Nepal will make their international bow across at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium where they'll be taking on Saudi Arabia. We really appreciate you joining us here today. Bye for now.